Why read this book? Ask yourself these questions. Do you have enough money? Are you spending enough time with family and friends? Do you come home from your job full of life? Do you have time to participate in things you believe are worthwhile? If you were laid off from your job, would you see it as an opportunity? Are you satisfied with the contribution you have made to the world? Are you at peace with your money? Does your job reflect your values? Do you have enough savings to see you through 6 months of normal living expenses? Is your life whole? Do all the pieces, your job, your expenditures, your relationships, your values fit together? If you answered no to even one of these questions, this book is for you. Introduction. Welcome to Your Money or Your Life, 9 Steps to Transforming Your Relationship with Money and Achieving Financial Independence, now updated and revised for the 21st century. New readers will benefit from this practical and transformational approach to earning and spending money. Returning readers should find everything they loved about the old version plus new helpful ideas and information. Since 1980, the program in this book has helped hundreds of thousands of people around the world get a grip on their personal financial lives. It can do that for you, too. Today, big national and global changes are making it very hard to get control of money in your personal and family life and to plan for a secure future. You don't need me to tell you that you experience it daily. That's one reason we decided to update this classic book. Now more than ever, we need a new way of thinking about earning, spending, saving and the good life. When this book came out in 1992, we were at the beginning of the dot-com bubble and shortly thereafter, the real estate bubble. Bubbly was flowing. We bought into buying more based on our newfound apparent wealth from this boom. But times have changed and many things are going bust and many people along with it. Before I touch on current challenges and how your money or your life can help, I want to acknowledge that most generations have thought that the world is going to hell in a handbasket for one reason or another. Our current handbasket, though, portends a fundamental, not just cyclical, shift in how we live. So many crises are synergizing into a perfect storm. Savings are shriveling, debt is increasing, pensions are drying up, incomes are stagnating, jobs are going global, and social and health safety nets are unraveling. All this amidst a rapidly changing climate, crucial wells like oil and water beginning to run dry, population starting to outstrip food supplies, and the global economy itself showing multiple signs of instability. If you're nervous, you have every right to be. According to the Christian Science Monitor, growing numbers of economists believe that America is now in a transformational economy, where consumer spending may play a lesser role, as households belatedly recognize the need to right-size their lifestyles. Global shifts like these and more are trickling down to our everyday lives. We might not understand monetary policy, but we do understand our paychecks not increasing as fast as our expenses. We might not understand the science of global warming or the calculations of energy return on energy investment, and oil extraction and production discussion, but we do understand hotter, wetter summers and rising prices at the gas pump. For all these reasons and more, the timeless common sense in your money or your life is actually timelier than ever. And it's not too late. While the early adopters who did this program in the 1980s and 1990s are now more insulated than most from global instabilities, it's never too late to shift to a more frugal way of life. Frugality, one friend said, is the new black. It's more in vogue than ever because it's so necessary. So let's go through some of challenges we're facing and see how transforming our personal relationship with money can shore up our personal levees and help us weather this gathering storm. Savings. In 2005, the personal savings rate in the United States fell below zero for the first time since the Great Depression. Since that time, it has mostly hovered between 0 and 1%. 2. In the richest country in the world, we can barely save a dime. While we each bear responsibility for keeping our wallets zipped, temptation to overspend is everywhere. When Joe Dominguez and I wrote Your Money or Your Life, there were only TV, radio, billboards, direct mail, and print ads to drive us to destruction of our best intentions to save. Today, the internet swamps us with advertising with every click pop-up ads, flash ads, and banner ads greet us on each page. Even billboards have gone digital with flashing lights and eye-catching movement. Plus, ads are now on the seats of shopping carts, on floors of supermarkets and pouring into our email inboxes. In 2006, spending on advertising was estimated at $155 billion in the United States and $385 billion worldwide and the latter to exceed $500 billion by 2010. Saving money in the era of credit cards has come to seem quaint at best, a sucker's game at worst. We are taught that debt equals freedom, but that's the kind of doublespeak in George Orwell's dystopic novel 1984, where they claimed that hate is love and war is peace. Okay, let's fix this mental glitch. Repeat after me. To have savings is to be free. Savings means freedom from debt. Money in the bank means the freedom to leave your job if the boss is intolerable or the benefits have just been yanked. And if you lose your job, having savings is the freedom to keep your house and car because you can cover your payments if you have any to make in the first place. Having savings means you can start a business or buy land, even if the bank won't lend to you because, ironically, your habit of savings means you don't have a debt trail or a credit record. People who follow the program in Your Money or Your Life, on average, lower their expenses by 25% within 6 months, and almost to the person they say their quality of life has gone up. When folks really catch fire with the program, they often save 50% or more of every paycheck, shedding debt the way people with intractable weight problems once they are committed shed pounds. Debt. Speaking of debt, well, where do we start? A savings rate hanging near zero is a nice way of staying in hock, in the suds, on the rocks, that is, in debt. Did you know that credit card debt of the average U.S. consumer is over $3,000 and of the average household over $8,000? That's not even counting the over $5,000 of mortgage and auto debt the average American carries. Encouraged at every turn to consume, we have spent every penny and taken advantage of debt limits on multiple cards and, during the market and housing bubbles, used home equity loans and subprime mortgages to keep creditors at bay. We've wrung out every resource for its debt potential and we've pretty much reached the end of that game. More Americans now declare bankruptcy than graduate from college. 6 But it gets worse. According to the U.S. National Debt Clock 7, the public debt as of August 27, 2008, was $9,624,855,389,454, increasing at over $1.85 billion a day for the last year. This translates to over $31,500 for every U.S. citizen. Whose debt is that? Ours. And how are we going to cover that? Jeff Colvin commented in Fortune magazine recently, "We made it through the bursting of the internet bubble and now the bursting of the real estate bubble. Next we may be approaching the end of the most worrisome bubble of all, the standard of living bubble." 8 While the doublespeak consumer culture told us to leverage debt and accumulate property so we can sell it later for more, those of us who took to heart the clear-eyed perspective of Your Money or Your Life did not buy in, no matter how many hip, cool guys told us we were nuts not to get on the gravy train. We lived below our means and found that there were multiple benefits from rejecting the hyper-consumer culture, including less stress, more time, and greater happiness. And, oh yes, getting out of debt. Sometimes 6-digit debt. Often faster than seemed possible. Income. The poorest 80% of the people in the United States have seen very little rise in income since the 1970s. The wealth gap, though, has skyrocketed. In this century, in fact, we've seen the biggest increase in the wealth gap since the 1920s. 9 Today, the average CEO in the United States makes more in a day than the average worker makes in a year. This isn't said to fuel envy of the wealthy and demand a piece of the pie for the poor. Rather, it's to point out that while absolute poverty deprives our bodies of necessities, relative poverty being so much poorer than people no smarter or more willing to work than we are makes us dissatisfied with our lot in life no matter how much we have. It corrodes society and the psyche, saps our belief in justice and fairness and hope. It makes us poor amidst plenty. We feel left out, lonely and are more likely to give up on the dream that we can have a better life than our parents. While many work for more economic fairness, your money or your life helps us get out of this competitive game and helps us look more pragmatically at what would actually make our lives better. We shift from comparing ourselves to others to considering our real needs and desires. We shift from more to enough and ultimately get more of what money can't buy. Priceless. Jobs. When a job is the only way to get money, healthcare, insurance and respect, having a job is crucial. Yet for U.S. workers, good jobs are harder than ever to find. Manufacturing, tech, and even service jobs have migrated to lower wage countries, and even advanced degrees no longer assure a secure position. Your money or your life challenges this dependency on the economy to give us the jobs we must have to survive. This book teaches a different perspective on employment, one that opens up far wider possibilities for income, security, and providing for your needs. Your job becomes an important part of your life, but no longer the centerpiece and biggest robber of your time, making room for family, friends, fun and, oh yes, sleep. Cost of living. Not everyone has the same cost of living, of course, but some basics are getting more expensive across the board. In the United States, healthcare, which I like to call sickness care because really, the system does nothing to keep us healthy, costs have, by every measure, outpaced inflation and other budget items. For example, the average employee contribution to company-provided health insurance has increased more than 143% since 2000. During that same time period, employment-based health insurance premiums have increased 100%, compared to cumulative inflation of 24% and cumulative wage growth of 21% during the same period. 11 Food costs are also soaring, thanks to the impact of rising fuel costs, which impact every aspect of food production, tilling, planting, fertilizing, harvesting, and sending product to market. While we wait and mostly watch the political process try to handle these big dents in Americans' budgets and expectations, what can we, the little people, do? Readers of Your Money or Your Life have already gone forward to the new normal of living better on less, which includes smart shopping for food and healthcare and clothing and cars and housing and, well, everything. They use all the advice in Chapter 6 and better yet make up their own. Far from scrimping and saving or making do, fears, people who've gained financial intelligence, integrity, and independence through these steps, thrive knowing that they have the skills and smarts necessary to overcome almost all price increases. Money. If your eyes glaze over when you think about monetary policy and the Federal Reserve, don't worry. Mine do too. But there are two pieces of information from this back room of the dismal science of economics that people who've transformed their relationship with money via Your Money or Your Life are better able to face. First, the U.S. Treasury doesn't just print money and put it into circulation. Banks make loans with money they mostly don't have, can you imagine? And that's what creates new money. Banks are only required to have in the vault a fraction of the cash they lend. The rest is backed by nothing more than the assumption that the economy will keep expanding, allowing people will pay back their loans with interest. Second, the U.S. Treasury has nothing in its vault backing your money. Since Nixon took our currency off the gold standard in 1971, there's been no gold or any other collateral you can convert your money into. It is fiat currency, fiat as in faith. It is held up just by the faith we all have in it being worth something. Because of this, depending solely on the money economy to meet your needs is actually risky business. If we think that money equals wealth or security or success, we are at the mercy of these economic and monetary forces. We are, as one sage said, laying up our treasures where moth and rust corrupt. But those who apply the 9-step program in Your Money or Your Life know otherwise. They know they need enough money to get things they rely on the money economy to produce, think cars and appliances, but beyond that they have other currencies, neighborly sharing, do-it-yourself skills, and the creative capacity to solve problems with what's at hand. One promise of this book is financial independence, but that's not just rolling in dough. It's unhooking your thinking from the consumer culture and from assuming you must buy your way through life. Security. Despite all our jitters, social security in some form will probably persist, though the age limit may keep going up. Since boomers, myself included, claim that 60 is the new 40, that's probably appropriate, though 82 as the new 62 seems a bit late for benefits to start. But what about pensions? Corporations are now shifting from defined benefit, guaranteed monthly payments based on salary and years of service paid by the corporation for the rest of your life, to defined contribution, an amount of your salary you can put into your retirement account. Risk is transferred from corporation to worker in that switcheroo of one little word. From 1978 to today, the number of defined benefit plans plummeted from 128,041, covering some 41% of private sector workers, to 26,000.12 according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Only 21% of workers in the private sector have defined benefit pensions. 13 As a result, there is grave concern in this country about the ability of seniors to financially afford the prolonged lifespan afforded us by medical advances. The program In Your Money or Your Life cannot be more important in these times when assumptions about the golden years are shifting significantly. While it's not a saving plan per se, it engenders many positive changes that lead people out of debt and into rapid savings. As the title of Joe Dominguez's original seminar, Transforming Your Relationship with Money and Achieving Financial Independence, suggests, there are two outcomes from doing this program: transformation and independence. Everyone who reads and heeds this book will indeed transform her relationship with money, have more of what he really wants, shift from debt to savings, and feel financially empowered. Those who stick with the program over time with focus and intention can arrive at financial independence well before Social Security cuts in or their company turns them out to pasture. They will have defined how much is enough for them and tested that enough point over a decade or more. No financial planner formulas for them. They know what they need and know that it's probably far less than the standard assumptions. They will have become knowledgeable and sophisticated about investment instruments that can provide sufficient income over time to assure that their basics are covered. Having enough for life might be a combination of Social Security, bonds, mutual funds, frugality tricks, side jobs that trickle in some extra bucks, and the kind of alert awareness you develop by doing the program itself. This book shows you how to have all of that. The environment. When we wrote Your Money or Your Life in 1991, the environment was still a niche issue, nice but not necessary to care about. The Earth Summit in 1992 gave us a detailed roadmap for the path to a sustainable future which we largely ignored. Al Gore, who'd been sounding the alarm about climate change for decades, was elected Vice President of the United States and then sidelined. Clinton formed the President's Council on Sustainable Development. I personally served on the Council's Population and Consumption Task Force, to reckon with our situation, and our reports gathered dust. Change was moving at a glacial pace, which back then meant very slow, but now isn't such a good metaphor. Today, however, we are beginning to understand what economist Herman Daly has been telling us for decades: the environment is not just an external resource for an ever-expanding economy, but rather vice versa. The economy is a human invention that operates within the limited capacity of the biosphere to provide the basic services of life. In the beginning, the economy tapped into the environment. Now it is draining it dry. Ecological footprint analysis, which measures human impact on the environment, informs us that for the past 2 decades we have been using more of the Earth's resources annually than can be replenished. In terms of the program In Your Money or Your Life, that means that we need now to factor these limits into our personal financial equations. Shrinking resources may mean shrinking opportunities to make a buck by making, selling, or trading stuff. Conservation is key now, both in energy use and in life energy, money, use. The program teaches you how to do that not as dure necessity, but rather as an interesting opportunity. Is there any good news? Yes. The program in this book for starters. Developed by Joe Dominguez for his own early retirement in 1969 at the age of 31, it has now been used by millions of people globally. Joe worked on Wall Street, not as a broker but as a financial analyst who wrote a weekly trend-watching bulletin for his firm's institutional investors. All the while, he knew that his goal was to do his service to the money economy in the way young men do military service with integrity yet for a finite period of time. He always knew there was more to life than 9 to 5 till you're 65. Joe's genius was being able to see reality more clearly than most and make dispassionate, wise choices based on a long and deep view. He died in 1997, but we are lucky that he left us with such a well-honed, pragmatic program. Also, once you get your eyes off the consumer culture screen and your nose out of the more money feedback, good news is everywhere. People who've simplified their lives, according to a 2005 study by Tim Kasser and Kirk Warren Brown 14 are happier than mainstreamers. They are less materialistic, less status conscious, more interested in personal growth, friends, family, and participating in the life of their community. Happiness studies confirm again and again that these are the elements of a fulfilling existence. Followers of the program also long ago turned their attention to what the mainstream culture is just discovering: local and sustainable energy production, local and organic food, energy-efficient cars and houses, travel closer to home and vacations in nature, and caring for what they have, possessions and bodies, rather than depending solely on modern medicine and technology to save us. Most importantly, they are reweaving the web of community, depending on each other rather than going it alone. They are discovering that this neighborliness isn't only practical, it can end the epidemic of loneliness. An old teaching tale goes like this: a young man wanted to know the difference between heaven and hell. The sage led him to 2 rooms with observation portals, one labeled heaven and one hell. Looking in at hell, he saw a banquet table filled with luscious food, but the people at the table were emaciated and distressed. Their spoons had long handles to reach the food, but the handles were too long to bring the food to their mouths. Then he looked in on heaven. Same table full of luscious food. Same long spoons. But the people were healthy and happy and using their long-handled spoons to feed one another. Sustainable living, far from being deprivation, is the beginning of a renaissance of universal well-being. Your money or your life is one of this generation's portals to that good life. Several notes about changes in this revised and updated edition, particularly for readers of the original version. Chapters 6 and 9 have been significantly rewritten, but the other chapters have been more polished than changed. All of the dollar amounts, unless otherwise noted, have been adjusted to 2008 equivalents. Statistics have either been updated or eliminated. Many stories are classic and have been retained. Some were outdated and either eliminated or replaced with a more up-to-date example. A few new stories have been added. Monique Tilford has lived and taught the program for years and has been so integral to this update that I consider her a co-author and listed her as such. I hope old and new readers alike will profit from this update. I hope millions more will benefit from this practical approach to money. I hope this for you. And I hope this for all of us, for the return to financial sanity so needed in our world. Prologue: Managing Your Life as an Integrated Whole. Many books on money are available today. Books on the philosophy of money. Books on the psychology of money. Books on home accounting and budgeting. Books on how to earn money. Books on how to save money. Books on how to invest the money you've earned and saved. Books on how your spending affects the environment. Books on how to get rich. Books on how to file for bankruptcy. Books on how to retire. What these books have in common is that they assume that your financial life functions separately from the rest of your life. This book is about putting it all back together. It is about integration, a whole systems approach to life. It will take you back to basics, the basics of making your spending, and hopefully your saving, of money into a clear mirror of your life values and purpose. It is about the most basic of freedoms, the freedom to think for yourself. The purpose of this book is to transform your relationship with money. That relationship encompasses more than just your earning, spending, debts and savings, it also includes the time these functions take in your life. In addition, your relationship with money is reflected in the sense of satisfaction and fulfillment that you get from your connection to your family, your community, and the planet. To transform something is to change in a fundamental way its nature or function. Once you have changed the nature and function of your interaction with money, through following the steps in this book, your relationship with money will be transformed. You will reach new levels of comfort, competence, and consciousness around money. And that's only the beginning of what's possible once you start following this new roadmap for money. The old roadmap, imagine trying to find your way around a strange city, but where your roadmap shows a zoo you find a shopping mall, and where it indicates a route to the beach you find that it dead ends at a train station. After a few such experiences, you may question the usefulness of the map and then examine it and to your dismay discover that it was drawn in 1890. If you want to get to where you want to go, you'd better get a new road map. Now, just as you can't navigate well with such an outdated map, neither can you successfully find your way through today's money maze with a financial road map charted during the latter part of the 19th century as the Industrial Revolution was gaining momentum. The Industrial Revolution was successful to the degree that it provided the material goods that were seen as necessary at the time. Like all revolutions, this one promised a better life for all Americans. And it delivered, but only as long as people really needed more material possessions. The landmarks of the old road map were clear: 9 to 5 till you're 65, trust in the company to take care of you in your old age, the United States is the world's greatest economic power and can do no wrong, we must push for a higher standard of living regardless of moral, ethical, emotional, cultural, spiritual, marital, environmental, and political consequences. Around about the mid-20th century, though, conditions began to change. For many people, material possessions went from fulfilling needs to enhancing comfort to facilitating luxury and even beyond to excess. We went from individual national economies to an increasingly global economy. Unlike in the past, problems began to emerge that could not be solved by providing more material goods. These problems were not restricted to Western industrialized nations but became global in nature. The planet itself began showing signs of nearing its capacity to handle the results of our economic growth and consumerism: water shortages, topsoil loss, global warming, species extinction, natural resource degradation and depletion, air pollution, and trash buildup are all signs that our survival is in question. According to the ecological footprint, humanity's consumption of natural resources first exceeded the planet's stores in 1985, and by early in this century we were consuming over 25% more than our supply. Effectively, the Earth's regenerative capacity can no longer keep up with demand. People are turning resources into waste faster than nature can turn waste back into resources. When we do that personally, we can assume that more work later will pay off the debt. But we don't get more planet later. We have only one. In addition, we've seen that our dependence on oil can lead to international conflict. Even though we won the Industrial Revolution, the spoils of war are looking more and more spoiled. This is especially true for us as individuals. The old road map for money has us trapped in the very vehicle that was supposed to liberate us from toil. The not-so-merry money-go-round. Once upon a time, earning a living was the means to an end. The means was earning, the end was living. Over time, our relationship with money, earning it, spending it, investing it, owing it, protecting it, worrying about it, has taken over the major part of our lives. Most of us spend much more than 40 hours out of the week's total of 168 hours earning money. We must take time to dress for our jobs, commute to our jobs, think about our jobs at work and at home, decompress from our jobs. We must spend our evenings and weekends in mindless escape entertainment in order to recreate from our jobs. We must occasionally vacate our jobs, or spend time at the doctor's office to repair our job-stressed health. We need to plan our careers, attend job seminars or union meetings, lobby or picket for our jobs. We must spend money to maintain our jobs, job costuming, commuting costs, food bought expensively at the workplace. We must spend so that our neighborhood, house, car, lifestyle, and even life mate reflect our position in the work world. With all that time and money spent on and around our jobs, is it any wonder that we have come to take our identities from them? When asked, "What do you do?" we don't say, "I do plumbing." We say, "I am a plumber." When we are not taking our identity from our jobs, we are identified as consumers. According to the dictionary, to consume is to destroy, squander, use up. We consider shopping to be recreation, so we shop till we drop, a pastime that's spread from suburban malls in the United States to urban centers around the world. We want a good future for our kids, so we work harder or become a two-income family and sometimes depend on others to care for our children. We earn for their college educations but relinquish the opportunity to spend time with them during their formative years, substituting toys for time. We are spending so much of our precious time earning in order to spend that we don't have the time to examine our priorities. Our old financial map, instead of making us more independent, fulfilled individuals, has led us into a web of financial dependencies. Our lives are so woven into the fabric of the economy that many of us no longer have the other kinds of wealth to fall back on: close-knit families and communities, growing our own food, knowing how to make and fix the tools of daily life. The old road map has hit the end of the road. The material progress that was supposed to free us has left us more enslaved. Conditions have changed, but we are still operating financially by the rules established during the Industrial Revolution, rules based on creating more material possessions. But our high standard of living has not led to a high quality of life for us or for the planet. Remember that the old road map had nothing wrong with it. It brought unimaginable conveniences and comforts to the common man and woman. But the territory has changed, and new tools for navigation are needed. What we need now is a new financial roadmap that is based on current global conditions and offers us a way out. Creating a new roadmap. How do you find a new roadmap for money? It requires thinking in new ways, managing your life as an integrated whole, and identifying old assumptions. Thinking in new ways. For all our brain power, we humans are creatures of habit, often unwilling to let go of old patterns of behavior. The following story illustrates this. One day a young girl watched her mother prepare a ham for baking. At one point the daughter asked, "Mom, why did you cut off both ends of the ham?" "Well, because my mother always did," said the mother. "But why?" "I don't know, let's go ask Grandma." So they went to Grandma's and asked her, "Grandma, when you prepared the ham for baking, you always cut off both ends. Why did you do that?" "My mother always did it," said Grandma. "But why?" "I don't know, let's go ask Great-Grandma." So off they went to Great-Grandma's. "Great-Grandma, when you prepared the ham for baking, you always cut off both ends. Why did you do that?" "Well," Great-Grandma said, "the pan was too small." Just as we can get caught in outmoded habit patterns passed down through generations, we can also get trapped by our habitual thinking just as much as and just as erroneously as people who maintained until recently that the earth was visibly and verifiably flat. We also get stuck in unconscious and invisible boxes that limit our ability to think in new ways. Here's a puzzle for you. See figure P1. Connect these 9 circles with 3 straight lines without lifting your pen or pencil from the paper. Figure P1. The 9 circles puzzle. The 9-circle puzzle is a fine exercise in thinking outside your ordinary mental boxes and in discarding assumptions. Most people who can't immediately solve it have assumed that they're not allowed to go outside the imaginary box defined by the 9 circles. There is nothing in the rules that says you can't extend your lines out to the edges of the paper or even beyond. Another common assumption is that those round things are dots instead of good-sized circles, which have a top, center, and bottom. Now look. As you can see, you can't solve the puzzle by staying inside your customary frame of reference. This book is about learning how to think in new ways, how to look beyond what you know to be true and discover your new road map for money. Financially independent thinking. One of the keys to creating your new roadmap is what we call financially independent thinking. This is the process of examining those basic assumptions that you have unconsciously adopted, of evaluating your old roadmap. FI thinking is noticing that you no longer need to cut off the ends of the ham, that limited frames keep us from seeing solutions, and that more is better is no longer the name of the road to happiness. FI thinking is about cartography, making your own map, one that accurately depicts the terrain of your life as it actually is today. This map will allow you to choose your own path through the territory of your earning and spending, and to integrate that path with the rest of your life. FI thinking is essential for anyone who wants a clear, relaxed relationship with money. Until you can think independently, you can't be independent. Until you can deliberately and dispassionately question your own inner roadmap for money, you will be stuck in classic financial dead ends, such as spending more than you earn, not liking your job, but not having a way out, needing 2 paychecks to make ends meet. Just when you get ends to meet, seeing someone, your boss, the government, move the other end. Being so confused by money that you leave it to the experts, who in turn feed on your ignorance. The results of FI thinking. FI thinking is about applying consciousness to the flow of money in your life. Just reading this book will initiate FI thinking in your life, but there is more. Actually doing the simple steps outlined here will transform your relationship with money. You will go from FI thinking to FI living. FI thinking will lead naturally to financial intelligence, financial integrity, and financial independence. Financial intelligence. Financial intelligence is being able to step back from your assumptions and your emotions about money and observe them objectively. Does money really buy happiness? Does everyone really gotta make a living? Is money really something to fear or covet, to love or hate? If I sell the majority of my time for money, will I really be secure? In order to gain financial intelligence, you first need to know how much money you already have earned, what you have to show for it, how much is coming into your life and how much is going out. But that isn't enough. You also need to know what money really is and what you are trading for the money in your life. One tangible outcome of financial intelligence is getting out of debt and having at least 6 months of basic living expenses in the bank. If you follow the program presented in this book, it will lead inexorably to financial intelligence. Financial integrity. The dictionary defines integrity as 1, an unimpaired condition, soundness 2, adherence to a code of especially moral or artistic values, incorruptibility 3, the quality or state of being complete or undivided, completeness. Financial integrity is achieved by learning the true impact of your earning and spending, both on your immediate family and on the planet. It is knowing what is enough money and material goods to keep you at the peak of fulfillment and what is just excess and clutter. It is having all aspects of your financial life in alignment with your values. If you follow the program presented in this book, it will lead inexorably to financial integrity. Financial independence. Financial independence is the byproduct of diligently following all the steps of the program outlined in this book. It is defined as having an income sufficient for your basic needs and comforts from a source other than paid employment. While financial independence may not be one of your current goals, it is, eventually, in everybody's future. Think about it. Financial independence is the totally natural, and inescapable, byproduct of life. After a certain point you will no longer need to earn a living. The only choice in the matter is when and how that point is reached. In some cases that point is reached while you are still alive. It is then called retirement. One purpose of this book is to teach the tools that allow you to become financially independent much sooner than traditional retirement and without necessarily depending on traditional retirement sources of income such as pensions and Social Security. As you go through this book you will also discover that financial independence encompasses a lot more than having a secure income. It is also independence from crippling financial beliefs, from crippling debt and from a crippling inability to manage modern conveniences. Financial independence is anything that frees you from a dependence on money to handle your life. What is unfair? FIR is our shorthand for a person who embodies FI thinking, who is gaining financial intelligence, learning financial integrity and moving naturally toward financial independence. Anyone who applies FI thinking to his or her life through following the steps of this program, we call an FIR. How this book came about. This book is not based on theory, good ideas, or a new philosophy. It is the result of the author's decades of combined experience, and now 2 decades of hearing readers' experiences, in living all the principles presented here. This book didn't just happen, it evolved. In 1969, at the age of 31, Joe retired from his career on Wall Street, never again to accept money for any of his work. Throughout his life, Joe was accustomed to thinking in new ways, and FI thinking was a natural extension of that. In his 10 years as a technical analyst and institutional investment advisor, he had been pursuing a secret agenda, to learn enough about money to develop a program that would allow him to retire with an income adequate to maintain his chosen lifestyle for the rest of his life, all from a modest salary, without speculation or big killings. The program he ended up with, after much trial and error and repeated testing and modification, had nothing to do with risky investment strategies or new, complex analytical methods. Rather, it was about applying common sense, following basic business practices, re-examining outmoded assumptions and diligently following 9 simple steps. To his surprise, Joe found that what he had thought of as a purely personal project was of interest to others and worked just as well for them as it had for him, regardless of what kind of job they had. Vicky was one of his earliest students. They met in 1969, several months after she had left a budding career in film and theater in New York, intent on finding out what else life might have to offer. Having graduated at the top of her high school class and with honors from Brown University, Vicky was no stranger to success. She just wondered whether success had to mean the kind of stress and egocentricity she'd seen in the professional world. Her open mind allowed her to recognize the value of Joe's new roadmap for money and apply it to her own life. Investing savings which she was burning through when she met Joe expanded her sense of freedom and self-reliance once she adjusted her lifestyle to live within her new means. In the 20 years that followed, many friends and volunteers working with Joe and Vicky on various service projects would elicit from them the details of the program, apply them and discover that all aspects of their financial lives were clearing up, from earning to spending to paying off debts to having time for their families to meeting once dreaded tax deadlines to building up savings to affording better housing to overcoming poverty consciousness, job insecurity, fear of lack, and on without even having early retirement as a goal. During those years neither Joe nor Vicky had any intention of producing financial seminars. But as friends who'd pulled this program out of Joe applied the steps and saw that they worked, they enthusiastically spread the word. And Joe began giving evening seminars called Transforming Your Relationship with Money and Achieving Financial Independence. The demand increased, and the course became a day-long seminar with capacity crowds. In less than 2 years these seminars had been held in over 40 North American cities. And the demand continued to grow, still by word of mouth. In 1984 Vicky co-founded the New Roadmap Foundation, a non-profit charitable and educational foundation. Its primary purpose was to answer this demand by publishing an 8-hour audio cassette and workbook compilation of the best of Joe's seminars. In keeping with Joe's policy, the price was kept low, $60, and the net proceeds were distributed to other nonprofit organizations working for a better world. By 1991 over 30,000 people had taken Transforming Your Relationship with Money and Achieving Financial Independence. The course had reached every state in the United States, every province of Canada and 20 foreign countries, and it had attracted the attention of the national media, with radio interviews and feature articles appearing in various magazines and countless newspapers. And virtually all of this from word of mouth and word of letter. No paid advertising, no late-night television hucksterism. Throughout the years, feedback from individuals continued to underscore the idea that this course was not simply about retiring early but about thinking in new ways. Now, Nearly 20 years into the life of this book that's been translated into 10 languages and sold nearly 1 million copies, we know that the program works across cultures and across generations. We also know there is a new generation eager to give their lives to more than a 9-to-5, and sometimes a 24/7, job. This update is for them. For you. What you can expect from this book: the chapters that follow are constructed to aid you in learning FI thinking by helping you to identify your old road map about money and to develop your own new road map. Exploring the concepts in this book and diligently applying the 9 steps will transform your relationship with money and lead you to FI financial intelligence, financial integrity, and even financial independence. In this book you will also read the stories of individuals from cooks to counselors, mothophobes to managers, trainers to truck drivers whose lives have become fuller and more satisfying through their application of what they learned from following the 9 steps presented here. Through the hundreds of letters we've received, we know some of the ways people's lives have been enriched by following this program. They finally understand the basics of money. They reconnect with old dreams and find ways to realize them. With a great sense of freedom and relief, they learn how to distinguish between the essentials and the excess in all areas of their lives and how to unburden themselves. On average, people at all income levels lower their expenses by 25% and most feel happier, even if for the sake of their sanity they forsake a bit of income. They find that their relationships with their mates and children improve. Their new financial integrity resolves many inner conflicts between their values and their lifestyles. Money ceases to be an issue in their lives, and they finally have the intellectual and emotional space to take on issues of greater importance. At a tangible level, they retire their debts, increase their savings, and are able to live happily within their means. They increase the amount of their free time by reducing expenses and the amount of time on the job. They stop buying their way out of problems and instead use such challenges as opportunities to learn new skills. Overall, they heal the split between their money and their life, and life becomes one integrated whole. Each person who follows this program will gain something unique that adds to his or her life. How long will it take? It depends on you and the road map you create. Getting on the road. So you want to create your own financial road map? All you need is a notebook, a pen, and a willingness to think in new ways. To create your own financial roadmap, you don't need to know a lot of math. Anyone can do the arithmetic required here. You can start wherever you are financially, $50,000 in debt or with substantial savings, and wherever you are psychologically, from a money phobe to a money lover. It will take commitment to do the steps of this program, but every step you take will generate a reward. The rewards will not all be achieved by the time you finish reading this book. At first, some of the steps may look as if they will be time-consuming to put into practice consistently. However, people who have been doing the steps for some months report that they are actually spending less time on their money matters than before the course. The fact that their checkbooks always balance, that they don't ever have to rush to the bank to cover overdrafts, that they spend no time on unrealistic budgets, that they have no more arguments with their spouses over money, that they don't have to spend hours wondering where it all went, and that the automatic record keeping makes income tax time a breeze are just a few of the ways that applying the steps consistently produces savings of your most precious resource, your time. The bigger map. Remember that our current financial road map was developed for the American community during the Industrial Revolution. Much has changed in the last 150 years, but there have been too few cartographers. Today we must expand our financial road map beyond our own family, beyond even our own American community, and include all the world's peoples. Further, considering the major environmental problems we are facing worldwide, we must expand to include the natural world. Our global community requires that individuals re-examine and realign their thinking and their choices about their personal financial lives. Those participants who have achieved financial independence have discovered the fulfillment that comes from contributing their time, talent, and love to the welfare of our planet and its inhabitants. It is the author's fervent hope that this book will increase your freedom to contribute to your world. 1. The Money Trap, the old road map for money. The Tender Trap. Your money or your life. If someone thrust a gun in your ribs and said that sentence, what would you do? Most of us would turn over our wallets. The threat works because we value our lives more than we value our money. Or do we? Penny Y worked 70 hours a week as a successful saleswoman, but that wasn't it. She reports, after reading books like The Poverty of Affluence by Paul Wachtel, I realized that my feeling that something was missing wasn't something only I experienced. I began to talk with others and found they often felt similarly let down. Having gotten the prize of a comfortable home with all the trimmings, there was a sense of, is this all? Do I have to work and then retire worn out to be put out to pasture? To do nothing then but to try to spend money I saved up and to waste my time till my life is over. Carl M.'s love was music, but his life was working in data processing for Snohomish County, Washington, and he'd all but given up the hope that love and life could go together. Unsure of what it meant to be a man, he'd assumed all the trappings of adulthood and waited for the day when they'd catapult him into manhood. He'd graduated from college and gotten a wife, a skill, a job, a car, a house, a mortgage, and a lawn to mow. Instead of feeling like a man, however, he felt increasingly trapped. Diane G just plain hated her job as a computer programmer. She did the bare minimum she had to do in order to keep her job, but did it so well that she couldn't be fired. She accumulated all the symbols of success: a sports car, a house in the country, but they barely balanced the boredom of her job. She went on to travel and participate in a variety of workshops, but none of these pleasures countered the doldrums of the work week. She finally decided that this must be as good as it gets, with her job biting the center out of her life. Even though many of us like our jobs, very few of us can say with honesty that our work lives are perfect. The perfect work life would offer enough challenge to be interesting, enough ease to be enjoyable, enough camaraderie to be nourishing, enough solitude to be productive, enough hours at work to get the job done, enough leisure to feel refreshed, enough service to feel needed, enough silliness to have fun, and enough money to pay the bills and then some. Even the best of jobs have trade-offs. Midlife comes and we discover we've been living our parents' agenda. Or worse, we've been filling teeth for 20 years because some 17-year-old, was that really me, decided that being a dentist would be the best of all possible worlds. We've joined the real world, the world of compromise. For all the hype about going for the gold, we're so weary at the end of the day that going for the sofa is as good as it gets. Yet most of us still cling to the notion that there is a way to live life that makes more sense, that brings more fulfillment and has more meaning. The people you'll be hearing about in this book have found that there is another way. There is a way to live an authentic, productive, meaningful life and have all the material comforts you want or need. There is a way to balance your inner and outer lives, to have your job self be on good terms with your family self and your deeper self. There is a way to go about the task of making a living so that you end up more alive. There is a way to approach life so that when asked, your money or your life, you say, I'll take both, thank you. We aren't making a living, we're making a dying for so many working people, however, from people who love their work to those who barely tolerate their jobs, there seems to be no real choice between their money and their lives. What they do for money dominates their waking hours, and life is what can be fit into the scant remaining time. Consider the average worker in almost any urban industrialized city. The alarm rings at 6:45 and our working man or woman is up and running. Shower. Dress in the professional uniform, suits or dresses for some, coveralls for others, whites for the medical professionals, jeans and flannel shirts for construction workers. Breakfast, if there's time. Grab commuter mug and briefcase, or lunch box. Hop in the car for the daily punishment called rush hour, or on a bus or train packed crushingly tight. On the job from 9 to 5. Deal with the boss. Deal with the co-worker sent by the devil to rub you the wrong way. Deal with suppliers. Deal with clients/customers/patients. Act busy. Hide mistakes. Smile when handed impossible deadlines. Give a sigh of relief when the axe known as restructuring or downsizing or just plain getting laid off falls on other heads. Shoulder the added workload. Watch the clock. Argue with your conscience but agree with the boss. Smile again. 5 o'clock. Back in the car and onto the freeway or into the bus or train for the evening commute. Home. Act human with mates, kids, or roommates. Eat. Watch TV. Bed. 8 hours of blessed oblivion. And they call this making a living? Think about it. How many people have you seen who are more alive at the end of the workday than they were at the beginning? Do we come home from our making a living activity with more life? Do we bound through the door, refreshed and energized, ready for a great evening with the family? Where's all the life we supposedly made at work? For many of us, isn't the truth of it closer to making it dying? Aren't we killing ourselves, our health, our relationships, our sense of joy and wonder for our jobs? We are sacrificing our lives for money, but it's happening so slowly that we barely notice. Graying temples and thickening middles along with dubious signs of progress like a corner office, a private secretary or tenure are the only landmarks of the passage of time. Eventually we may have all the comforts and even luxuries we could ever want, but inertia itself keeps us locked into the 9-to-5 pattern. After all, if we didn't work, what would we do with our time? The dreams we had of finding meaning and fulfillment through our jobs have faded into the reality of professional politics, burnout, boredom, and intense competition. Even those of us who like our jobs and feel we're making a contribution can recognize that there is a larger arena we could enjoy, one that is beyond the world of 9 to 5, the fulfillment that would come from doing work we love with no limitations or restraints and no fear of getting fired and joining the ranks of the unemployed. How many times do we think or say, I would do it this way if I could, but the board members/Zilch Foundation want it done their way? How much have we had to compromise our dreams in order to keep our funding or our job? We think we are our jobs even if we were financially able to turn our back on jobs that limit our joy and insult our values. We are all too often psychologically unable to free ourselves. We have come to take our identity and our self-worth from our jobs. Our jobs have replaced family, neighborhood, civic affairs, church, and even mates as our primary allegiance, our primary source of love and site of self-expression. Reflect on that for yourself. Think about how you feel when you respond to that getting to know you question, what do you do, with IMA ___________. Do you feel pride? Do you feel shame? Do you want to say, I'm only a ____________, if you aren't meeting your own expectations for yourself? Do you feel superior? Inferior? Defensive? Do you tell the truth? Do you give an exotic title to a mundane occupation to increase your status? Have we come to measure our worth as human beings by the size of our paychecks? When swapping tales at high school reunions, how do we secretly assess the success of our peers? Do we ask whether our classmates are fulfilled, living true to their values, or do we ask them where they work, what their positions are, where they live, what they drive and where they are sending their kids to college? These are the recognized symbols of success. Along with racism and sexism, our society has a form of caste system based on what you do for money. We call that jobism, and it pervades our interactions with one another on the job, in social settings and even at home. Why else would we consider housewives second-class citizens? Or teachers lower status than doctors even though their desk-side manner with struggling students is far better than many doctors' bedside manner with the ill and dying? The high cost of making a dying psychotherapist Douglas Labier documented this social disease in his book Modern Madness. The steady stream of successful professionals who showed up in his office with exhausted bodies and empty souls alerted him to the mental and physical health hazards of our regard for materialism. Labier found that focusing on money/position/success at the expense of personal fulfillment and meaning had led 60% of his sample of several hundred to suffer from depression, anxiety, and other job-related disorders, including the ubiquitous stress one. Even though the official work week has been pegged at 40 hours for nearly half a century, many professionals believe they must work overtime and weekends to keep up. A 2003 national survey from the Center for a New American Dream found that 3 in 5 Americans feel pressure to work too much. 2. In addition, a 2005 Conference Board study revealed that Americans are growing increasingly unhappy with their jobs. The study found widespread declines in job satisfaction among workers of all ages and across all income brackets. 3. We are working more, but enjoying life less, and possibly enjoying less life as well. We have developed a national disease based on how we earn money. What do we have to show for it? Even if we aren't any happier, you'd think that we'd at least have the traditional symbol of success, money in the bank. Not so. Our savings rate has actually gone down. According to the U.S. Commerce Department, the U.S. personal savings rate has hovered mostly between 0 and 1% over the past 3 years. 4. By comparison, a quarter century earlier in 1981, Americans saved an average of 10.9%. 5. Not only are we saving less, but our level of debt has gone up, way up. By late 2007, consumer debt had topped $2.5 trillion, more than 3 times the total at the end of 1990. That's more than $8,000 for every man, woman, and child in the country. 6. Every 8 seconds a baby is welcomed into our society with a big howdy, you owe us $8,000, and that figure doesn't even count the newcomer's share of the national debt. You'd cry too. Debt is one of our main shackles. Our levels of debt and our lack of savings make the 9-to-5 routine mandatory. Between our mortgages, car financing, and credit card debts, we can't afford to quit. More and more Americans are ending up living in their cars or on the streets. And we're not talking just about poor people or the mentally ill. White-collar workers are the fastest growing category of the jobless. Layoffs are happening at an increasing rate in all sectors, from the automobile industry in Michigan to IT professionals in Silicon Valley. We make a dying at work so we can live it up on the weekend. Consider now the average consumer, spending his or her hard-earned money. Saturday. Take your clothes to the cleaners and your car to the service station to have the tires rotated and the funny noise checked out. Go to the grocery store to buy a week's worth of food for the family and grumble at the checkout that you remember when 4 sacks of groceries used to cost $75 instead of $125. Sure, you could cut costs by clipping coupons and shopping sales, but who has time? Go to the mall to buy the book everyone in your support group is reading. Emerge with 2 books, a suit, half price on sale, with shoes to match, and some new clothes for the kids, all paid for with a credit card. Home. Yard work. Oops, a trip to the nursery for pruning shears. Come home with 2 flats of primroses, some new pots and, oh yes, the pruning shears. Fiddle with the toaster that's burning every slice, even on the lightest setting. Fail to find the warranty. Go to the home improvement store to buy a new one. Come out with shelves and brackets for the den, color samples for painting the kitchen and, oh yes, the toaster. Dinner out with your mate, leaving the kids with a sitter. Sunday morning. Pancakes for the whole family. Oops, no flour. To the grocery store for flour. Come home with frozen strawberries and blueberries for the pancakes, maple syrup, Sumatra coffee and, oh yes, the flour. Take the family for a drive in the country. Buy gas, wins at the price, but how else could the family and dog have an outing? Drive for 2 hours. Stop at a cute restaurant, paying for dinner with the credit card. Spend the evening reading magazines, allowing the ads to float you on fantasies of the really good life available if you'd only buy a Porsche or an exotic vacation or a new computer or. The bottom line is that we think we work to pay the bills, but we spend more than we make on more than we need, which sends us back to work to get the money to spend to get more stuff too. What about happiness? If the daily grind were making us happy, the irritations and inconveniences would be a small price to pay. If we could believe that our jobs were actually making the world a better place, we would sacrifice sleep and social lives without feeling deprived. If the extra toys we buy with our toil were providing anything more than momentary pleasure and a chance to one-up others, we'd spend those hours on the job gladly. But it is becoming increasingly clear that, beyond a certain minimum of comfort, money is not buying us the happiness we seek. Participants in our seminars, whatever the size of their incomes, always said they needed more to be happy. We included this exercise in our seminars. We asked people to rate themselves on a happiness scale of 1, miserable, to 5, joyous, with 3 being can't complain, and we correlated their figures with their incomes. In a sample of over 1,000 people, from both the United States and Canada, the average happiness score was consistently between 2.6 and 2.8, not even a 3, whether the person's income was under $1,500 a month or over $6,000 a month. See Figure 1-1. The results astounded us. They told us that not only are most people habitually unhappy, but they can be unhappy no matter how much money they make. Even people who are doing well financially are not necessarily fulfilled. On those same worksheets we asked our seminar participants, how much money would it take to make you happy? Can you guess the results? It was always more than I have now by 50 to 100%. These findings are confirmed by numerous other studies on happiness. In one classic study, Roy Kaplan of the Florida Institute of Technology tracked 1,000 lottery winners over a span of 10 years. Very few felt any greater happiness or had any idea of what to do with the money. A surprising number were less happy 6 months later, having left jobs that had been a source of self-esteem and gained money they felt they didn't deserve. Many turned to drugs and suffered feelings of isolation. 7 Figure 1-to-1 life rating scale. So here we are, the most affluent society that has had the privilege to walk the face of the earth, and we're stuck with our noses to the grindstone, our lives in a perpetual loop between home and job and our hearts yearning for something that's just over the horizon. Prosperity and the planet. If this were just a private hell, it would be tragedy enough. But it's not. Our affluent lifestyles are having an increasingly devastating effect on our planet. Over 2 decades ago, the United Nations World Commission on Environment and Development warned that consumption patterns in the developed world were one of the primary engines driving global environmental damage. Since that time, it has only gotten worse. We can all recite the tragic indicators of this disaster, from climate change to rainforest destruction to species extinctions. They are front-page news, transforming many of us into reluctant and frightened ecologists. And these conditions are made worse by an advertising industry that creates demand for products we don't need, that are using up natural resources at a rate far faster than the planet can replenish them. We are piling up economic debt on top of our ecological deficit. As economic commentator Lester Thurow, speaking on National Public Radio, put it, it's as if we borrowed up to our eyeballs for the greatest New Year's Eve party ever. During the party everyone was happy. But come January 2nd, there was no more fun and only bills to pay. The last decades are like our blow-off bash, and it looks like January 2 will be the reality for the next generation. This is particularly serious because by the end of the 1980s the United States had gone from being the world's largest creditor nation to the world's largest debtor nation. U.S. businesses, houses, land, and government bonds are increasingly owned by foreign investors. We've mortgaged the farm, and the rent collector may come knocking any time now. Concurrently, we have seen an increasing gulf between the rich and poor, both within the United States and around the world. Millions are homeless for want of affordable housing, while others have millions to spend on luxury homes. Historically, such disequilibrium is the forerunner of dramatic and even violent change. Financially, socially, politically, and spiritually we've rung up some serious debts in our post-World War II spending spree. One way or another, we will pay up with interest. The biggest loser in the money game, the pity, is that many of us are not even aware of this debt because our primary benefactors don't have a voice and we didn't even know we were borrowing from them. We haven't just borrowed from the bank. We've borrowed from future generations, and from our very generous planet. As ecologist Garrett Hardin pointed out, on our shrinking planet, nature is like the village commons where we all graze our sheep. If we respect each other and respect the commons, all our sheep get fed and the commons and the community thrive. But if some folks start looking out only for themselves, they may start grazing extra sheep. Suddenly, goodwill is gone, we're all grazing extra sheep and the commons is destroyed. Competing nations have depleted our planet's common resources. Everything we eat, wear, drive, buy and throw away comes from the earth. Many of these products are fabricated from non-renewable resources. Once we throw them away, those pieces of the planet will not be available to support meaningful life for perhaps thousands of millennia. It's a one-way trip from Earth to factory to store to our house to the dump. We have ignored the fact that we enjoy our current level of affluence by the good, and free, graces of nature's soil, water, and air that cost nothing yet are being taxed to the limit. We now face the grim possibility that the Earth may one day no longer support life as we know it and need it to be. As civilized and advanced as we may have become, we still depend on breathable air, potable water, and fertile soil for our daily existence. But we have done massive, perhaps irreparable, damage to our planetary support system. But why? How is it that we've backed ourselves into this corner? And why do we stay here? For one thing, many of us don't even recognize that we're in a corner, while others think that just around this very corner, happiness is waiting. In their book New World, New Mind, Robert Ornstein and Paul Ehrlich point out that our minds were designed to respond well to short-term threats, tigers and fires and the whites of our enemies' eyes. In today's world, however, environmental threats like climate change are building up so slowly that the part of our minds built to respond to harm can't register the danger. We must, Ornstein and Ehrlich contend, learn to react to the distant early warnings of sophisticated environmental measurements with the same vigor with which we used to climb trees to escape the jaws of a tiger. 8 We also put up with this making a dying existence because we think we have no choice. Another day, another dollar. Everybody's gotta make a living. The 9 to 5 till you're 65 pattern, so recent in human history but so pervasive today, seems like the only choice for someone who is neither a sports nor entertainment superstar nor an eccentric. After all, there are bills to pay and an identity to maintain, and besides, what would I do with my life if I didn't have a job? Is more better? And many of us are out there making a dying because we've bought the pervasive consumer myth that more is better. Even though Buckminster Fuller likened the Earth to a spaceship, we cling to the silver screen images of the frontier, where there's always more where that came from. We build our working lives on this myth of more. Our expectation is to make more money as the years go on. We will get more responsibility and more perks as we move up in our field. Eventually, we hope, we will have more possessions, more prestige, and more respect from our community. We become habituated to expecting ever more of ourselves and ever more from the world, but rather than satisfaction, our experience is that the more we have, the more we want and the less content we are with the status quo. More is better, this is the motto that drives us. For Americans, and increasingly for consumers in other nations, this is the motto that leads us to trade in our car every 3 years, buy new clothes for every event and every season, get a bigger and better house every time we can afford it, and upgrade everything from our stereo systems to our lawn mowers simply because some new automatic widget has been introduced. According to psychologist David G. Myers, author of The Pursuit of Happiness, the average U.S. citizen's buying power, adjusted for inflation, more than doubled between 1957 and 2002.9. As a result, former luxury items became commonplace. Paul Wachtel noted in his 1989 book, The Poverty of Affluence, that, in 1958, when economist John Kenneth Galbraith appropriately described the United States as the affluent society, 9.5% of U.S. households had air conditioning, about 4% had dishwashers, and fewer than 15% had more than one car. By 1980, when Ronald Reagan's successful bid to replace Jimmy Carter was based on the widespread sense that people were suffering economically, The percentage of homes with air conditioning had quintupled, the percentage with dishwashers had increased more than 700%, and the percentage with 2 or more cars had about tripled. Yet, despite the astounding economic growth, despite owning more of the gadgets, machines, and appliances thought to constitute the good life, Americans felt significantly less well off than they had 22 years before. Polls showed. 10 Those trends have continued. Midway through the first decade of the 21st century, 2/3 of American households own 2 or more vehicles. Over 1/3 own 3 or more. 11 More than half of American homes have dishwashers. 12 Over 3/4 of new homes in the United States come equipped with central air. 13 Meanwhile, National Opinion Research Center surveys reveal that the percentage of Americans that describe themselves as very happy has been steadily declining since the late 1950s. In 1957 the percentage was 35%. By 2002 it was 30%. If you live for having it all, what you have is never enough. In an environment of more is better, enough is like the horizon always receding. You lose the ability to identify that point of sufficiency at which you can choose to stop. This is precisely the psychological cul-de-sac Paul Wachtel describes, the invisible catch-22 of the consumer myth of more. If more is better, then what I have is not enough. Even when I do get the more I was convinced would make life better, however, I am still operating out of the belief that more is better, so the more I now have still isn't enough. But hope springs eternal. If I could only get more, then and on we go. We get deeper in debt and often deeper in despair. The more that was supposed to make life better can never be enough. The limits to growth. Our economy's version of more is better is growth is good. Modern economics worships growth. Growth will solve poverty, the theory goes. Growth will increase our standard of living. Growth will reduce unemployment. Growth will keep us apace with inflation. Growth will relieve the boredom of the rich and the misery of the poor. Growth will bolster the GNP, boost the Dow and beat the Japanese. A rising tide lifts all boats. What we overlook is that the fuel for economic growth comes from nature, and even under the best of circumstances, nature is not infinitely abundant. Resources can and do run out. There are limits in nature. At a physical level, nothing grows forever. Every plant and every animal reaches an optimal size and then begins mature function, participating in life, leafing, fruiting, responding to stimuli and providing nourishment and competition for other forms of life around it. We also know that every population of plants or animals reaches a maximum number, based on the finite resources of energy, food, water, soil, and air, and then begins to stabilize or decrease in size. There always comes a point where the individual or the specific population either collapses or dies off due to lack of resources, or stabilizes at a level that the environment can handle. By ignoring this fundamental reality of the natural world, we as individuals, and our economy, are now exceeding Earth's capacity to handle our demands. According to the latest ecological footprint studies, which measure how much biologically productive land and sea we use compared to what is available, by 2003 we were spending planetary resources at a rate 25% above the planet's capacity to replenish them. In a very real sense, we are no longer living off the interest, Earth's regenerating resources, but spending down the resource capital. U.S. consumption exceeds resource capacity by an even wider margin. If everyone consumed resources at the rate of the average American citizen, we would need 4 extra planets to supply the resources. 14 Couple this consumption with the desire of others to acquire the same luxuries that we enjoy, and you have a scenario for disaster. Even though we clearly need to confront our personal and collective addiction to growth, we are exhibiting the classic resistance to change called denial. We don't have to change because we're sure that technology will save us. After all, we say, look at the past. Science and technology have eliminated deadly diseases from smallpox to diphtheria. Surely we'll develop the technology to purify our water, genetically engineer seeds that can grow after global warming, clean up pollution and find the key to unlimited cheap energy. And if technology doesn't save us, Surely the government will look at our social progress as a species. If we lobby for appropriations, the government will develop a program. There are experts who know what's going on and are handling it for us. Anyway, we conclude, it's not my problem. It's a third world problem. If only they would stop having so many babies and burning their forests, we'd survive. It's they who need to change. In any event, it would be silly to change because the reports are probably wrong. Scientists and politicians and the media have lied to us before. This environmental problem is a fabrication of some smart lawyers and nervous Nelly alarmists. And anyway, what can I do? After all, I'm in debt, so I can't stop commuting 40 miles a day to the nuclear widget factory, even if the continuance of life on Earth depended on it, which it doesn't, does it? As people and as a planet, we suffer from upward mobility and downward nobility. We need at least to pause and wonder if it's all worth it, if we're getting the fulfillment we're seeking. And if not, why do we persist, like addicts, in habits that are killing us? The creation of consumers. Perhaps we cling to our affluence even though it isn't working for us or the planet because of the very nature of our relationship with money. As we shall see, money has become the movie screen on which our lives play out. We project onto money the capacity to fulfill our fantasies, allay our fears, soothe our pain and send us soaring to the heights. In fact, we moderns meet most of our needs, wants and desires through money. We buy everything from hope to happiness. We no longer live life. We consume it. People in industrialized nations used to be called citizens. Now we are consumers, which means, according to the dictionary definition of consume, people who use up, waste, destroy and squander. Consumerism, however, is just a 20th century invention of our industrial society, created at a time when encouraging people to buy more goods was seen as necessary for continued economic growth. By the early 1920s, a curious wrinkle had emerged once we were starting to win the Industrial Revolution. The astounding capacity of machinery to fill human needs had been so successful that economic activity was slowing down. Instinctively knowing they had enough, American workers were asking for a shorter work week and more leisure to enjoy the fruits of their labors. Two sectors of American society were alarmed at this trend. The moralists, who had internalized the Protestant work ethic, believed that idle hands would do the work of the devil. Leisure is debasing, they thought, leading at least to sloth if not to the rest of the 7 deadly sins. The other sector to sound the alarm was the industrialists. Reduced demand for factory output threatened to halt economic growth. Workers did not seem as instinctively eager to buy new goods and services, like cars, chemicals, appliances, and entertainment, as they did the old ones, like food, clothing, and shelter. The alternative to growth, however, was seen not as maturity but as the precursor to the stagnation of civilization and the death of productivity. New markets were needed for the expanding cornucopia of goods that machines could turn out with such speed and precision, and for the continued profit of the industrialists. And here's the stroke of genius: these new markets would consist of the same populace, but the people would be educated to want not only what they needed but new things that they didn't need. Enter the concept of standard of living. A new art, science, and industry was born to convince Americans that they were working to elevate their standard of living rather than to satisfy basic economic needs. In 1929, the Herbert Hoover Committee on Recent Economic Changes published a progress report on this new, and very welcome, strategy. The survey has proved conclusively what has long been held theoretically to be true, that wants are almost insatiable, that one want satisfied makes way for another. The conclusion is that economically we have a boundless field before us, that there are new wants which will make way endlessly for newer wants, as fast as they are satisfied. Our situation is fortunate, our momentum is remarkable. Point 15. Instead of leisure being relaxed activity, it was transformed into an opportunity for increased consumption, even consumption of leisure itself, as in travel and vacations. Henry Ford concurred, where people work less they buy more. Business is the exchange of goods. Goods are bought only as they meet needs. Needs are filled only as they are felt. They make themselves felt largely in the leisure hours. Point 16 The Hoover Committee agreed. Leisure was not, in fact, an excuse to relax. It was a hole to fill up with more wants, which, in turn, required more work to pay for them. Somehow the consumer solution satisfied both the industrial hedonists hell-bent on achieving a material paradise and the Puritans who feared that unoccupied leisure would lead to sin. In fact, the new consumerism promoted all the deadly sins: lust, covetousness, gluttony, pride, envy, except perhaps anger and sloth. Only mildly subdued by the Depression, consumerism returned with added vigor in the post-World War II era. In 1955, U.S. retailing analyst Victor Lebo observed, "Our enormously productive economy demands that we make consumption our way of life, that we convert the buying and use of goods into rituals, that we seek our spiritual satisfaction, our ego satisfaction, in consumption. We need things consumed, burned up, worn out, replaced, and discarded at an ever-increasing rate." Point 17 And thus the rat race was born, leading to our excruciating balancing act between working more to buy luxuries and having enough leisure to enjoy them. In our initial enthusiasm for our new status as consumers, we learned to assert our rights, standing up to unscrupulous business. Rights, however, have since taken on a different hue. The right to buy Americans have come to believe, deeply, that it is our right to consume. If we have the money, we can buy whatever we want, whether or not we need it, use it, or even enjoy it. After all, it's a free country. And if we don't have the money, heck, what are credit cards for? Born to shop. Whoever dies with the most toys wins. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of material possessions. In the coming years, our right to consume what we want, when we want, how we want, and where we want will be called increasingly into question as we struggle with the issues of the global marketplace, human rights, free trade, environmental damage, and dwindling resources. Wouldn't it be easier to wage our personal battles with our urge to splurge before the public battles heat up and light up our excesses? Instead of going for the gold, we can go for the Goldilocks joys of having neither more nor less but just enough before circumstances make us change. It's so much easier to be good by choice than by coercion. To buy is right. Having challenged and confronted this sacred cow called the right to consume, we can look at another kind of right. We have absorbed the notion that it is right to buy, that consuming is what keeps America strong. If we don't consume, we're told, masses of people will be thrown out of work. Families will lose their homes. Unemployment will rise. Factories will shut down. Whole towns will lose their economic base. We have to buy widgets to keep America strong. Part of why our consumers have less money to spend is that saving has clearly become un-American. Even the language of modern economics promotes consumption. What else would we do with disposable income besides dispose of it? We certainly wouldn't want to keep it around where it would just rot. So if consuming is the way to keep the economy strong and savers are people willing to put their fellow citizens out of work, a day at the mall can be considered downright patriotic. Indeed, following the 9/11 terrorist attacks, the U.S. President and other elected officials encouraged us to fight back by going shopping. The only downside is that our rising expectations have outstripped our incomes, leaving the average consumer patriot increasingly in debt. This puts us in a bind. The only way for us to exercise our economic patriotism is to go deeper into debt. We are in a no-win situation. You're wrong if you buy and wrong if you don't. All of this is exacerbated by advertising. The average American child aged 2 to 11 sees more than 25,000 advertisements a year alone. 18 In 2006, advertising in the United States was a nearly $300 billion industry, roughly $1,000 for every U.S. citizen. 19 Marketing theory says that people are driven by fear, by the promise of exclusivity, by guilt and greed, and by the need for approval. Advertising technology, armed with market research and sophisticated psychology, aims to throw us off balance emotionally and then promises to resolve our discomfort with a product. At the same time, between the ads, our televisions, radios, and newspapers are reporting the bad news about the environment. Product packaging is clogging the landfills. Product manufacturing is contributing to climate change, polluting the groundwater, deforesting the Amazon, fouling the rivers, and lowering the water table. If I wear clothes made from conventionally grown cotton, I'm encouraging massive pesticide use. If I wear synthetic fabrics, I use fossil fuels. If I wear nothing, I'm putting people out of work. It's damned if we do and damned if we don't, and even damned if we dam, as the Pacific Northwest is learning, since its hydroelectric power dams are making it nigh onto impossible for most salmon to swim upstream to spawn. It seems there is no way consumers can be right. Everything we do exacts a cost from the environment. Even the new fad of green consuming, buying products that are less environmentally damaging, is only less stressful to the earth and by no means benign. Clearly we don't think about this as we're driving to work in the morning. We don't ponder, to consume or not to consume, that is the question. But the notion that it's right to consume bumps daily into the admonition that we're deep in debt personally and playing Russian roulette with the environment besides. But what can we do? How in the midst of our busy lives can we become aware of, much less do something about, the enormous problems we're facing? What can one person do, we ask, and then change stations on the radio? And so we continue, making a stab at changing one week, binging the next, and depending on denial to shield us from the tough choices ahead. If we continue to rely on making small, token changes, however, we will merely slow our headlong rush toward a diminished and impoverished future. What's needed isn't change, it is transformation. Change seeks different solutions to intractable problems. Transformation asks different questions so that we can see the problems in a new light. Transformation doesn't just try a new set of solutions to intractable problems, it asks a new set of questions that allows us to see the problems themselves in a new light. We need to shift from an ethic of growth to an ethic of sustainability, which will certainly require each one of us to transform our relationship with money and the material world. Transforming our relationship with money and re-evaluating our earning and spending activity could put us and the global commons back on track. We need to learn from our past, determine our present reality, and create a new, reality-based relationship with money, discarding assumptions and myths that don't work. We need a new roadmap for money and materialism, one that is truly in tune with the times. The beginning of a new roadmap for money. What makes consuming so all-consuming? While advertising and industry may have conspired to sell us on materialism, the fact is, we bought it. What is it in us that was so easily distracted from life's deeper pleasures? Psychologists call money the last taboo. It is easier to tell our therapist about our sex life than it is to tell our accountant about our finances. Money, not necessarily how much we have, but how we feel about it, governs our lives as much or more than any other factor. More marriages are wrecked by money than any other factor. Why? Patterns of belief. To begin to understand this, we need to understand a bit about the human mind. Numerous sources, from modern brain researchers to ancient Eastern philosophers, seem to agree on the basic notion that the mind is a pattern-making and pattern-repeating device. Rather than having a fixed behavioral response for every stimulus, as some animals do, humans tend to create patterns of response. Some come from personal experience, primarily in the first 5 years of life. Some are genetic. Some are cultural. Some seem to be universal. All of them are there, presumably, to increase our chances of survival. Once a pattern is recorded, once it's been tested and deemed useful for survival, it becomes very hard to change. We salivate to the smell of sautéing onions, step on the brakes at the sight of a red light, and pump adrenaline when someone yells, "Fire!" Clearly we couldn't survive if we didn't have these huge libraries of interpretations coupled with behaviors. But here's the rub, not all, or even a majority, of these patterns have anything to do with objective reality, yet they persist, governing our behavior. They are so tenacious, in fact, that we will often ignore or deny reality itself in favor of one of our interpretations. The snakes on a child's bedroom floor that are banished if mother leaves the door ajar are an obvious example of an absurd but convincing interpretation of reality. We usually call such obviously erroneous notions superstitions. But which of our many beliefs are superstitions, and which are fact? Does walking under a ladder or breaking a mirror really bring bad luck? Most of us are beyond such primitive superstitions. But what about other, less suspect beliefs? How do we catch a cold? By going outdoors with a wet head? By being exposed to germs? The former we recognize as an old wives' tale, but the latter? After all, there are people who don't get the cold going around the office. Did the germs skip them? Could the germ theory be just a modern superstition? Which of our beliefs will look quaint to future generations? What do our actions say? As with the flat earth and the snakes in the bedroom, there are many realities that our financial beliefs and our financial behavior do not take into account. Although we are largely unconscious of our financial belief system, our blindness condemns us to prisons of our own making. While we might vigorously maintain that we know that money can't buy happiness and the best things in life are free, honesty requires that we look deeper. Our behavior tells a different story. What do we do when we are depressed, when we are lonely, when we feel unloved? More often than not we buy something to make us feel better. A new outfit. A drink, or two. A new car. An ice cream cone. A ticket to Hawaii. A goldfish. A ticket to the movies. A bag of Oreos, or two. When we want to celebrate good fortune, we buy something. A round of drinks. A catered wedding. A bouquet of roses. A diamond ring. When we are bored, we buy something. A magazine. A cruise. A board game. A bet on the horses. When we think there must be more to life, we buy something. A workshop. A self-help book. A therapist. A house in the country. A condo in the city. None of this is wrong. It's just what we do. We have learned to seek external solutions to signals from the mind, heart, or soul that something is out of balance. We try to satisfy essentially psychological and spiritual needs with consumption at a physical level. How did this happen? Here's an illustration. The fulfillment curve, see figure 1 to 2, shows the relationship between the experience of fulfillment and the amount of money we spend, usually to acquire more possessions. In the beginning of our lives, more possessions did indeed mean more fulfillment. Basic needs were met. We were fed. We were warm. We were sheltered. Most of us don't remember the fear of hunger and cold that was remedied by just a blanket and a breast, but we all went through it. When we were uncomfortable, when we cried, something came from the outside to take care of us. It seemed like magic. Our needs were filled. We survived. Our minds recorded each such incident and remembered, look outside yourself and you will be fulfilled. We then went from bare necessities, food, clothing, shelter, to some amenities, toys, a wardrobe, a bicycle, and the positive relationship between money and fulfillment became even more deeply embedded. Remember your excitement as a child when you got a toy you'd been dying for? If our parents were being responsible, they soon taught us, those things cost money, dear. Money that we go out and earn for you because we love you. We got an allowance to learn the value of money. We could select and purchase happiness ourselves. And so it went, year after year. There was the prom tux and corsage. The tennis racket. Eventually we slipped beyond amenities to outright luxuries and hardly registered the change. A car, for example, is a luxury that the vast majority of the world's population never enjoys. For us, however, our first car is the beginning of a lifelong love affair with the automobile. Then there's the luxury of our first trip away from home. For many of us, there was going away to college. Our first apartment. Notice that while each one was still a thrill, it cost more per thrill and the high wore off more quickly. Figure 1 to 2 evolution of the fulfillment curve. But by now we believed that money equals fulfillment, so we barely noticed that the curve had started to level out. On we went into life. House. Job. Family responsibilities. More money brought more worry. More time and energy commitments as we rose up the corporate ladder. More time away from the family. More to lose if we were robbed, so more worry about being robbed. More taxes and more tax accountants' fees. More demands from community charities. Therapists' bills. Remodeling bills. Just keeping the kids happy bills. Until one day we found ourselves sitting, unfulfilled, in our big home on 2.5 wooded acres with a 3-car garage and expensive exercise equipment in the basement, yearning for the life we had as poor college students who could find joy in a walk in the park. We hit a fulfillment ceiling and never recognized that the formula of money equals fulfillment not only had stopped working but had started to work against us. No matter how much we bought, the fulfillment curve kept heading down. Enough the peak of the curve. There's a very interesting place on this graph. It's the peak. Part of the secret to life, it would seem, comes from identifying for yourself that point of maximum fulfillment. There is a name for this peak of the fulfillment curve, and it provides the basis for transforming your relationship with money. It's a word we use every day, yet we are practically incapable of recognizing it when it's staring us in the face. The word is enough. At the peak of the fulfillment curve we have enough, see figure 13. Enough for our survival. Enough comforts. And even enough little luxuries. We have everything we need, there's nothing extra to weigh us down, distract or distress us, nothing we've bought on time, have never used and are slaving to pay off. Enough is a fearless place. A trusting place. An honest and self-observant place. It's appreciating and fully enjoying what money brings into your life and yet never purchasing anything that isn't needed and wanted. Figure 1 to 3 the fulfillment curve. Enough. Once you have discovered what is enough for you, your fulfillment curve can reverse direction and head straight up. Stay tuned. Clutter, a fate worse than dearth. So what's all that stuff beyond enough, beyond the peak, where the fulfillment curve begins to go down? Clutter, that's what. Clutter is anything that is excess for you. It's whatever you have that doesn't serve you, yet takes up space in your world. To let go of clutter, then, is not deprivation, it's lightening up and opening up space for something new to happen. As self-evident as these ideas may be, many people experience a subtle, or not so subtle, resistance to letting them in. This is why downscaling, frugality and thrift sound like deprivation, lack, and need. On the contrary, enough is a wide and stable plateau. It is a place of alertness, creativity, and freedom. From this place, being suffocated under a mountain of clutter that must be stored, cleaned, moved, gotten rid of and paid for on time is a fate worse than dearth. While writing this book, we received a letter from a single mother who was following the FI program. She had been on the brink of building a hot tub when she got one of our occasional newsletters. Like a cartoon character, she stopped mid-stride and asked, "Do I really want a hot tub?" After all, she reasoned, I can soak in a hot bathtub. The hot tub will be just one more thing to clean, maintain, buy chemicals for and fix. Thinking further, she recognized that she could move her washing machine up from the cellar, where she has to lift a heavy hatch to even get to it, and put it in the hot tub space. That way she could do her laundry without straining her back, saving money on chiropractor bills, eliminate the expenses of building and maintaining the hot tub, save the time she would have spent being hot tub social secretary for her friends and still enjoy hot baths. A win on all counts. She experienced what most people experience when they resist being lured down the slippery slope of clutter: relief. Stations of the crass. What creates clutter? The fulfillment curve strongly suggests that most clutter enters our lives through the more is better door. It comes from the disease of materialism, of looking for inner fulfillment in outer possessions. It comes from the early programming that discomfort can be alleviated by something external: a baby bottle, a blanket, a bicycle, a BMW, or, eventually, another kind of bottle. It also comes from unconscious habit. Take Gazingas pins. A Gazingas pin is any item that you just can't pass by without buying. Everybody has them. They run the gamut from pocket calculators and tiny screwdrivers to shoes, pens and chocolate kisses. So there you are in the mall, a shopping robot on your weekly tour of the stations of the crass. You come to the Gazingaspin section and your mind starts cranking out Gazingaspin thoughts. Oh, there's a pink one. I don't have a pink one. Oh, that one runs on solar cells. That would be handy. My, a waterproof one. If I don't use it, I can always give it away. Yum, this one has hazelnuts in it and coconut and amaretto. Never had one of those before, and before you know it, an alien arm, attached to your body, has reached out and picked up the Gazingas pin, and off you go to the checkout, still functioning like a wind-up zombie. You arrive home with your purchase, put it in the Gazingas pin drawer, along with the 5 or 10 others, and forget about Gazingas pins until your next trip to the mall, at which point you come to the Gazingas pin section and faces and functions of clutter. Just because something is out of sight doesn't mean it isn't clutter. Our various Gazingas pin drawers, including our attics, basements, garages, closets and storage sheds, are havens of clutter, filled with projects and products we'll probably never use. Unfinished projects sap you of vitality. Clothing discarded after a few wearings leaves a vague feeling of dissatisfaction and superficiality. One friend had a garage filled with electronic parts and other valuable doohickeys collected over many years, most of which he knew he'd never use. But if he cleaned out his garage, he'd have to admit his house was too big for him and his wife now that the kids were grown. If he did that, he'd have to move. If he did that, he'd have to admit that his marriage had died many years earlier, but that he was too scared to leave. It was easier to ignore the garage and hang on to the clutter. Once you catch on to what clutter is, you'll find it everywhere. Isn't meaningless activity a form of clutter? How many of the power lunches, cocktail parties, social events, and long evenings glued to the computer or TV screen have been clutter activities that add nothing positive to your life? What about disorganized days, full of busyness with no sense of accomplishment? And what about items on your to-do list of tasks that never get done? Stumbling over them, week in, week out, on your list is like the frustration of navigating the perennial newspapers and kids' toys that litter some people's living rooms. There is also sound clutter. Is it any wonder that clutter and clatter are only one letter apart? For many of us, there are the noises of city life and of our workplaces that we filter out daily. For denizens of urban canyons, the silence of the desert can be deafening. While not everyone is cut out to be a desert dweller, it's a sad commentary on modern life to realize what a luxury it is to have control over our oral environment, enjoying only the sounds of nature and good conversation. Instead, there's the cacophony of cars and buses, television and radio, microwaves and dishwashers, and trivial chatter. All of it is clutter elements in your environment that don't serve you yet take up space. There are cluttered motives, such as when we are of many minds about everything from public policy to personal decisions. Unplanned errands are often clutter: running to the store twice a day for items forgotten on your weekly shopping. Hobbies are clutter-intensive when the ratio of what you have to what you use climbs, like the photography buffs with suitcases full of lenses and filters who get their best shots with a pocket digital. As your awareness of clutter deepens, you'll be inspired to spring clean your whole life. As you follow the 9 steps outlined in this book, you will develop your own personal definition of clutter and will slowly, painlessly, even joyfully, rid yourself of it. The first step will be to examine the past so you can understand and take responsibility for the present. Step 1. Making peace with the past. Are you ready to survey your own relationship with money and the things that money can buy? The purpose of this exercise is to increase your awareness, not your arrogance or your shame. It serves to locate you in time and space, to review without blame your earning and spending activity in the past. A caveat before we continue. Stop. Read this. It's important. While this is step 1 of the FI program, you don't have to do it first. And you don't have to stop reading until you do it. You need to do it eventually, but you could start with step 2 and come back to this step later. In fact, we suggest that you read the whole book first, rather than doing each step as it comes up, then come back and get started. There are 2 parts to this step. A. Find out how much money you have earned in your lifetime, the sum total of your gross income, from the first penny you ever earned to your most recent paycheck. B. Find out your net worth by creating a personal balance sheet of assets and liabilities. A. How much have you earned in your life? Initially this task may seem impossible. I haven't kept track, you may protest. A little bit of archaeology pays off. First, dig out your copies of old income tax returns. Adjust the figures to reflect any cheating you did, tips you didn't report, jobs that paid you under the table, informal consulting, gambling winnings, gifts from relatives that went unreported, any money you've stolen, cash prizes you've won, rent collected from the extra room in your house or the extra house you never use, and all other unreported income. Go down memory lane to those summer jobs you had during high school and college, and all the twists and turns of your own financial meandering through adulthood. Spend a few days with whatever financial records you may have stashed away, check stubs, bank books, paycheck stubs, old abandoned account books. If you have a resume, use it as an outline for a year-by-year job history. Tell the truth about those 3 years you glossed over as further career training. What odd jobs did you have and how much did you earn picking apples, house sitting or watering the neighbor's plants and animals? For those of you who live in the United States and have been salaried employees your entire working lives, the Social Security Administration has also kept a record. Contact your local or state office or the national one and apply for a statement of earnings form. But if no records exist anywhere, even in the computers at Social Security, estimate as best you can. The object is to get as accurate and honest a figure as possible for the total amount of money that has entered your life. The value of step 1. This step is useful in several ways. 1. It clears the fog shrouding your past relationship with money. Most people have no idea how much money has entered their lives, and therefore no idea how much money could enter their lives. 2. It eradicates such myths and false self-concepts as I can't earn very much money and even I don't have to worry, I can always earn lots of money, often said by individuals being supported by someone else. If you are one of the many who grossly underestimate how much money has entered their lives, this step can be amazingly powerful. You are worth more than you thought. 3. It gets you to ground zero, enabling you to begin the financial program with a clear head and confidence in your wage-earning ability. 4. It allows you to see and let go of any skeletons from the past you may have in your closets, any secrets or lies that may be distorting your current relationship with money. The power of this step can be seen in this story about a divorcee in her mid-30s who had attended one of our seminars. She had been a suburban housewife most of her adult life. Afflicted with the mental malady that often accompanies this profession, she had an image of herself as dependent, unworldly and, if the truth be known, unworthy. She knew this step didn't apply to her. After all, she had made no financial contribution to her marriage and was, to that day, ashamed of accepting the divorce settlement money she felt she hadn't earned. But, faithful to the warnings about every step being essential, she sent away for her statement of earnings and learned that she had earned over $25,000 from assorted odd jobs during those years of her marriage when she was contributing nothing. In the mirror of that statement, she saw herself for the first time as a competent wage earner. Merely doing this step gave her the confidence to apply for and land a job at twice the salary she had previously assumed she was worth. Useful attitudes: no shame, no blame. This step may bring feelings of self-criticism, even shame, to the surface. Here's a way to work through those gently, a valuable exercise that people use to help them thoroughly change their minds and learn to think in new ways. Some people call it by its Sanskrit name, mantra, but it's really any simple word or phrase that embodies a particular attitude or attribute you want to focus on. Counting to 10 is a sort of mantra for people who are quick to anger. Very often parents and other people who deal on a regular basis with irrational behavior will repeat patience, patience, patience before responding to the latest crisis. A mantra is like a rudder, something that allows you to steer your mind away from danger and toward a clear, open horizon. A useful mantra for following this financial program is no shame, no blame. In choosing to change unwanted behavior, there is a difference between recrimination and discrimination. Recrimination is about shame and blame, good and evil, while discrimination sorts out the true from the false. Sinking into blame and shame slows your progress toward financial freedom. Recrimination immobilizes, demoralizes, and distracts you. Discrimination, however, simply shines a bright light on potential pitfalls so that you can skirt them. You may stumble repeatedly over the desire to blame yourself, or other people, based on what you learn by following this program. At those times, remember discrimination and remember the mantra, no shame, no blame. As a case in point, your lifetime earnings represent just a number, not your number. That figure is neither too much nor too little. It does not prove your worth or your unworthiness. It is justification neither for despair because none of the money is left nor for gloating because your friend earns so much less. Impeccability. Since accuracy and accountability are called for in every step of the program, starting out that way sets a good example for you to live up to. When you do this step, and the others in this book, set your sights on impeccability. Have you really searched your files and your memory banks for all your income? Yes. You could settle for a close enough answer, but we suggest you go for the former, since the power of this program increases with every ounce of honesty and integrity you invest in it. Rounding to the dollar takes a lot of soul and paycheck stub searching. Rounding to the $100 is looser, but over a lifetime that might be plenty. Rounding to the $1,000, well, people who do a half-hearted job often get a life to match. Checklist 1. Statement of earnings from Social Security 2. Income tax returns 3. Checkbook records 4. Old and current bank books 5. Gifts 6. Winnings 7. Loans 8. Capital gains 9. Illegal sources 10. Contract labor not reported to the IRS, tips, babysitting, errands, B. What have you got to show for it? For the years you have been working for wages, a certain amount of money, which you just calculated, has entered your life. The amount that is left in your life now is your net worth. Be prepared. You will be calculating your net worth, your total assets minus your total liabilities, perhaps for the first time in your life. Brace yourself. You may discover that you are deeply in debt, and until this moment you have been unaware of the awful extent of it. Now is the time to face that truth. It's like getting on the bathroom scale after the holidays, there's a little sting, and then the chance to make some changes. On the other hand, you may make the delightful discovery that you are in a position to be financially independent now. Many people have made that discovery, simply from doing this step. There is an implied challenge in the phrasing of this step. What have you got to show for it? Say it out loud. Use different intonations. It usually comes out sounding a bit critical, snotty, even. Your commitment to financial integrity is stronger than your faint-heartedness, however. So on with it. What do you have to show for all those dollars that have entered your life? Let's find out. Creating a personal balance sheet simply means going through your material universe and listing everything you own, assets, and everything you owe, liabilities. Liquid assets, cash, or anything that can easily be converted to cash, belongs in this category. Include the following: cash on hand. Include the piggy bank, the change on your dresser, the emergency money hidden in the glove compartment. Savings accounts. Look for old bank books that you may have forgotten about, and that account that you opened with the minimum $100 to get the free bonus digital doohickey. Checking accounts. Savings certificates or certificates of deposit. U.S. savings bonds, including that one you got as a graduation gift and have since forgotten. Stocks. List at current market value. Bonds. List at current market value. Mutual funds. List at current market value. Money market funds. List at current market value. Brokerage account credit balance. Life insurance cash value. Fixed assets. In listing these, start with the obvious, the market value of your major possessions, e.g., your house, your car, or cars. Contact a realtor for the current market value of your house. Consult the Blue Book, available online or at your library, for the going price on the make, model and year of your car. Go through your attic, basement, garage and storage shed. Itemize everything worth more than $1, without subjective evaluations like that's worthless. Have fortitude. This process alone has stopped several inveterate pack rats, tinkerers and collectors with garages full of real treasures. Realize that you either do it now or someone you love will have to do it after you are gone. If your storage area really is piled floor to ceiling with the accumulation of a lifetime, you might want to leave it until last, so you don't get overwhelmed. Go through every room of your house and inventory everything. Look up at those decorative light fixtures. Look down at that rug. How about the nice walnut shelves you put in a few years ago, and those Indian artifacts? Confront your clutter squarely. Be thorough, but not irrational. That is, not every knife, spoon, and fork has to be listed individually, but do list separately that expensive rosewood-handled carving set with the mahogany case. And the 2 sets of dishes that are still in their boxes. Give an approximate cash value to everything you own. That means current cash value, what you could get for each item at a consignment shop or garage sale, or via online auction or classified ad sites. For help in pricing your possessions, look at online auction or classified listings, or the for sale classifieds in your local newspaper. Get your more valuable personal or household items appraised. Don't ignore anything. One person's useless junk is another's precious antique. Just because you don't value an item doesn't mean it has no value. Don't overlook debts owed to you, at least those you can reasonably expect to collect. Include security deposits on utilities, phone, house, or apartment rental. Any material that can be converted into cash should be listed. You are playing the role of appraiser for your own estate. Let it be an enjoyable exercise. You needn't sell any of it if you don't choose to, so don't let sentimentality deter you from your inventory. In fact, don't allow any emotions to waylay you. Don't let grief dissuade you from assigning a cash value to the power tools your husband left behind. Don't let embarrassment about your compulsive spending discourage you from pricing the 20 pairs of shoes sitting in your closet unworn. Don't let guilt keep you from cataloging all the exercise paraphernalia you bought and have never used. Instead, rejoice. You are finally discovering the real value of that stationary bicycle and rebounder, not the pounds you'll lose but the price they'll command at a garage sale. While some people can knock this exercise off in a day or two, one woman took 3 months to do her inventory. She went through every box, looked at every photo and opened every drawer and cupboard, not only listing the items, but recalling how and why each had come into her life. The process led her into a deep experience of gratitude for what she already had. So much dissatisfaction comes from focusing on what we don't have that the simple exercise of acknowledging and valuing what we do have can transform our outlook. Indeed, some people would say that, once we're above the survival level, the difference between prosperity and poverty lies simply in our degree of gratitude. Liabilities. This category includes all your debts, whether payable in money, goods, or services, everything you owe, from loans to bills outstanding. If you list as an asset the current market value of your house, include as a liability the balance owed on it. Do the same with the balance on your car payments. Don't forget to include bank loans or loans from friends, credit card debts, educational loans, and unpaid medical and dental bills. Net worth: add the figures for liquid assets and fixed assets, and subtract from that the figure for liabilities. In the most simplified, concrete, material sense, this is your current net worth. That is what you currently have to show for your total lifetime income. The rest is memories and illusions, as far as the reality of balance sheets is concerned. We do not include your non-material assets, your education, the skills you have acquired, the goodwill you've bought by treating everyone to a free round of drinks, the tax-deductible receipt from United Way, the well-adjusted personality that cost you 8 years of therapy to get, the increased business that comes your way because you belong to the right club. Valuable as these may be, they are all intangibles, and as such are impossible to evaluate in the crisp, numeric, objective ways that we are learning to apply to our personal finances. After completing this evaluation of net worth, some people come to the sober realization that they actually have a negative net worth. Some are surprised at how little they have to show for their lifetime earnings, and others are amazed at the quantity and value of the possessions on which they have spent their lifetime earnings. Whatever you find, it's important to remember that net worth does not equal self-worth. Why do a balance sheet? 1. While it may not initially appear so, this point in the program is very encouraging. So far your financial life has had very little direction or consciousness. Financially speaking, you have been like someone driving around without any destination, burning gas, spinning your wheels and getting nowhere. You may have many happy memories and other intangibles, but only a few real souvenirs that could be converted into cash. With the full power and clear direction that taking the reins of your financial affairs will give you, you will have the ability to be far more effective in the world. 2. You now have an overview of your financial status and can objectively choose whether or not to convert some of your fixed assets into cash, thus increasing your savings or getting a bit further out of debt. One person, upon completing this step, realized that she could liquidate her excess possessions, invest the proceeds and have enough interest income to immediately be financially independent in comfort and style. While she didn't choose to do that right away, the awareness itself allowed her to take more risks in the direction of her real love, art, and she is still doing the other steps and getting tremendous value. Another individual realized that he had many possessions that he wasn't using and no longer wanted, but had been hanging on to because he just might need them someday. His creative solution was to sell these belongings and set aside the proceeds to be used to replace any of them he might find himself in need of in the future. Meanwhile, his money was earning interest, his life became simpler, and someone who really needed those items was getting use out of them. And remember, no shame, no blame. In creating your balance sheet, many feelings associated with your material universe may arise: sadness, grief, nostalgia, hope, guilt, shame, embarrassment, anger. A dispassionate and compassionate attitude can go a long way toward making this step truly enlightening, i.e., able to lighten the physical and emotional loads you've been toting around for so many years. Checklist for creating your balance sheet: assets: liquid cash on hand, savings accounts, checking accounts, savings certificates or certificates of deposit, U.S. savings bonds, stocks, bonds, mutual funds, money market funds, brokerage account, credit balance, life insurance, cash value. Assets: fixed house, vacation home, car, furniture, antiques, art, clothes, sound system, TV, DVD, wedding dress, shoes / handbags, lamps, jewelry. Debts owed you, security deposits, computer, printer, sports equipment, bicycle / motorcycle, silverware, kitchen, refrigerator, stove, microwave, power tools, digital camera, video camera. Liabilities: bank loans, school loans, credit card debts, loans from friends, unpaid bills, medical, dental, balance on house, balance on car, other time payments. With the completion of this step, you have entered the here and now. You have examined and come to terms with your past relationship with money, and you have seen how much money you have been able to earn and what you currently have to show for it in measurable terms. You are now ready to look at the present. Summary of Step 1A: find out how much money you have earned in your lifetime. B. Create a balance sheet of your assets and liabilities. What do you have to show for the money you've earned? Too money ain't what it used to be and never was. It wasn't too difficult for Jason and Nedra W to do step 1. Jason, a 22-year-old idealist, had been allergic to money for many years. He grew his hair long, rented a small room in a house in a rural area and considered deep conversation the best entertainment money could buy. Even though, or because, he had avoided money, he had accumulated a $7,500 debt that he planned to pay off someday. When he met Nedra, he was attracted to the thoughtful and dedicated person inside her, not to her lifestyle. It was only after falling in love that he discovered she was well over $20,000 in debt. Like so many young people, Nedra had equated being on her own with accumulating possessions, furnishing an apartment and going into debt. Debt was a way of life for young urban professionals and Nedra was in no rush to pay it off. Paying the interest was less of a burden than paying the debt, especially since she had other things she wanted to do with her time. So she worked intermittently as an administrative assistant to cover immediate expenses and gave her all to personal growth and volunteering for organizations she believed in. There was plenty of time to pay the debt later. When Jason and Nedra moved in together, most of her furniture and possessions went into storage. Even then, Nedra wasn't quite ready to kiss her acquisitiveness goodbye. She was as leery of Jason's austerity as he was of her penchant for shopping. Then they came to our financial seminar, and Nedra saw the disparity between her desire to make a difference in the world and her desire to ignore the implications of her mounting debt. How could she be free to do the things that mattered to her if she was locked into servicing her debt? She made a commitment to examine and question her attachment to having nice things. Jason, in turn, agreed not to push her, to let her discover what was right for her rather than pressure her to comply with his value system. They decided to get married, and Jason said, "I do not only to his beloved, but to quadrupling his debt." Doing step 1 forced them to face the fact that they had a net worth of -$30,000 and a new way of life was born for both of them. Once you've done step 1 for yourself, you too will know how much you are worth. Or will you? Like Jason and Nedra, you have a dollar figure, we hope a positive one, but what, if anything, does that mean? Our task now is to unravel the mystery of money. What is money, anyway? This is an important task because we can't have an effective working relationship with anything, or anyone, when we don't know what, or who, it is, or worse, when we identify it as something it is not. Without a universally and consistently true definition of money, our handling of this substance is anywhere from inept to insane, and almost always incapable of getting us what we think we want. Before you rush ahead like an eager student to find out the right answer, take a moment now and write down the most accurate definition of money you know. What is a universally and consistently true definition of money? Money is underscore 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 on. Done. Then join us for a journey into the depths of money, as we seek that absolute truth. Contemplating money. Normally, when we talk about money, we are really talking about what to do about it. How to get it, spend it, invest it, save it, pay, or avoid paying, our taxes with it, and ensure that we'll have plenty of it in our old age. Hate it or love it, rail against it or lust for it, accuse it of evil or praise it for all the good it can do, money itself is a fact of life. Yet most of us understand it far less than we do those other facts of life. And almost none of us has stood in its presence the way we might with a redwood, a Rembrandt, or a starry desert night. We may worship it, pay homage to it or sacrifice our lives for it, but we don't contemplate it. What is money? What are we contemplating when we contemplate money? Money as an object of contemplation is like a koan, that unanswerable sort of question meditated on in Zen Buddhism. What is the sound of one hand clapping? What is the reality of money? You can even imagine silent monks gliding through manicured gardens, whittling away at their rational minds with such an inscrutable question. What is money, is the perfect koan for soul-sick professionals who turn to religion when the market lets them down. Our first impulse might be to get some dollar bills or coins out of our wallet and place them on a small altar. We could then sit down in front of it, straighten our spines, relax our shoulders, steady our breath and contemplate money. But what is there in front of us isn't money, it's just the physical form of our nation's currency, and it has no intrinsic value. You can't eat it, you can't wear it, and in many parts of the world you can't even buy anything with it. These pieces of paper and metal can't be what money is. What, then, is money? To answer this question we have to widen our horizons. We must observe not only the material level of money but, going beyond stuff, the non-material aspects as well. The four perspectives of money let's illustrate this broader perspective by using a 100-story skyscraper as a metaphor. We'll start out at the street level, take an elevator up to the 50th floor for a visit, then continue on to the top. Then we'll get a more comprehensive view, by hopping in a helicopter, the kind they use for traffic reports. 1. The street level perspective of money. The practical, physical realm. At ground level we see the normal chaos of city life, people walking in all directions, some purposeful, some ambling, cars, trucks, and buses honking and screeching up and down the street. The sounds are so numerous and varied that they seem to disappear into one background roar. Ground level represents the everyday, pedestrian perspective of money. It has to do not only with the physical pieces of paper and metal but also with all of our financial transactions from cradle to grave. Our first allowance. Our efforts to get a job. Our efforts to get a better job. Indeed, this realm encompasses all of our paid employment. In addition, this is where we learn money management. How and where to bank. The difference between a checking account and a savings account. The difference between a CD and a money market account. How to get a loan. What a mortgage is. How to comparison shop for price and quality. How to balance a checking account. IRAs. IRS. Which insurance to buy: health, life, homeowner, disability, automotive, jewelry. What deductibles and riders and premiums are. Then there's investing. Knowing the difference between a tips and savings bond. Buying and selling stocks and futures and options and junk bonds. And we mustn't forget that rite of passage, the credit card, ticket to the American dream, whether you live in the United States or elsewhere. Which often leads to that all too common midlife crisis, filing for bankruptcy. Then there's tax planning and retirement planning. Income averaging. Trust funds. Charitable donations. Wills. Burial insurance. From the simplest information to the most sophisticated formulas, this street-level perspective represents the whole range of financial transactions we encounter during our lives. Most books about money educate us on how to navigate the street level more skillfully and more profitably. It is here that we dance to the beat of the more is better mambo, rarely, if ever, listening to that different drummer. More, better, and different. Notice, too, that this level is where most of our financial woes seem to exist and where we look for the solution. If we are dissatisfied with our clothes or car or house, we shop for new ones. If we're short on cash, we know we need to beg, borrow, steal, or earn more. That's obvious. Or is it? As a friend once said, every time I get ends to meet, someone moves the other end. He, and most of the rest of us, keep doing more, better, or different within the same limited field of options and opportunities, without ever questioning whether or not the game is worth playing at all or whether there might be a better game to play. For example, the majority of individual investors probably have no business being in the stock market. They base their decisions on hunches, whims, what they should have done last week, what their broker tells them, and their own uneducated assessment of the future. In other words, they rush in where angels, and professionals, fear to tread. When they lose money on a stock, however, Do they step back and reassess their motives and qualifications for being in the market? No. They decide they should buy more stock, a better stock or a different stock so that they can recoup their losses. How do more, better, and different work in your life? Have you ever noticed that for every so-called solution, another problem appears? Trying to solve our financial problems solely at this physical level is like manipulating the pieces on a game board without getting a bird's eye view of the game itself. Not that this level isn't important. It's part of the fabric and folk knowledge of our culture, and every high school student should graduate with the knowledge of at least the fundamentals. Unfortunately, neither Jason nor Nedra, nor most other people, had that education. When she started out on her own, Nedra didn't understand the implications of only paying the minimum on her credit cards. The notion of investing savings was way beyond her reach. She never accumulated enough savings to invest. The extent of her fiscal responsibility was paying her bills and balancing her checkbook. Jason was equally undereducated about money, but his ignorance showed up in different ways. Ever since leaving home after graduation from high school, he'd sidestepped money fairly adroitly. He lived with a group devoted to growth and honesty and traded chores for room and board. For the minimal cash flow he needed, he took on odd jobs as an aide for the handicapped, or a driver for a courier service. With regard to money, Jason and Nedra were functionally illiterate and not very different from many of their peers. Clearly there must be more to money than what we've explored up to now. Even with financial literacy, some people thrive while others perish. Our investigation of money can't stop here. So let's go inside the steel and glass 40-story office building, the Tower of Baubles, and take the elevator up to the observation deck, where our perspective increases, our horizons widen, and another aspect of money comes into view. To the neighborhood perspective of money, the emotional/psychological realm, from halfway up our skyscraper we begin to see patterns of behavior, the neighborhood, not just individual actions, street level. We can look down on all the confusion of the street and see how it fits into the neighborhood. The apparently random activity of the street level becomes coherent as we begin to see how the actions of people and vehicles relate to one another. This neighborhood perspective could represent the first non-material level of money, the emotional and mental glue that holds together daily interactions with money. This is the level of our personal thoughts and feelings about money, our money style or personality. Are you impulsive? Cautious? Competitive? Generous? A show-off? A miser? A sexist, my husband/wife takes care of all that? A worrier? An ostrich? A snob? Hopelessly helpless? At this level we come to see how our own attitudes about money were shaped by the psychological environment we grew up in. Did your family consider itself rich, poor, or just average? Did you grow up in a family where money was discussed openly? Or was it considered impolite to talk about money? Did you have an allowance? Did you have to earn it by doing chores? Did it set you apart from your peers because you had less or more money than others? Who handled the money in your family? How did they feel about it? Did you grow up believing your family had enough money to buy you anything you really wanted and needed? If your parents said no to one of your desires, was it because of money? In your family, did you associate money with rewards? With arguments? With never seeing your father? What were the messages your parents gave you about money? The vast majority of divorces are over money, as you can well imagine once you understand how each of us is brought up in a different financial environment. Just answering these questions could be life-changing. Take some time to reflect on them. Or take an evening with your mate and share your answers. Mine them for all they are worth. There are books and even therapists to help us understand our particular money personality and to correct the dysfunctional patterns of our money behavior. We can readily see that understanding this first non-material aspect of money could help us make better choices back at the street level of money. Knowing your financial psychology is another level of sophistication about money. This second perspective of money also encompasses what money means to us, our money mythology. We should be aware as we explore these deeper myths that our rational minds may deny what our behavior reveals. We may say we're not superstitious, but we still walk around ladders. We may say that money is simply bits of paper and metal that we manage either well or poorly, but our actions speak louder than words. We each live in an intricate web of beliefs about these bits of paper and metal. What are some of your personal myths about money? Money as security. Is money security for you? Seeing money as security, a buffer between our fragile, vulnerable selves and the cold, cruel, and often unpredictable world, is one of the most common perceptions. Indeed, for many people security is having money in the bank and a tenured position so that they can always get more. The hoarding behavior of people who equate money with security runs the gamut from penny pinching, denying themselves not only luxuries but even downright necessities of life, to addictive interest in bargains, buy now, buy more, buy two, to compulsive saving, the pathological extreme of which involves stashing away sheaves of dollar bills in mattresses and cardboard boxes. For many people, financial security means emotional security. We see people using money to defend against unpleasant emotional states like fear, worry, anxiety and loneliness through buying companions, bodyguards, accountants, friends, memberships in the right organizations and, when all else fails, therapists to clean up the mess. Actually, the belief that money is security is one of the more rational insanities you can have. If you live in this culture, it is appropriate to give credence to this belief to the extent that we can feed, clothe, and shelter ourselves adequately. But if you were a courier walking through downtown Chicago at night with a briefcase filled with money handcuffed to your wrist, would you feel secure? If money were truly security, you would. So the myth that money is security is just that, a myth. Money as power. What about power? Is money power to you? Do you act as though the road to power were paved with money? Do you believe in the power of the purse strings? It would seem that a person in the position of giving or withholding money can command compliance and loyalty, or at least the appearance of it, from those dependent on him or her family, employees, favorite charities, subjects. Do you believe that without a costly PhD you are doomed to failure? Money seems to bestow a power to do what you want to do and go where you want to go, when you want to. Money also gives the power not to do something you don't care to do. You can pay someone else to do it. But if money is power, how do you account for the power of someone like Gandhi? The kind of power that freed India from the British had nothing to do with money, but with what Gandhi labeled satyagraha, or soul force. Money had no potency when faced with the indomitable will of Gandhi and his followers, people who lived a life of what we would call poverty and yet experienced irrepressible joy and exerted tremendous influence. While in our culture there is some validity to the notion that money is powerful, if we act from this myth we miss the many opportunities to exercise soul power and are vastly weaker for the error. Money as social acceptance. Some of us operate from the myth that money is social acceptance. The urge to be part of a group is a deep one. To be excluded is experienced, on an unconscious level, as a threat to survival. The desire to keep up with the Joneses may not be grounded solely in ostentation and competition, but also in a profound desire for acceptance by others. Our advertising industry capitalizes on our epidemic low self-esteem by promoting products to make us more tolerable to our fellow humans. We can smell better from head, shampoo, to toe, foot powder, have slimmer bodies and the right car, and learn how to dance for money. Even friendship seems to cost money. Do you need to spend money to enjoy the company of your group of friends? Let's look at another form of social acceptance, dating and mating. Historically and cross-culturally we know that money, or cows or goats or plots of land, almost always figured in the marriage contract. But what about our liberated society? Does money play a part in romance? Do we, on some level, still hold some belief that money represents success with the opposite sex? As with the other misconceptions about money, operating from the myth that money equals acceptance seems to have some merit. After all, enjoying the company of other people while dining, Seeing a movie or sunning on a beach is a pleasure you wouldn't want to eliminate simply because it costs money. It becomes dangerous only when we lose sight of the fact that companionship, friendship, and intimacy are all available free of charge to people who sincerely extend their love to others. It's when we equate money with social acceptance that the distortions begin. It's like going to a fine restaurant that serves many delicious entrees and eating the menu rather than the meal. There's no joy in that, just as there is no joy in spending money to gain acceptance but never experiencing true intimacy. Money as evil. Perhaps you live in a world where money is seen as bringing sorrow and pain. In your personal mythology, is money evil? What does your behavior say? Does it say that money is dirty, dehumanizing, or a tool of repression? Do you keep a mental catalog of the sins money has committed? The notion that money is evil probably stems from the biblical admonition that the love of money is the root of all evil. It is our attachment to things over people that pushes us into wrong action. A moment of reflection should be enough for us to see that money doesn't hurt people, people hurt people. Money isn't evil. People sometimes choose to do evil things with money. Money isn't dirty. People do dirt to each other, and sometimes do it using money. Money is morally neutral. It is our addiction to what money can buy that leads us into deeds harmful to life. Nedra's and Jason's very different money personalities were a setup for either conflict or growth. Nedra grew up in a working-class family in Southern California. Her father died when she was young, so her mother worked to support the children. That left Nedra at home to do much of the mothering. After just 2 years at a Baptist college, she dropped out, determined to live a worldly life with plenty of the material satisfactions she hadn't had growing up. One of Nedra's myths was that money meant happiness and the good life. Jason's parents, on the other hand, were alternative and emphatically not into materialism. He grew up traveling in a school bus and marching for peace, and he went to sleep at night to the sound of his parents and their friends discussing politics into the wee hours. Jason examined his parents' values, found them sound, and chose to continue living by them. Jason's money mythology included the belief that money just wasn't important. And so Jason and Nedra, two young adults from two very different backgrounds, entered their marriage trying to blend two opposing economic points of view. The task, as daunting as it might seem, was no tougher than what most young married couples face. What about you? Take a few minutes now to do a bit of brainstorming and see where you stand with money. What is your money personality? What are your thoughts about money? Your personal belief systems. What are your money quirks and myths? How have your relationships with others been influenced by your economic pride and prejudice? How does money relate to your personal sense of worth? As far as money goes, do you feel one up or one down as compared with those around you? What does money mean to you? Take a look at your behavior around money. Is it ever irrational? What does that tell you? This is the time to take a deeper look into what you have learned about money and how you relate to it really. What is your money personality? You may be interested in looking at a few common money personality types. One money type test, designed by Meir Statman and Vincent Wood, slots people into 4 categories: guardians, cautious, artisans, carefree risk takers, idealists, spiritual goals, not material ones, and rationals. Look at the data to make decisions. Point 1. Most other tests sort into variations of these categories. Brent Kessel's It's Not About the Money and Olivia Mellon's Money Harmony, to name just 2. The Money Coaching Institute 2 gives us 8 types: innocent, ostrich approach, victim, blame others for their money problems, warrior, success-oriented, martyr, protect others, neglect self, fool, gambler, risk-taker, artist, value creativity over materialism, tyrant, controller, and magician, master of money. We include these simply as prompts as you explore your own attitudes, beliefs, fears, and longings. We all have a money personality. Until you become conscious of your own, you don't have a choice about your behavior. You just do it because that's the way you always have. We always cut the ends of the ham off before baking it. See prologue. There is great value in healing the wounds that our money psychology and mythology may have inflicted on us and on others. It's clear that understanding this neighborhood perspective of money illuminates and informs our interactions with the physical reality of money. But it's equally clear that our internal money map is not the territory. There's more to do on this journey of discovering the truth about money. We still don't have a universally and consistently true definition of money. 3. The city-wide perspective of money. The cultural realm. Now let's take the elevator up to the very top where we can see the whole city in one scan of the horizon. We can pick out landmarks that identify the various neighborhoods, but rather than seeing each district as an island, we have an instant understanding that what binds the city together is more important than what separates its inhabitants. We are all part of this larger metropolitan entity. This city-wide perspective of money encompasses the assumptions we all share about money, our cultural understanding about money. We live and die by the assumption that money is worth something. Money, the economists tell us, is a store of value and a means of exchange. Even though we refer to it as the almighty dollar, there's nothing sacred about money. Money is a human social invention, a mere 4,000 years old. In families, we, normally, don't charge for our household tasks of sweeping, dusting, cooking, childcare and gardening. Nor do we pay for each meal we eat. It was once like that in clans and tribes as well. Eventually, however, transactions became too complex for straight barter. So, on the eighth day humans created money as an IOU for goods or services received. Money gets its value at the moment of trade. Money is simply a token, an essentially valueless marker for something that theoretically, at one time, had value to someone. But there are still plenty of people on earth who never touch the stuff. And despite Americans' arrogance about the almighty dollar, it isn't honored everywhere in the world. Money is a store of value and a means of exchange only within the confines of cultural agreement. Yes, at a practical level in the developed world in the 21st century, most often money is a means of exchange. But we are trying to penetrate the deepest reality of money. We want to arrive at its essence, not at the mall. This city-wide perspective of money surveys not only the history of money and the principles of economics but the sociology and anthropology of money as well. Here we come to understand that our definition of money has been conditioned by many cultural forces and this insight allows us even greater distance from it. For example, North Americans share some common assumptions about money and work assumptions that an Italian or a native of the Amazon rainforest might well not share. As we said in Chapter 1, one of our pervasive assumptions is that growth is good. Our economy depends on growth to survive and many of us have absorbed that growth ethic into our own aspirations for our lives. If we have one car, we need two. If we have one pair of pants, we need two. If we have two, we need three. We ignore intellectual, emotional, and spiritual growth, having gotten stuck trying to continue to grow physically by adding more and more possessions. Fears that rear their ugly heads. It is at this level that we find a number of economic bogeymen: inflation, cost of living, recession, and depression. If the gross domestic product is negative for 2 or more consecutive quarters, we're said to be in a recession and, whether or not our income is affected, we all feel the pinch. We take these economic indicators personally. If the economists tell us the cost of living is up, we automatically feel poorer, even though what's now included in the consumer price index was a luxury item just a few decades ago, something we all did without and never missed, like staying in hotels or traveling by airplane. Also, not everything is inflating. For example, computers cost far less than they did half a century ago when the computing power of your laptop needed a city block to house it. And while the price of housing in some parts of the United States may have gone up, other prices have gone down, and 1950s luxury products are now available to modern consumers at discount department stores. These specters, inflation, cost of living, recession, and depression, frighten us into adherence to the economic recipe for well-being: growth is good, and its corollary, the myth of more is better. And, like any religion based on fear, this economic creed keeps us bound by our own ignorance, depending on the priests at the Federal Reserve to preserve our safe passage from cradle to grave with our cost of living adjusted incomes just narrowly outpacing the specter of inflation. As many of us have discovered, however, Our Lady of Perpetual Growth hasn't brought us the security and happiness we trusted would be ours for believing in her. Meanwhile, living in this never-never land of eternal immaturity has kept us from devoting that same energy to growth at other levels. These more is better, growth is good cultural assumptions also breed in us subtle economic prejudices. We judge our own and others' importance by material yardsticks: the size of our paychecks, the size of our houses, the size of our portfolios. We size each other up and feel one up or one down on the basis of these barely conscious assessments. From the city-wide perspective, this informal caste system becomes quite apparent in others and in ourselves. However different Jason and Nedra were psychologically, they were both children of more is better America. They just responded differently to the message. Nedra complied and Jason rebelled. But neither one of them was freely choosing a mature relationship with money and the material world. In a sense, Jason's money isn't important attitude was just as limiting as Nedra's search for happiness in tangible possessions. Because he refused to participate in the standard cultural job and money game, his choices in life were severely limited. He found that he spent more time in making do and making trades than he would have in working at a steady job. If asked, neither one of them would have acknowledged that they were living out their cultural programming. Neither one had taken Economics 101. Neither one even knew the classic definition of money as a store of value. In this unconsciousness, too, they were typical. Who among us grows up with a clear cultural understanding of money? The broader economic and cultural understanding we gain from the top of the skyscraper sheds much light on our money psychology as well as on that activity so ironically called making a living. We can see much better the reasons behind some of the strategies for making money in our particular cultural environment and the reason that some of our money madness appears to be sane because that's what everyone thinks. This is the level we learn about at Harvard Business School or on Wall Street. While education on this level is illuminating, this perspective still doesn't give us a universally and consistently true definition of money, one that we can count on to apply in any situation. Understanding the many faces of money doesn't necessarily lead to truth. For the helicopter perspective of money, personal responsibility and transformation, now it's time to step back to let go of all you think you know about money. Empty your mind. Like classic monks, we've exhausted our learned truths about money and are called to reach into an inner reservoir of truth. Here is where we will discover the doorway to another realm of money. Up we go in the helicopter to get an even higher perspective on money. Here we recognize that the city itself is not the whole world. Beyond the city limits, the countryside rolls onto the horizon, and we begin to see the entire region. From here we can see that all of our money beliefs and behaviors come from having chosen to live in this particular city. Beyond the borders of the city, i.e., the known and familiar, other choices are available. You are not a prisoner of the city, destined to spend your life making money in the marketplaces it offers. Even if you were born here, you have stayed by choice. This is where personal responsibility begins. The definition of money we discover in this realm of personal responsibility cuts through the entangling web of thoughts, feelings, attitudes, and beliefs. It is a qualitatively different definition, one that is universally and consistently true, and it returns to us the power we have unconsciously given over to money. All our false notions about money thus far have one common flaw: they identify money as something external to ourselves. It is something we all too often don't have, which we struggle to get, and on which we pin our hopes of power, happiness, security, acceptance, success, fulfillment, achievement, and personal worth. Money is the master and we the slaves. Money is the victor and we the vanquished. What, then, is the way out? What is the one consistently true statement we can make about money that will allow us to be clear, masterful, and powerful in our relationship with it? Money is something we choose to trade our life energy for. We will repeat this because you may have missed its full significance. Money is something we choose to trade our life energy for. Our life energy is our allotment of time here on earth, the hours of precious life available to us. When we go to our jobs, we are trading our life energy for money. This truth, while simple, is profound. Less obvious but equally true, when we go to the welfare office, we are trading our life energy for money. When we go to a gambling casino, we are trading our life energy for money, we hope. Even windfalls like inheritances must in some way be earned to actually belong to the heir. Life energy must be exchanged. Time is spent with lawyers, accountants, trustees, brokers, and investment counselors to handle the money. Or time is spent in therapy working out the relationship with the deceased or the guilt at receiving all that money. Or time is spent investigating worthy causes to fund. All this is life energy traded for money. This definition of money gives us significant information. Our life energy is more real in our actual experience than money. You could even say money equals our life energy. So, while money has no intrinsic reality, our life energy does, at least to us. It's tangible, and it's finite. Life energy is all we have. It is precious because it is limited and irretrievable, and because our choices about how we use it express the meaning and purpose of our time here on earth. When Jason and Nedra took our seminar, the awareness that money equals life energy transformed each of their relationships with money. For Nedra, the formula cut through her denial about her debt. She saw, with considerable clarity and remorse, that the life energy coming in from her salary and the life energy she was spending to maintain her lifestyle would never add up to paying off her debt. It was no longer possible for her to use her credit card to plug the leaks in her financial ship. The load was too heavy, and using credit to pay for debt was like ripping planks off the side of the hull. She acknowledged that she was sinking. For Jason, the formula made him see clearly that for all his best intentions to make the world a better place, his stubborn financial ignorance made his efforts ineffectual. To be truly effective in his desire to make a difference in the world, he needed to master money. Wherever he went in the world, to march or picket or build or heal, he must support himself or be a burden to others. While money and religion seemed to be poles apart, for both Jason and Nedra the insight that money equals life energy was an enlightening experience. Your life energy. What does money equals life energy mean to you? After all, money is something you consider valuable enough to spend easily a quarter of your allotted time on earth getting, spending, worrying about, fantasizing about, or in some other way reacting to. Yes, there are many social conventions regarding money that are worth learning and abiding by, but ultimately you are the one who determines what money is worth to you. It is your life energy. You pay for money with your time. You choose how to spend it. If you are 40 years old, you can expect to have approximately 349,763 hours, 39.9 years, of life energy left before you die. Point 3, see figure 2:1 for life expectancy at various ages. Assuming about half of your time is spent on necessary body maintenance, sleeping, eating, eliminating, washing, and exercising, you have 174,882 hours of life energy remaining for such discretionary uses as your relationship to yourself, your relationship to others, your creative expression, your contribution to your community. Figure 2:1 age and average remaining life expectancy data taken from U.S. National Center for Health Statistics, Arias, Elizabeth. United States Life Tables, 2004. National Vital Statistics Reports, Volume 56, Number 9. Hyattsville, MD, National Center for Health Statistics, December 28, 2007. Your contribution to the world: achieving inner peace and holding down a job. Now that you know that money is something you trade life energy for, you have the opportunity to set new priorities for your use of that valuable commodity. After all, is there anything more vital to you than your life energy? A first look at financial independence. As we said in the prologue, one purpose of this book is to increase your financial independence. By following the steps, you will move inexorably toward financial integrity and financial intelligence and will one day, we hope before you die, arrive at financial independence. In showing you how this is possible, however, we must first show you what financial independence isn't. Let's begin by exploring what images the phrase financial independence conjures up for you. Making a killing? Inheriting a fortune? Winning the lottery? Cruises, tropical islands, world travel? Jewels, Porsches, designer clothes? Most of us picture financial independence as an unreachable fantasy of inexhaustible riches. This idea that financial independence means wealth comes out of the first, street-level perspective of money. This is financial independence at a material level. While it simply requires that we be rich, there's a hidden catch-22. What is rich? Rich exists only in comparison to something or someone else. Rich is a hell of a lot more than I have now. Rich is way more than most other people have. But we know the fallacy of the myth of more. More is like a mirage. We can never reach it because it isn't real. John Stuart Mill once said, "Men do not desire to be rich, only to be richer than other men." In other words, as soon as rich becomes available to the likes of us, it will no longer be rich. It is at the helicopter perspective of money, in the realm of personal responsibility, where we find our first definition of true financial independence. Our definition of financial independence cuts through the Gordian knot of not knowing what rich is. Financial independence has nothing to do with rich. Financial independence is the experience of having enough and then some. Enough, you will remember, is found at the peak of the fulfillment curve. It is quantifiable, and you will define it for yourself as you work with the steps of this program. The old notion of financial independence as being rich forever is not achievable. Enough is. Enough for you may be different from enough for your neighbor, but it will be a figure that is real for you and within your reach. Financial and psychological freedom. Your first step toward the experience of having enough and then some is extricating yourself from identification with the pedestrian level, the material reality of money, the neighborhood perspective, the psychological reality of money, and the city-wide perspective, the cultural agreements about money. When you have done that, you have achieved financial independence, no matter how much money you have. And until you can do that, you will never be financially independent, no matter how much money you have. Financial independence is an experience of freedom at a psychological level. You are free from the slavery to unconsciously held assumptions about money, and free of the guilt, resentment, envy, frustration, and despair you may have felt about money issues. You may have these feelings, but you have them the way you have an article of clothing you can try it on, but you are free at any time to take it off. You are no longer compelled by the parental and social messages you received as a child, messages about how we should relate to money in order to be successful, respected, virtuous, secure and happy. You are free of the confusions you had about money. You are no longer intimidated by balancing your checkbook or by deciphering your broker's babble about no-load mutual funds and annuities. You never buy things you don't want or need and are immune to the seductiveness of malls, markets, and the media. Your emotional fortunes are no longer tied to your economic fortunes, your moods don't swing with the Dow Jones band. The broken record in your mind stops, the one that calculates hours till quitting time, days till payday, paydays till you have a down payment for a motorcycle, costs for the next home improvement project and years till retirement. The silence, at first, is thundering. Days and even weeks can go by without you thinking about money, without you mentally reaching for your wallet to handle life's challenges and opportunities. When you are financially independent, the way money functions in your life is determined by you, not by your circumstances. In this way, money isn't something that happens to you, it's something you include in your life in a purposeful way. From this point of view, the normal drama of 9 to 5 till you're 65, of making a dying, of getting ahead, of being rich and famous, all these brass rings we automatically reach for can be seen as just one series of choices among many. Financial independence is being free of the fog, fear, and fanaticism so many of us feel about money. If this sounds like peace of mind, it is fiscal bliss. And if this sounds as unattainable as being rich, it isn't. It's been the experience of tens of thousands of people who have followed the approach to money described in this book, who have done the practical steps and made the simple observations recommended. Step 2. Being in the present, tracking your life energy. How does this great truth, money equals life energy, manifest itself in your life? When you thought money was just something to deal with, or that it was security, power, or a tool of the devil, or the grand prize in your life, you could rationalize your behavior in terms of shoulds and oughts. But now you know that money equals life energy, your life energy, and you have a rising interest in knowing just how much of the stuff is actually passing through your hands. Step 2, on the road to financial freedom, is where you satisfy this curiosity. There are two parts to step 2. A. Establish the actual costs in time and money required to maintain your job, and compute your real hourly wage. B. Keep track of every cent that comes into or goes out of your life. A. How much are you trading your life energy for? We have established that money is simply something you trade life energy for. Now let's look at how much life energy, in hours, you are currently trading for how much money, in dollars, i.e., how much money are you making for the amount of time you work. Most people look at this life energy/earnings ratio in an unrealistic and inadequate way. I earn $680 a week, I work 40 hours a week, so I trade 1 hour of my life energy for $17. It's not likely to be that simple. Think of all the ways you use your life energy that are directly related to your money-earning employment. Think of all the monetary expenses that are directly associated with the job. In other words, if you didn't need that money-earning job, what time expenditures and monetary expenses would disappear from your life? Be prepared. Some people resent their work, the hours of drudgery, the boredom, the office politics, the time away from what they really want to be doing, the personality conflicts with their boss or co-workers, and many feel powerless to change their circumstances. One response to those feelings of resentment and powerlessness is to spend money. It was such a tough day that I deserve a little fun. Let's go out to dinner, danking a movie/the mall. So be prepared to discover how much you indulge yourself with "I hate my job" as the underlying reason. Be prepared, too, to discover how much you spend on expensive alternatives to cooking, cleaning, repairs, and other things that you would do yourself if you didn't have to work. Be prepared to discover the many costs of career ambition, all the things you must have in order to continue up the ranks. The right car. The right clothes. The right vacation spots. The right house in the right neighborhood in the right city. The right private schools for your kids. Even the right therapist. Using the following discussion as a stimulus, discover for yourself the real trade-offs in time and energy associated with keeping your 9-to-5 job. Not all of the categories will necessarily apply to you, and you may think of other categories relevant to you that are not mentioned here. In the examples below, we will assign arbitrary numeric values to these time and money trade-offs simply to generate a hypothetical tabulation. Any resemblance to your situation is purely accidental. At the end of the discussion, we will tabulate these calculations and come up with an actual exchange rate of life energy for money, remembering that this actual hourly rate is still arbitrary, based on our hypothetical figures. When you do your own calculations, you will be using your actual figures and will figure out your own personal hourly wage. Commuting, getting to and from work, incurs an expenditure of time or money, or both, whether you drive, walk, or take public transportation. For our purposes here, let's assume you commute by car. Don't forget to include parking fees and tolls for bridges or turnpikes, as well as wear and tear on your car. Let's say that you commute 1.5 hours a day or 7.5 hours a week at a cost, in gas and maintenance, of $100 a week. If you use mass transit, your figures will be somewhat different. 7½ hours /week $100 /week. Costuming: are the clothes you wear at work the same ones you wear on your days off or on vacations, or do you need a special wardrobe to be appropriately attired for your job? This includes not just the obvious costumes like nurses' uniforms, construction workers' steel-toed boots and chef's aprons, but also the tailored suits and the high-heeled shoes, the pantyhose and neckties that are the norm in offices. Look at those clothes. Would you wear a noose around your neck or walk around on 3-inch heels every day if it weren't expected for the job? Consider, too, the time and money spent on personal grooming, from aftershave to exotic cosmetics. Quantify all your costuming activities, from shopping to putting on mascara, shaving and tying your tie. Let's say you spend 1½ hours a week on this at an average cost of $23 a week, i.e., annual clothing expense divided by 52 weeks, plus cost of cosmetics. 1½ hours /week $23 week. Meals: extra costs in time and money for meals affected by your job take many forms. For example, money for morning coffee and donuts, time spent in line in the employee's cafeteria, expensive convenience foods that you buy because you are too tired to cook dinner, unreimbursed restaurant expenses, weight reduction programs that you enroll in because you ignored decent nutrition thanks to your busy job. Let's say you attend Weight Watchers 1 hour a week and spend 50 minutes each day at lunch for 4 hours a week, totaling 5 hours a week. Your lunches at the local deli cost about $23 a week more than if you made lunch at home, and the latte breaks you treat yourself to as a reward for working come to $17 a week. Total spent, $40. 5 hours /week $40 daily decompression. Do you come home from your job zestful and full of life, joyously launching into personal or planetary projects, or into intimate sharing with your family or other loved ones? Or are you tired and drained, taciturnly lurching into the soft chair in front of the television set, beer or martini in hand, because it's been such a day? If it takes a while for you to decompress from the pressures of the job, that while is a job-related expense. A wild guess would put this at 5 hours a week and $30 a week in recreational substances. 5 hours /week $30/week. Escape entertainment. Notice that common phrase, escape entertainment. Escape from what? What is the prison or restrictive circumstance from which you must flee? If your experience of life were consistently fulfilling and exciting, from what would you escape? Would those hours in front of the television or movie screen be necessary? Take a look at scenarios like, it's been such a heavy week at work, let's have a night on the town to blow it off, or let's get away from it all this weekend and go to Vegas. Would these be necessary? What are the costs in life, energy and money? How much of your weekend entertainment do you consider your just reward for sticking it out at a boring job? Let's assign this whole area 5 hours a week and $40 a week. 5 hours /week $40/week. Vacations and expensive playthings. If what you did every day were truly satisfying, providing you with a sense of accomplishment and inner fulfillment, of real contribution to the lives of those around you and to the global family, would you want to vacate? How about the vacation home, boat, or recreational vehicle that you use only a few weeks each year just to get away? What proportion of the time and money involved in such pursuits is due to the job? Consider the dues for the country club or your professional organization. Would you belong if it weren't for your job? String this all out, divide by 52, and you might have 5 hours a week and $30 a week. 5 hours /week $30/week. Job-related illness. What percentage of illness is job-related, induced by stress, by physical work conditions, by the desire to have a legitimate reason to take time off from work, or by conflict with employers or fellow employees? More and more medical evidence indicates that a good percentage of illness is psychosomatic. Stated simply, happy, fulfilled people are healthier. In our own experience over the years, we have seen considerably less illness and illness-caused absenteeism in volunteers than in paid employees. For this category, a more subjective inner sensing is the only way to evaluate what percentage of medical costs, time and money, is attributable to your job. Let's imagine that in the course of a year you'll be out of commission due to job-related illness for a week, at an out-of-pocket cost of $22 a week for exotic remedies not covered by insurance. 1 hour/week $22/week Other job-related expenses. Examine your balance sheet of assets and liabilities. Step 1. Are items listed there that you wouldn't have bought had they not been directly related to your job? Look at what you pay the help. Would you need a housekeeper, gardener, handyman, or nanny if you didn't have a job? Daycare expenses for single parents or two-income families take a big chunk out of your salary and wouldn't be necessary if you didn't have a job. Do a time log for a typical week. How many hours accounted for are strictly job-related? Things like reading the classified ads looking for another job or social evenings to network for business. Are the hours of taking your frustrations about work out on your mate a job-related activity? As you progress through the other steps in this program, make special note of such hidden job-related expenses. Don't overlook job enhancement expenses, such as educational programs, books, tools, and conferences. Remember, your situation is unique, but the basic ideas will apply. Discover your own categories of job-related time and money expenses. Your real hourly wage. Now compile these figures and create a table, adding the approximate extra job-related hours to your normal work week and subtracting the job-related expenses from your usual pay. On longer-term items like vacations or illness, simply prorate over 50 weeks, 1 year minus 2 weeks for your vacation. A $1,500 vacation that you wouldn't have taken if you enjoyed your job would be computed as $1,500 divided by 50 weeks equals $30 a week, and so on. The specific entries will be approximations, of course, but with diligence you can come up with fairly accurate figures. Figure 2.2 illustrates this process of calculating your real hourly wage as well as a corollary figure, the number of hours or minutes of your life that every dollar you spend represents. Remember, the numbers are arbitrary. Your figures will probably be considerably different from these, as might your categories. The bottom line, figure 2.2 clearly shows that you are actually selling an hour of your life energy for $6, not the apparent $17. Your real hourly wage is $6. Before taxes, even. A good question to ask at this point is, are you willing to accept a job that pays this hourly wage? You should make this calculation every time you change your job or change your job-related habits. Figure 2.2 Life energy versus earnings. What is your real hourly wage? The corollary figure is also interesting. In this example, every dollar you spend represents 15 minutes of your life. Think of that figure next time you're shelling out your money for yet another $12 Gazingas pin. Ask, is this item worth 120 minutes of my life energy? Notice that our calculations have ignored such intangibles as time spent on planning strategies for moving up the corporate ladder, time handling deteriorating family life due to job demands, and time and expenses incurred in maintaining a lifestyle in line with the job. When Larry G. did the first part of Step 2, his life turned upside down. He had been working as a project manager in the construction industry for some 10 years. I was unhappy with what I did for a living, he wrote, but income equaled expenses, so I went on with the attitude of, well, that's life in the big city. Then Larry did Step 2 and calculated his real hourly wage. After I analyzed our spending patterns, it became clear that nearly half of what I made was spent on the job, that is, spent on gas, oil, repairs, lunches, a little here, a little there, and most of it unrecoverable. In short, I could stay home, work part-time where I live and actually save money by making half of what I formerly made. It was then, when he realized he could give up this job and pursue his real desires and goals, that everything changed. Affairs in his financial life that he'd procrastinated about handling for years got handled. Everything from paying off credit cards to eliminating restaurant lunches to being able to have money discussions with his wife without the old arguments. As he rearranged his financial world, he and his wife recognized that they could survive quite well on her paycheck from a job she loved, teaching the educationally handicapped, and he could go back to school to train for the career he'd always wanted as a counselor and therapist. We're actually feeling less stress because we're focused on healing our crazy relationship with money, not just focused on the bucks. Why do this step? Why is this exercise essential to a transformed relationship with money? 1. This exercise puts paid employment into real perspective and points out how much you are actually getting paid, which is the bottom line. 2. It allows you to assess current and future employment realistically, in terms of actual earnings. It is useful to apply the information gathered in this step to prospective jobs. A job that requires a longer commute or has more costuming expectations might be less remunerative in reality than one with a lower salary. Compare job offers from the true perspective of how much you are really selling your life energy for. 3. Knowing the financial bottom line for your job will help to clarify further your motives for working and for selecting one job over another. Larry G's story is not an anomaly. Many people spend all of their income and then some on maintaining their job and consider themselves fortunate. Another fear said that doing this step increased his consciousness of unnecessary job-related expenses to such an extent that his net earnings per hour doubled. Once he recognized how many of his expenses were due to his job, he was able to reduce or even eliminate many of them. For example, he began bringing his own lunch instead of sending out to the deli, switched from driving to using mass transit, doubling the benefit of this choice by using the time for decompression on the way home, reevaluated the supposed need for so many changes of stylish clothes, and began taking a daily walk with his wife, thus improving their relationship as well as their health. Someone else used the results of this step as a criterion for accepting or rejecting jobs. When she could figure out just what hourly wage she'd be getting, she could see very clearly whether or not the job was worth it to her. Indeed, there are some jobs that she might have applied for previously that she now doesn't even consider. Is it coincidence that Job is also the name of the Old Testament character who was plagued by difficulties? The trials of Job takes on a whole new meaning. Many of us have certainly pondered Job's question, "Why me, Lord?" as we bucked rush hour traffic or endured excruciating tedium. No shame, no blame, and remember, this is where your feelings about your work/job/identity will most strongly bubble to the surface. Compassionate self-awareness is the key. Just notice each feeling as it presents itself, without criticizing it and without criticizing your job, your boss, yourself, or this book as good or bad. So what if you've been paying to work? So what if you've been blowing every paycheck on rewarding yourself for surviving another week? So what if you've been leading a fast-track lifestyle on a $6 an hour paycheck? That's all in the past. It's what you needed to do before you knew that money equals your life energy. Checklist: life energy vs salary. B. Keep track of every cent that comes into or goes out of your life. So far we have established that money equals life energy, and we have learned to compute just how many hours of life energy we exchange for each dollar. Now we need to become conscious of the movement of that form of life energy called money in every moment of our lives. We need to keep track of our income and expenses by keeping a daily money log. The second part of step 2 is simple, but not necessarily easy. From now on, keep track of every cent that comes into or goes out of your life. Many people intentionally remain aloof from money. Their mythology puts money and love, truth, beauty, spirituality in two separate boxes. There are a number of variations of this dichotomy. There are the grassroots activist organizations that can't balance their books or even keep them. There are people who can't say no when a friend asks for a loan but who would never dream of writing up an IOU for the transaction, because after all, we are friends. Then there are people who attend workshops, support groups, and conferences about personal and planetary growth, paying for everything by check or credit card and keeping no records to verify the expenses. They let their bank handle such details. There are churches going bankrupt because they can't approach the congregation with their nitty-gritty financial needs. There are even couples who won't discuss their shared finances because, well, they love each other. All of these situations stem from the same root thought: money is money and love is love, and never the twain shall meet. Look at your own attitudes. Do you excuse financial unconsciousness with spiritual precepts? A spiritual discipline, religions, ancient and modern, as well as the personal growth workshops of the Human Potential Movement, all have techniques for training the mind to be here now, in the moment. These practices take many forms and include such seemingly diverse techniques as watching the breath as it goes in and out, repeating a phrase over and over in order to focus the wandering mind, concentrating on an object without entertaining past memories or future fantasies about it, just being with it right now, practicing various martial arts, such as Aikido or Karate, developing an inner witness to simply observe what you are doing now. To this list we add another discipline designed to sharpen awareness, one that is indispensable to the financial program and perhaps more easily accepted by our grounded, materialistic Western mentality than some of the more esoteric practices. Instead of watching your breath, you watch your money. This practice is simple: keep track of every cent that comes into or goes out of your life. The rules for this highly developed tool of transformation technology are: keep track of every cent that comes into or goes out of your life. The methodology for this marvel of monetary metaphysics is: keep track of every cent that comes into or goes out of your life. There are no specifications for this daily money log. There is no official notebook to buy, only $49.95 with indices, quick reference charts and a solar calculator. This daily money log is one place in the financial program where you can be creative and do things your own way. For many people, a pocket-sized memo book is the perfect constant companion in which to note every cent that enters or leaves their lives, along with the occasion of its entering or leaving. Others, more enamored of time than money, log their expenses and income in a special section of their appointment book. Some now track their money along with their appointments, tasks, addresses, and more on their pocket computers. Some banks are set up to download your transactions into any of several computer accounting programs. With the click of a mouse you can transfer all your data from the bank to your computer in categories you select. If you use a debit card for every purchase, you have a perfect record. Your Money or Your Life educators have discussed at length this particular requirement of the 9-step program. Many of their students don't want to track their money. Too hard. Too anal. Too much time. Too confronting. Every penny? How about every dollar? Or every 10? Or kinda more or less? Carolyn H. is a natural tracker, but her husband is not. He says that the emphasis on every penny is not helpful. Most people just don't want to live like that. Years ago, she said, as part of my method of bringing him on board with tracking, I streamlined our tracking to better suit him, and it's been a success. We use round numbers. We track cash as best we can but don't make a fetish of it. We allow for a minimum amount of unaccounted for cash and added a category for that. Sometimes there's almost nothing there, sometimes after a complicated month there might be as much as $200 there, which used to drive me crazy, but now doesn't. Here's why. Interestingly, my husband has begun to watch that number and really try to get it down to a trivial or at least reasonable amount. Seeing a large number there has gotten his attention about being more aware of his spending far more effectively than all the talk, argument, reading, etc., ever did. I'm pleased. Mike L., who was an every penny stickler and required that precision from all his students, finally developed some understanding of their feeling overwhelmed when he and his wife moved to a fixer-upper house in a new community. His number of daily financial transactions shot up, as did the time he spent each day uncrumpling receipts and logging expenses. He decided to be satisfied with using a debit card and having his bank send his data to his financial program, simplifying his life this way until his spending settled down. One person noted that left-brain people find tracking as natural as breathing and need no convincing, while for right-brain people it's like writing with their non-dominant hand. Nonetheless, these right-brainers have found creative ways to track every penny and experience enormous satisfaction from feeling in control of something that had been an utter mystery. Jane D. wrote, "I love tracking, still do it after all 14 years, can't imagine not. It's enabled us to figure out how to live half-time in Europe, on a houseboat in France, and half-time in the States, to volunteer as we wish, and to travel as well. For many creative types, an enticing vision will pull them through the boring details for them, a vision of painting or acting or traveling or service links tracking to their dreams. More on this in Chapter 4. In fact, we found that the people who made this program work for them, be they left-brained or right-brained, focused more on their dreams than their dramas. Their goal of becoming financially independent was motivated by the desire to have more of what they wanted, not less of what they didn't want, like a grumpy boss. Whatever system you choose, do it, the program works only if you do it. And be accurate. Let it become a habit to record any and all movements of money, the exact amount and the reason for the exchange. Every time you spend or receive money, make it second nature to note it instantly. In The Millionaire Next Door, the authors, Thomas J. Stanley and William D. Danko, note that people who have achieved a high net worth relative to income know how much they are spending on clothes, travel, housing, transportation, etc., and those who don't achieve high net worth relative to income have no idea how much they spend. It's a stark contrast. Figure 2-3 is a fictional example of 2 days' entries. Note the degree of detail given for each expenditure. Notice how expenditures at work are specifically labeled as such. Observe the differentiation of the expenditures at the convenience store between snacks, chips, dip, soda, and batteries. Similar differentiations of spending categories are made in Saturday's grocery store and department store shoppings. The subcategories or breakouts within the total are rounded approximations, though you are certainly encouraged to be close in your approximations. It would be time-consuming to calculate the exact cost of toilet paper, wine, etc., but the total must be accurate to the penny. Figure 2-3 sample daily money log every cent. But why? Remember that the purpose of this procedure is simply to keep track of every cent that comes into or goes out of your life. Why, you may ask, do I need to go to such great lengths? Because it's the best way to become conscious of how money actually comes and goes in your life as opposed to how you think it comes and goes. Up to now, most of us have had a rather cavalier attitude toward our small, daily monetary transactions. In practice, we often reverse the old adage of penny wise, pound foolish. We might search our souls and discuss with our mate the advisability of spending $40 for a new 4-color left-handed Wiebelfitzer, yet over the course of a month an even larger amount has unconsciously gone out of our universe in small insignificant purchases, the nickel and diming yourself to death syndrome. But must I keep track of every cent, you may ask? Yes, every cent. Why every cent, rather than just rounding off to the nearest dollar, or using approximate figures? Because this helps to establish important lifelong habits. After all, how big is a Finaglis constant? What's the definition of a fudge factor? How close is close enough? Granted, in practice many fears settle into rounding to the dollar, but that's as far as they slip. Human nature being what it is, if you start cheating, even just a little bit, that little bit tends to get bigger and soon you'll find yourself thinking, well, I don't have to write everything down, just the major expenses, and then, well, I've done this for a month now, so I think I'll start rounding it off to the nearest thousand. It's like dieting. If you break your diet on Tuesday morning by having a buttered English muffin instead of dry toast, the tendency is to cheat even more, and by evening you're gobbling down a carton of ice cream and a pound cake. If you want this to be a worthwhile undertaking, it's worth your while to do it right. If you rebel against every penny, try every dime or dollar, or euro or yen, but more than that is a little like eating 10 slivers of cake as though it were nothing rather than face the big fat slice you're actually consuming. Since money has a direct correlation to your life energy, why not respect that precious commodity, your life energy, enough to become conscious of how it is spent? You may have some initial resistance to doing this impeccably, but ultimately the step must be embraced, regardless of feelings, for it is a vital section of the royal road to money mastery. Keep track of every cent that comes into or goes out of your life. Useful attitudes, no leeway. A telescope with only one lens just a wee bit out of alignment still doesn't allow you to see the stars. The same holds true for a human life. A little bit of fudging cuts down the amount of light that can shine through. This is where you get to be ruthless, tough-minded, and absolute. Your commitment to clearing up your relationship with money is really tested here. One of the keys to your success in this program, and in life, is a shift in attitude from one of laxity and leeway to one of accuracy, precision, and impeccability. By the way, such integrity might work miracles in other aspects of your life. People have lost weight, kept their desks cleared, and patched up broken relationships all through doing this step. Integrity is integrity. No judgment, lots of discernment. Judgment, blaming ourselves and others, is labeling things in terms of good and bad. On the road to transforming your relationship with money and achieving financial independence, you will find that judgment and blame do not serve. Discernment, on the other hand, is an essential skill. Discernment is sorting out the true from the false, separating the wheat from the chaff. Just in the process of writing down every cent that comes into or goes out of your life, you will begin to discern which expenses are fitting and fulfilling and which are unnecessary, extravagant, or even downright embarrassing. Discernment has to do with that higher faculty that we all have, the one that knows the truth, that sees what is needed and wanted by life, that recognizes as real our desire to make a difference before we die. This faculty will be increasingly on duty as you work with the financial program. Aligning your spending with this faculty is the key to financial integrity. Through writing down every cent that comes into and goes out of your life, you are awakening this faculty and inviting it increasingly to direct your life. Summary of Step 2:1. Establish, accurately and honestly, how much money you are trading your life energy for, and discover your real hourly wage. 2. Learn about your money behavior by keeping track of every cent that comes into and goes out of your life. 3. Where is it all going? Congratulations! You've made it into the present. Knowing how much money has come into and gone out of your life today, last week, last month, and since your first allowance is a monumental feat, a giant step toward financial intelligence. In terms of where this program will take you, however, you've just begun. The insights you've had, as vivid as they may have been, are just a taste of what's in store. To do steps 1 and 2, you only needed to take the word of some apparent experts, the authors and all the others who have successfully used this program, that this kind of obsessive counting is necessary to break the hold that money has over your life. You've only needed to name and number such tangible items as your income, expenses, bank balances and possessions. With Step 3, however, more of you will be needed to make it work. Here you'll begin the process of evaluating the information you've collected. To use a dieting analogy, Steps 1 and 2 were counting calories. Step 3 is getting on the scale. Budgets, like diets, don't work. Budgets. Did they say budgets? We all know about budgets, don't we? You go to the stationery store and buy a standard budget book, writing down how much it cost, of course. Then you try very hard to make your life conform to the standard categories. Do the shots for the dog I got last week at the vet's go under medical? And what about his food? Is that groceries? Is the loan to Sally an expense? And gas for my motorcycle to ride around the racetrack, is that transportation or entertainment? Having done your best at assigning your whole range of eccentricities to the 10 standard categories, you progress to the spending plan. How much should I budget for each category for the coming month? You put down your best guess, given that the categories don't quite fit, and lurch on into the next month. This ritual usually gets repeated for 2 more months, at which point you conclude that you either have to adopt a much more restricted and boring life or quit this farce. Quitting seems a lot easier. Many of us have repeated this ritual of fiscal repentance several times in our lives, to no avail. Don't worry. Relax. This program is not about budgeting. Let's go to the dieting analogy again to highlight the essential difference between this financial program and your standard budgets. None of us was born knowing what a calorie is. There was a time when we ate Oreos and ice cream and gobs of mayonnaise just because we liked them. Usually, calories, and the first diet, come on the scene around puberty, since puberty is when we become painfully aware that we are not a perfect 10 size, that is. From that day on, the way our clothes fit is the bottom line. If the red pants fit, we are good. If not, we are useless, ugly, undisciplined, and unworthy with no chance of parole. And banished to the next diet. But diets don't work. They don't work because they deal with the symptoms and not the cause. The cause of fat is not really the calories in the food, it's the desires in our mind. While a dieter may claim he is starving, the truth is he is withdrawing from the fix that he uses to relieve boredom, get back at his mother, structure time, quell restlessness, feel included, boost self-esteem, overcome loneliness and generally cure what ails him. What does all this have to do with money? A lot. Just as overeaters abhor getting on the scale, overspenders dread tax time and, indeed, any time they're asked to tally up expenses because that means it will be budget time. For dieters, there is the initial disbelief, like stepping off and on the scale to make sure the needle is returning to zero. Then there are the excuses, I'm retaining water, or what do you expect after Thanksgiving, or it's winter, all animals put on weight in the winter. Then there will be self-recrimination, ugly, undisciplined, useless, unworthy. And then, head hung low and tail between legs, they submit themselves to the penance of the diet. Facing reality, the scale, means punishment. And that's how unconscious spenders feel. They refuse to open anything that looks like a bill, charge their whole array of credit cards to the limit, write post-dated checks hoping the paycheck arrives at the bank before the rubber one gets cashed, borrow from friends, take out debt consolidating loans, rob Peter but fail to pay Paul, and on until, after months, or even years, of denial and rationalization, they gird their loins and take their pitifully disorganized and incomplete records to the financial planner, or, if frugal, to the free consumer credit counseling service, to confess their sins and submit to a redemption budget. No more fun. No more movies. No more spontaneous weekends in Las Vegas. No more pretty clothes or trips to the tanning salon. Just desperate promises not to use any credit cards, but please don't make me cut them up, and bread and water and nose to the grindstone. While these examples may be extreme, they hold a kernel of truth about patterns of unconscious spending. Are any of them similar to things you might have felt or done? The focus of your addiction may not be money or food, but millions of us are substance abusers of one kind or another. The only difference is that some addicts go to jail, some to bankruptcy court, some to Weight Watchers, and some to the top of the social register. Does it seem odd to think of money as a socially acceptable addiction? Surely, since everyone wants money, and wants it in abundance, it can't be an addiction. But what else would you call a substance or activity that we reach for compulsively even though it doesn't bring fulfillment? What else would you call something that we are convinced we could not live without? Indeed, the very thought of not having it overwhelms us with fear. What else would you call a need that is intense, chronic, and seen as essential to our sense of wholeness? What else would you call something that goes beyond a rational concern, that fills our daydreams and our night dreams as well? What else would you call something that becomes more important to us than our relationships with family and friends, the acquiring of which becomes an end in itself? What else would you call something that we hoard, building up unreasonably large supplies in order to feel secure? An addiction is a need that's gotten out of control, that's become a cancer, migrating into healthy tissue and eventually consuming its host. Not long ago a friend told us about a wealthy friend of hers, long tormented by insecurity, who had recently committed suicide. To honor our friend's long-standing relationship with the deceased, the family invited her to select a keepsake from among the woman's possessions. It was a bittersweet task, but perhaps the most disturbing aspect was opening dresser drawers that contained 38 white sweaters, each folded neatly. What did this collection of nearly identical sweaters say? To our friend, they told a tale of a desperately unhappy woman whose addictive substance was clothes and particularly white sweaters. Every time that increasing sense of something missing would overtake her, out she'd go to buy an item to cheer her up. Perhaps some moments of pleasure came from purchasing each white sweater, a happiness that probably dissipated soon after the sweater had disappeared into the white sweater drawers. As one wise person said, you can never get enough of what you don't really want. Greed is another component of our irrational and addictive relationship with money. Greed, said Gordon Gekko, the wheeler dealer in the movie Wall Street, is good. It is, indeed, a socially acceptable and even encouraged motivation. Along with its dark cousin, fear, it runs the casino called Wall Street and gets reported on in the most respectable journals and newspapers in the world. Greed is also what possesses so many of us as we shoot right past the peak of the fulfillment curve and accumulate clutter, hoarding. Our society, with its skewed distribution of wealth, rewards greed over need so much so that it seems idealistic to suggest that the poor deserve at least a small piece of the action. Let 'em work for it like I do, say those whose stash is safe and sufficient. In fact, greed is so much a part of our nature that we don't even recognize it as a signpost of addiction. Just say yes to being conscious none of this is meant to make you squirm. In fact, squirming is a sign of guilt, and guilt will most likely lead you back into cold turkey strategies like diets or budgets. In contrast, recognizing and telling the truth about our irrationality around money and our addictive behavior are simply the first step toward sanity. And here is where this program is different from the tens or hundreds of other recipes for fiscal health. This program is based on consciousness, fulfillment, and choice, not on budgeting or deprivation. To return to the diet analogy, a book called Diets Don't Work by Bob Schwartz offers 4 rules for getting off the diet go-round. 1. Eat when you're hungry. 2. Eat exactly what your body wants. 3. Eat each bite consciously. 4. Stop when your body has had enough. 1. Very simple. All you have to do is be conscious. No counting calories or sticking to high-cost liquid diets. No deprivation. No measured portions of food. Those all deal with the symptoms, and you become a compulsive eater instead of a compulsive eater. Being conscious means you become aware of what you are thinking and feeling when you are eating. You learn to eat when your body is hungry, not because you are bored, at the dinner table, alone in the kitchen, between tasks, wanting a treat for a job well done, blue with depression, green with envy or red with fury. You eat what your body tells you it needs. You stop when you have had enough. And you pay attention. Simple but not always easy. It takes discovering and exercising some mental muscles that may have atrophied from misuse. You have to identify what hungry is, what full is, what you truly want as opposed to what you crave out of feeling perpetually deprived, and what you are actually eating while you are eating it. The 2 important aspects of being conscious, as opposed to dieting, are, 1. You need to identify and follow internal signals, not external admonishments or habitual desires. 2. You need to change your patterns of eating over the long term, not what you eat over the short term. This financial program points you in the same direction. This is not about following our, or anyone else's, budgets, with standardized categories and a suggested percentage of income that should go toward each category. This is not about swearing at the beginning of each month that you'll do better. This is not about guilt. It's about identifying, for yourself, what you need as opposed to what you want, what purchases or types of purchases actually bring you fulfillment, what represents enough to you and what you actually spend money on. This program is based on your reality, not a set of external norms. Consequently, the success of this program rests on your honesty and integrity. Step 3 is where you begin to exercise these muscles. If you're out of shape, you may feel some pain, but in reality there is nothing painful about doing this step. In fact, it's fun. No shame, no blame. Remember the mantra, no shame, no blame. What you are confronting is just the truth about the choices you've been making in your life. No shame, no blame. How fortunate to be able to do this yourself, instead of being audited by the IRS. How lucky you are to be doing this now and not in your last hours on earth. No shame, no blame. Remember to use the mantra at those moments when you want to hide under the bed, go on a spending spree till you've forgotten what was bothering you or decide that this program doesn't work and give up. No shame, no blame. Anita C. needed something like that mantra to help her survey her closet with this new spotlight of consciousness. No doubt about what her addiction was, clothes and costume jewelry. She had been a shopaholic. Anytime she was out in her car she had a compulsion to stop at the mall just to see what was on sale. Somehow this ritual of shopping and spending helped her feel okay about herself. But there it all was, the result of years of addiction sitting in her closet. It would be nice if she had had a conversion experience right then, but she didn't. She continued to shop until the balance tipped and it no longer felt good to her to have so much and not wear it. As an interim measure, she justified her excess by giving it away as presents. It was fun to place things she'd never worn with just the right friend or relative. Slowly the desire to shop weakened. Then one day she found herself at one of her favorite department stores, surveying the new colors in sweaters. Consciousness struck. Is this going to be what I do with my life? Is this what it's all going to be about? What am I doing? I have enough already. She left the store empty-handed, puzzled by what that revelation was really about. Sometime after that experience, Anita discovered that she had lost her desire to shop. If Anita had been working with the standard budget and spending plan strategy, she might not have recognized her shopping as an addiction. She would have remained a social shopper, like the many social drinkers who deny that they are alcoholics. By steadily applying consciousness and compassion to her shopping habit, she was able, eventually, to have the profound insight that she already had enough. She is now so allergic to shopping that she's lost a few old friends whose central social ritual is browsing through the mall. But she's gained a lot more. So, having set the context, let's get on with Step 3, creating your monthly tabulation. Step 3, monthly tabulation. After a month of keeping track of your money, Step 2, you will have a wealth of specific information on the flow of money in your life down to the penny. In this step you will establish spending categories that reflect the uniqueness of your life, as opposed to the oversimplified budget book categories like food, shelter, clothing, transportation, and health. While you still might choose to have such basic categories, within each major category you will find and separate out numerous important subcategories that will give you a vastly more accurate picture of your spending. The fun and challenge of this step will come in discovering your own unique spending categories and subcategories. These subcategories will be like a dictionary of your unique spending habits. They will be perhaps your most accurate description to date of your lifestyle, including all your peculiarities and peccadillos. This detailed portrait of your life is your true bottom line. Forget the mythology of your life. Forget the story you tell yourself and others. Forget your resume and the list of associations you belong to. When you do Step 3 you will have a clear, tangible mirror of your actual life, your income and expenses over time. In this mirror you will see exactly what you are getting for the time you invest in making money. Establishing categories. In establishing your categories you will want to be accurate and precise, without becoming overly fussy. Food. Unless you are very different from other humans, you will have a broad category called food. As you look at your food expenses for the month, however, you may observe that there are actually several different types of food buying that you can usefully track. There is the food you eat at home with your family. There is also the food you eat at home when you are entertaining. So you might have two categories: at home, family, and at home, entertaining. But don't get fanatic. Don't hover over your dinner guests, recording in your little notebook how much and what they eat. Would you like seconds, Mr. Snodgrass? could take on a whole new meaning. It is sufficient to estimate, within the exact total of your grocery bill, what proportion went to guests. For example, if 4 guests are invited and you normally shop for just the 2 of you, approximately 2/3 of that grocery bill should be attributed to at-home entertaining. The totals are accurate to the penny, but the breakouts from the totals are estimates. You might also want to see what snacking is costing you. What do those coffee breaks actually cost a month? What about TV food, the chips and popcorn and candies and soft drinks that so often go hand in hand, or hand in mouth, with TV watching? Are you spending extra on groceries for the finest organic food and then undermining your scruples with junk food between meals? Another subcategory that might be instructive is lunches at work, whether they are power lunches with clients or just a daily pastrami on rye from the corner deli. All such spending patterns will show up if you establish categories that reflect your actual behavior rather than just writing everything in the budget book column called food. This precision is not for the purpose of a more exact confession to your financial advisor. It's so that when you throw your hands up in disgust, crying, "Where does it all go? I hardly buy anything." Dieter's translation, "How can I have gained 5 pounds? I eat like a bird," you can answer yourself in a firm and steady tone, "It goes to the candy machine on the 3rd floor of my office building." Clothing. When it comes to clothing, you may find that you aren't getting enough information about your unique spending patterns by simply having one category called clothing. You may need to distinguish between utility and vanity, the need never to appear in the office in the same outfit twice in a row, for example, or one-upmanship in elegant attire at social gatherings. In other words, be specific. Make appropriate distinctions. To get an accurate map of your spending patterns, you may need several subcategories. There is the clothing you wear in your everyday home life, the clothing you believe is appropriate attire for the workplace, and whatever specialized apparel you think you need for recreational activities. One doctor, who followed this program to get a handle on where a consistently unaccounted for 20% of his income disappeared, discovered that he had a real penchant for buying shoes. He had golf shoes, tennis shoes, running shoes, boating shoes, walking shoes, hiking shoes, and climbing shoes, as well as cross-country ski shoes, downhill ski boots, and after-ski boots. Just having a category for shoes helped him find some of that missing income and face the fact that he rarely wore anything but comfortable around-the-house shoes. He wasn't alone in his shoe fetish. As of 2007, the U.S. footwear industry exceeded $44 billion in sales. A nationwide survey of American women conducted that same year by Consumer Reports National Research Center revealed that the average woman owns 19 pairs of shoes, only 4 of which she wears regularly. This isn't just accounting, this is a process of self-discovery. It may even be the only process of self-discovery that promises to leave you in better shape financially than when you embarked on it. What are some other ways of categorizing clothing? It could be a means of self-expression or a cover for self-rejection, as an attempt to make up for a poor self-image or to sell yourself. Then there is the endless advice in women's magazines on how to dress to get a job, one wardrobe, or get a man, yet another wardrobe. Clothing is also used as a tranquilizer or stimulant. I'm so depressed, I think I'll go cheer myself up by buying a new outfit. A friend of ours calls it retail therapy. Transportation. By using appropriate subcategories for transportation, you may gain insights that save you hundreds of dollars a year. Doing your tallies is a great opportunity to reflect on why you own a car at all instead of relying on public transportation. Convenience, status, necessity, fitting in, a sense of freedom. It is also a good time to review your insurance. What portion of your insurance is necessary and how much is habit, convention, and buying into your agent's scare tactics? And what category would your second car go under, transportation, hobby, or ostentation? What about your motorhome? Is it transportation, housing, or a dead loss because it sits in the driveway 51 weeks a year? Refining your categories. What makes this sort of ruthless honesty bearable is that you can confront your peccadillos, your indiscretions, in the privacy of your own account book, rather than when you get caught. So don't skimp on being truthful if you find yourself face to face with some of your faults and frailties while innocently doing your monthly tabulation. What better way to face the music? If you remember that doing this exercise will lead not to the punishment of a budget but rather to the freedom of self-acceptance, you will press on regardless. For example, into what category do you put the part of the food money that you use to play the horses or buy lottery tickets? Yet another moment of truth may come as you vacillate over where to record liquor. Is it food? Is it entertainment? Or is it a drug? It is also important to distinguish between job-related expenses and other expenses. For example, under transportation you would list separately the cost of commuting and other work-related transportation expenses, non-reimbursed. If the same vehicle is used for both commuting and pleasure, then split costs according to mileage in each category. Similarly, if you use your telephone for work-related as well as personal calls, those costs should be listed separately. Within your medical category you may find several subcategories: sickness, wellness, i.e., what you purchase to keep yourself vital and alive, like vitamins, membership in a health club, annual checkup, sickness care insurance, they don't pay when you're healthy or even to keep you healthy, prescription drugs, non-prescription drugs, etc. You can see why this process has allowed people to transform more than just their relationship with money. A further refinement will come as you decide how you want to account for large, unusual expenses like annual insurance premiums, capital expenses like a new refrigerator, the money you put into IRAs or a balloon payment on your house. As far as we are concerned, there is no right way to do this. For us, after a year of hearing ourselves make the same excuse every month about all the extraordinary expenses, this was an unusual month because the XXX needed to be paid. We realized that every month is an unusual month and that these extraordinary expenses are a continuing part of life. You may perfect your categories over time. The exercise should be easy and a lot of fun. It will draw on a blend of honesty and creativity, stimulate your imagination and challenge your morality all at the same time. It's better than most card, TV, and board games all rolled into one. Remember, you are also recording all the money that flows into your life as well and may want to establish subcategories for income also. It is important to distinguish between wages/salaries/tips and interest/dividend income. Where will you record the dimes you find on the sidewalk, the quarters you retrieve from vending machines and your gambling winnings? If you are a freelancer, you will need to decide how and when to record irregular payment for your work. After you have examined the month's itemized entries in your daily money log and created categories that accurately depict your spending patterns, devise a form of recording expenses under each category in a way that works for you. Figure 3:1 will give you an idea of how such a tabulation might be set up. You will notice that there are 4 blank lines at the bottom of the tabulation. We will talk later about what these boxes are for, but for now just draw them in. Totaling it all up, a word of warning. Yes, there are computer programs that can be useful here, but the meat of the step is categorizing your expenses, and even your computer can't distinguish how to categorize golf. Is it recreation or is it a job-related expense, because the golf course is where you transact your business. Make sure you aren't assuming you just can't do the step because you don't have the right program. Both of the authors did it the old-fashioned way, with paper and pencil and adding up columns of figures by hand. Yes, this worked even before calculators. Whether by hand or machine, here's the simple process. At the end of the month you will transfer each entry from your daily money log into the appropriate column on your monthly tabulation. Add up your income columns to get your total monthly income. Add up the expenditures in each column and enter the total of each subcategory at the bottom of that column. Then add the totals for all expenditure categories. The sum is your total monthly expenses. The balancing act next: count the cash in your wallet and piggy bank and accurately balance your check registers and your savings account passbooks. Now you have enough information to see how closely you have kept track of the money flowing into and out of your life over the past month. If you have kept accurate records, and haven't physically lost any money, the money you actually have at the end of the month, in cash and bank accounts, will be equal to the money you had at the beginning of the month plus your total monthly income minus your total monthly expenses. If you haven't kept accurate records, or have physically lost some money, you will have lost or gained cash that you can't account for. The difference between your total monthly income and total monthly expenses, plus or minus your monthly error, is the money you have saved this month. When your monthly error is consistently zero, you will know you have mastered step 2, keeping track of every penny. Congratulations! You have achieved a minor miracle. Figure 3-2 shows a sample set of monthly figures, but please use it only as a model. The fun and empowerment come from creating a balancing system that works for your particular situation. Making money real now comes one of the magic keys to this program. What you have in front of you, as accurate and balanced as it may be, does not yet have the power to transform your relationship with money. It is simply the byproduct of a month of successfully tracking little pieces of paper and bits of metal. You may have had emotional reactions to this accounting, but they will be forgotten as soon as you embark on your next trip to the Gazing Spin store. The fact that you may spend, let's say, 84 pieces of paper, dollars, on magazines a month does not have any direct relevance to your experience of life. However, remembering that money is something you trade your life energy for, you can now translate that $84 into something that is real for you, your life energy. Use the following formula: Figure 3-1 sample monthly tabulation form with income and expenses. Figure 3-2 sample end of month balancing. In Chapter 2 we did a sample calculation that showed how a theoretical $17 an hour salary could end up being, in reality, $6 an hour. Obviously your real hourly wage will end up being a different figure, but for the sake of this example, let's use $6 an hour. So, in the case of this magazine habit, you can divide that $84 by your real hourly wage, $6, and find out that you spent 14 hours of your life for this particular pleasure. Now you can measure your growing pile of all the wonderful, yet unread, magazines on your bedside table against something real: 14 unredeemable hours on your one-way journey from cradle to grave. Those magazines drain your energy 3 times over, once in earning the money to buy them, again in staying up late to read them, and finally in feeling guilty when you haven't finished them by the time the next issue arrives, to say nothing of having to store or dispose of them. Could those 14 hours have been better spent? Is it still true that you have no time to spend with your family? What does this do to habitual procrastination? You've been wanting to catch up on your sleep. Did you just find a way to do that? Or were those magazines worth every hour spent to acquire them? Did they give you 14 hours of pleasure, and then some? Don't answer these questions yet. Just notice that translating dollars into hours of your life reveals the real trade-offs you are making for your style of living. In Chapter 4 we'll analyze these findings further. Figure 3-3 sample monthly tabulation form with hours of life energy. Let's look at another example: your rent or mortgage payment. Let's say you pay $1,500 a month for the privilege of living in your house or apartment. To some of you that figure may seem outrageously high, to others outrageously low. Remember, we're not suggesting that this is an appropriate housing cost, just offering an example. Applying the awareness that your real hourly wage is $6, divide that $1,500 by 6. Here's reality. It costs you 250 hours a month to put this particular roof over your head. If you're putting in the standard 40 hours a week, you'll soon realize that your housing costs you more hours than you put in at your job. Every working hour is going to pay for a house that you get to enjoy perhaps 2 or 3 hours a day. Is it worth it? Notice that we're not talking about the housing market in your town or city. We're not talking about what everybody knows you can or should do about housing. We're simply noticing that it is costing you 250 hours a month to live where you do. Just awareness. No shame, no blame, and no excuses either. Now take the total of each column and convert the dollars spent in each subcategory into hours of life energy spent. You may round off to the nearest half hour. Your monthly tabulation form will now look something like the one in figure 3-3. Some pictures worth 8,000 words. Let's look at some real-life examples of how some fears put this step to work for themselves. Take a look at how Rosemary I set up her categories in figure 3-4. Don't you feel as if you know a little about her unique personality just from looking at her tabulation for January? She obviously puts a high value on beauty, since she has two categories that refer to it, beauty and aesthetics. She obviously takes care of her body and is willing to spend money on maintaining her health. It is telling that she has wellness categories like health products and health services, rather than sickness categories like drugs and doctors. The donations category says that she contributes to causes enough to have a separate category, rather than lumping donations under miscellaneous. The personal growth category is one you wouldn't find in a standard budget book. Figure 3-4 Rosemary's monthly tabulation with hours of life energy. The very process of creating this form provided Rosemary with valuable information about her priorities and gave her a tangible way to track how much of her life energy she was devoting to the things that mattered to her. The monthly ritual of filling in the numbers has the quality of an exciting game. How did she do in each category? Is it up or down from last month? How does it compare to last year's average for the same category? Are trends up or down? Now let's look at how one couple has gone about creating categories and a monthly tabulation form for tracking them. Lou B. and Steve B. live in rural Maine. Professionally they are at opposite ends of the spectrum. He drives a truck and she's an accountant. Personally, though, they are best buddies and are enjoying the awareness and communication that come from combining their incomes and expenses. When they computed their real hourly wage, they combined their totals to come out with a single figure for the two of them, $10.23 an hour. As you can see in figure 3-5, Lou's total adjusted hours were 77.5 and Steve's were 67.5, or 145 hours combined. Lou's total income was $1,080.31 and Steve's was $402.50, making a grand total of $1,482.81. Dividing combined income by combined hours is how they established that figure of $10.23 per hour, which meant that every dollar spent represented nearly 6 minutes of life energy. Now let's look at figure 3-6. Their tabulation for August. You'll notice that their incomes don't tally directly with their previous computation, which is understandable since both of them work variable hours according to the season and other factors. However, on average that figure of $10.23 an hour is still accurate. Now look at their categories. The number of subcategories under pets pegs them as animal lovers. And what does that other under pets mean? Stray cats? House guests? The cow when she isn't producing any milk? They seem to be generous types as well, with two categories for contributions. Those house expenses tell us that they might be building or remodeling their house as a continuing project, and they probably are do-it-yourself types, judging from the low cost of labor that August. The mortgage payment of $1,316.93 includes $300 extra toward the principal. They are saving a lot of mortgage interest by paying off their mortgage as quickly as possible. In addition, Steve reports that the tabulation itself saved him money in a very unusual way. One month, not this particular month, looking at the junk food and lunches category, Steve discovered that he was a cookie junkie. He had spent twice as much on cookies as on music, one of his greatest loves. If it hadn't been for the tabulation, he claims, I would have gone into therapy for 10 months for behavior modification to handle my weight. Instead I got all the awareness I needed from my monthly tabulation. Figure 3-5 Steve and Lou's calculation of real hourly wage combining their income and expenses works for Lou and Steve. Other couples have found that separating out their income and expenses was the only way to get an accurate reflection of their unique patterns. You'd think that because Mary and Don M shared the same passion, music, and the same profession, computer programming, it would be natural for them to track their income and expenses together. But while they were outwardly a matched pair, their personalities and styles were at opposite ends of the spectrum. Don was near the rational, conservative, and deliberate end. Mary was more toward the emotional, experimental, and disorganized end. Their gazing-spins were different. Their shopping habits were different. Their hobbies, besides music, were different. Doing their monthly tabulations together wasn't giving either one of them much good information. Not only that, but soon after starting on the program, Mary left her programming job and started teaching piano full-time out of their home. Her hours and pay became irregular, so they decided that she would offset her smaller contribution to the household kitty by doing the housekeeping chores. This non-monetary arrangement didn't show up to their satisfaction on the monthly tabulations. The more they struggled to make it work, the more tension arose. In order to maintain a friendly marriage and stay on the program, they decided to separate their finances. To Don it was sensible. To Mary it was threatening, but she agreed to give it a try. To her amazement, Mary found that having her own accounts gave her a wonderful feeling of autonomy. She discovered that she'd become dependent in many subtle ways during the years of her marriage, and she reconnected with the strength and independence she'd felt when she was single. Figure 3 to 6 Steve and Lou's monthly tabulation with hours of life energy. Let's look now at how another figure did her balance sheet. Diane G applied her computer programmer's logical mind to the task of setting up a balance sheet for herself. Her monthly tabulation categories are enough like Rosemary's that we don't need to reproduce them, but her balance sheet has a precision and elegance that are instructive. See figure 3 to 7. Setting up this form for herself made the end of the month balancing process easy and accurate. Her capital is the combination of what she has in savings, a money market account, and bonds. This is all money that is earning interest, which she likes to keep separate from the money in her checking account. The point of these stories is not to provide you with a standard to follow, but to inspire you to create a monthly tabulation form that works for you. Remember, this is not a budget book or a spending plan. This is not trying to fit your round, or octagonal, peg into society's square hole. Creating your form will be a process of self-discovery. You aren't learning the right way, you are creating your own way. There is no right way to do it other than to do it, as the next story reminds us. What is notable about Leslie N.'s experience with the monthly tabulation is not her form, but the impact that doing the tabulation has had on her life. Leslie is a waitress and activist from Santa Fe, New Mexico. By nature she is much more interested in politics than in paychecks. Tracking did not come instinctively, which is perhaps why the step has been so important for her. Before doing the FI program she was in debt and totally unconscious about money. Doing her tabulations has provided an anchor for her life. When she lets it slide, she finds herself slipping once again toward debt. The fact that she has her tabulation form set up so that she can record her expenses daily makes her that much more impeccable about writing everything down. This diligence has paid off. Over the course of about 5 years she has accumulated $30,000 in savings, and that is inviolate, even when she gets off track and finds herself tempted to splurge. Not only that, but it has transformed tax time from a nightmare to a dream. Figure 3 to 7 Diane's balance sheet. This step is crucial to the whole rest of the program, which is why those people who proudly report that they are on the program because they're keeping track of every penny are so off base. This step provides insight and empowerment and will be worth every minute you invest in setting it up to work for you. The following is an example of some possible ways of breaking down the large categories into smaller subcategories that reflect the personal quality of your life. This is an example, just for the purpose of illustration. If you merely adapt it for yourself, you will be missing an important part of the step: discovering and refining your own personal spending patterns. This program is designed so that you become conscious. Checklist 1. Food A. At home, basic meals B. At home, snacks and goodies C. At home, entertaining friends D. At work, basic meals E. At work, snacks and coffee breaks F. Outside, restaurants, for enjoyment G. Outside, fast food, convenience while shopping, etc. H. Health foods, special diet, current fad, etc. I. Junk foods, current addictions J. Special treats, Ben and Jerry's ice cream, crab salad, etc. K. Vegetable garden, seeds, compost, etc. 2. Shelter A. Mortgage payment, principal C. Category 11 for interest, or rent B. Motel, hotel C. Vacation rental D. Home repairs E. Remodeling F. Property taxes 3. Utilities A. Electric bill B. Heating fuel C. Firewood D. Propane or natural gas E. Gas for grill F. Water bill G. Phone bill H. Garbage pickup and slash or dump fees I. Sewer bill 4. Household maintenance A. Cleaning materials B. Laundry and dry cleaning C. Hardware and repairs D. Bathroom supplies E. Kitchen supplies, non-food, F. Special services, plumber, maid, lawn mowing, etc. G. Tools bought for household projects, even if projects weren't done H. Yard and garden expenses 5. Clothing and ornamentation, jewelry and accessories, A. Everyday necessities, clothing to keep the body covered and protected B. Clothing for work C. Clothing for fashion display D. Recreational clothing, jogging suit, tennis outfit, golf shoes, hiking boots, bicycling gear, bathing suits, leathers, riding jodhpurs, workout tights and leotards, square dancing dress, etc. E. Compulsive clothes buying F. Psychological and emotional clothing 6. Transportation A. Commuting to and from work B. Automobile, gas C. Automobile, oil D. Automobile, regular maintenance E. Automobile, repairs F. Automobile, insurance, inspection, registration, driver's license G. Public transportation, local H. Airplane, train, long distance bus I. Car rental J. Bicycle repair and maintenance K. Car payments L. Tolls and parking fees 7. Communication A. Telephone, base rate, long distance charges, cost of cell phone, all divided into work-related and social, B. Postage, stationery, overnight mail, courier service C. Photocopies, printing D. Internet service 8. Health A. Doctor bills B. Dental bills C. Health insurance D. Other health practitioners, chiropractor, acupuncturist, etc. E. Prescription drugs F. Vitamins and supplements G. Medically recommended diets H. Gym or health club I. Orthotics, prosthetics, physical aids, eyeglasses, contacts, arch supports, braces J. Exercise equipment 9. Recreation and leisure time A. Alcohol, at home, at bar B. Tobacco C. Sporting events D. Plays, concerts, museums E. Movies at the theater F. Video equipment, TVs, cable subscription, DVD player, purchased and rented DVDs, TiVo G. CDs, digital downloads H. Stereo equipment, MP3 players I. Weekends, vacation, resorts, retreats J. Educational workshops, classes, lectures K. Books, magazines, newspapers L. Hobbies, crafts, art supplies M. Toys N. Home computer equipment and supplies, is this communication or work-related? O. Sports and camping equipment P. Sports fees, lift tickets, skating rink admission, etc. 10. Gifts and donations A. Personal gifts B. Church C. Charitable organizations, United Way, World Wildlife Fund Yes, track those one-click donations for all the worthy causes that arrive in your inbox etc. D. Office collections E. Activist, environmental, human rights, etc. F. Political contributions G. Panhandlers, street people 11. Interest and bank charges, the cost of making and spending money, A. Interest on mortgage, S. B. Cost of credit cards, annual fees, late charges, interest C. Car payment interest D. Installment buying charges and interest E. Bank loan interest and charges F. Late payment charges G. State and federal income tax 12. Losses A. Money actually lost B. Money stolen C. Money lost in vending machines D. Money lent, when repaid, treat as income, e-gambling losses, betting pools, etc. F. Lottery tickets. G. Shortfalls in monthly accounting. 13. Gazingas pins. For a partial listing of potential Gazingas pins, consult your favorite clothing, gadget, garden, tool, jewelry, etc. catalog. Every item on every page is potentially one of yours, from art supplies to zoom lenses to zithers. 14. Miscellaneous online purchases. 15. Other expenditures. 16. Income. A. Wages, salary, tips, net, take home. B. Money found. C. Loans repaid to you. D. Inheritances, gifts. E. Interest on savings accounts. F. Interest on investments. G. Dividends. H. Income tax refunds. I. Mail-in rebates, when received. J. Refunds. K. Proceeds from garage sales, online sales. L. Proceeds from sales through consignment shops. M. Proceeds from sale of arts, crafts and cash prizes. O. Gambling winnings. 17. Savings capital. A. Bank savings accounts. B. Refundable deposits, rent, preschool, etc. C. Piggy bank, cookie jar, etc. D. Non-speculative, insured investments. Government bonds, certificates of deposit, etc. E. Other investments and speculations. By the way, it took a lot longer to read this section than it will take you to do your monthly tabulation once it has been set up. Summary of Step 3. 1. Discern your unique spending and income categories and subcategories from the month's worth of entries in your daily money log. 2. Set up your monthly tabulation. 3. Enter all money transactions in the appropriate category. 4. Total money spent in each subcategory. 5. Add up total monthly income and total monthly expenses. Total your cash on hand and balance all bank accounts. Apply equation, total monthly income minus total monthly expenses plus or minus monthly error, to see how accurate you've been. The money you actually have at the end of the month should equal what you had at the beginning plus your monthly income minus your monthly expenses. 6. Convert the dollars spent in each subcategory into hours of life energy, using the real hourly wage that you computed in Step 2. 4. How much is enough? The nature of fulfillment. What is fulfillment? Whether in the sense of accomplishing a goal or enjoying a moment of real contentment, fulfillment is that experience of deep satisfaction when you can say, "Ah, that was a delicious meal, a job well done, or a purchase worth the money." To find fulfillment, though, you need to know what you are looking for. It's fairly easy to know what fulfillment is in terms of food or other temporary pleasures. But to have fulfillment in the larger sense, to have a fulfilled life, you need to have a sense of purpose, a dream of what a good life might be. For many of us, however, growing up has meant outgrowing our dreams. The aspiration to write a great book has shrunk to writing advertising copy. The dream of being an inspiring preacher has evolved into being an administrator and a mediator between the factions in the congregation. Instead of really knowing who their patients are, how their patients live, or the challenges in their lives, doctors today are plagued with back-to-back 15-minute patient visits and malpractice suits. The dream of traveling around the world becomes 2 weeks a year of hitting the tourist traps. Living a fulfilling and meaningful life seems almost impossible, given the requirements of simply meeting day-to-day needs and problems. Yet, at one time or another, practically every one of us has had a dream of what we wanted our lives to be. People with a diagnosis of cancer often get that divorce, or take the trip they've been dreaming about, or take up a new hobby that's been patiently waiting for its time in the sun. Wherever you are, take a few moments now to reflect upon your dreams. So many of us have spent so many hours, days, and years of our lives devoted to someone else's agenda that it may be hard to get in touch with our dreams. So many of us have whittled away at our uniqueness so that we could be square pegs in square holes that it seems slightly self-indulgent to wonder what kind of hole we would be inclined to carve for ourselves. Indulge yourself now. Stare out a window. Shut your eyes. And envision what would be a truly fulfilling life for you. To help you get started on this journey, ask yourself the following questions. What did you want to be when you grew up? What have you always wanted to do that you haven't yet done? What have you done in your life that you are really proud of? If you knew you were going to die within a year, How would you spend that year? What brings you the most fulfillment and how is that related to money? If you didn't have to work for a living, what would you do with your time? You may want to write your answers down. These questions help you focus on what you truly value, what makes your life worth living. In this next step, you'll be finding out how well your spending is aligned with those values. Everybody's got a dream. Some people have fairly conventional dreams, the kinds many Americans would cherish. Amy and Jim D., for example, had a simple dream. They wanted to raise a family in a big farmhouse in a rural area. When they got married, they had, between the two of them, logged more than 20 years in the workaday world, Jim as a career Navy man and Amy as a graphic artist, yet by the mid-1980s they had only $1,500 in savings to show for it. Their first child, according to Amy, was born 9 months and 15 minutes after we were married. They recognized that they valued family and community above the fast lane of life in which they had both been living, and decided to raise their children and realize their dream on only one income, Jim's salary from the Navy. To realize their dream, they called upon all the frugality training they'd gotten from their thrifty parents and devised scads of new strategies for saving money. Neither had any sense of deprivation. They thrived on this challenge to their creativity, and their relationship thrived on their shared purpose. In 7 years they had 4 children and saved $49,000 by the late 1980s, all from Jim's income, which at that time was under $30,000 a year. Amy stayed home with the kids, enough to make a down payment on a rural farmhouse in Maine, pay off all debts and buy a new car, furniture, and appliances. 2 years after that, Amy decided to put her graphic skills to work and create a forum where frugal ideas could be exchanged. In June 1990 she published the premiere issue of the Tightwad Gazette, an 8-page newsletter full of practical tips about living the good life on a shoestring. 1 A year later they had twins and were still able to live within their means. Their story is testimony to the fact that simple dreams, like having a house in the country and staying home to raise a family, are truly within reach. Other people have more unconventional dreams. Wes L.'s passion is nature, both being in it and preserving it. For him the FI program is a way to do what he's always wanted to do, contribute to humanity's understanding of and respect for the natural world full time. He's aligning as many parts of his life as possible with this dream. His paid employment is as a chemist measuring air quality. He's moved within walking distance of work so he won't contribute as much to the air pollution he's measuring. On vacations he kayaks through unspoiled wilderness areas, and on weekends he teaches kayaking to help others experience nature safely and respectfully. And with his disposable income he builds up his savings and supports major conservation organizations. The compass of his life is the natural world, and every aspect of his life points in that direction. And some people look forward to fulfilling a number of dreams. Keyes and Helen K. are a case in point. Keyes was a physician and the medical director of a clinic that provides medical care to minorities and migrant workers. Helen was a former teacher active in the programs of a number of nonprofit organizations who also held down the fort for her family. They loved their lives but looked forward to an empty nest so that they too could fly the coop. The financial program gave them a way to retire from their paid employment at the same time they retired from being full-time parents. They moved to a small town and bought land that became the heart of an eco-village, an intentional community committed to sustainability on every level possible. Helen is now a force of nature in this new community and also has time for her painting. Step 4 of this financial program allows you to evaluate your priorities and rebalance your accounts. It allows you to take your dreams out of hock and reincorporate them into your everyday, making a dying life. Eventually, you'll find you are finally making a living. Step 4, 3 questions that will transform your life. In this step you evaluate your spending by asking 3 questions about the total spent in each of your subcategories. 1. Did I receive fulfillment, satisfaction, and value in proportion to life energy spent? 2. Is this expenditure of life energy in alignment with my values and life purpose? 3. How might this expenditure change if I didn't have to work for a living? To do this step, Go back to your monthly tabulation form and notice the 3 blank rows along the bottom. This is where you will write the answers to our 3 questions, see figure 4:1. You have already converted dollars to hours of life energy. Now you can take a look at how you want to spend that precious commodity. These 3 questions, applied to each spending subcategory on your monthly tabulation, will give you a basis for evaluating the way you spend your money. Figure 4:1 typical monthly tabulation with the 3 questions. Question 1, did I receive fulfillment, satisfaction, and value in proportion to life energy spent? This question provides a way to evaluate your expenditures. Take a look at each subcategory with this question in mind. If you received so much fulfillment from this expense of life energy that you'd even like to increase spending in this subcategory, place a plus, or an up arrow, in the first box. If you received little or no fulfillment from it, put a, or a down arrow, in that box. If the expense feels okay just as it is, mark the box with a 0. This simple exercise will show you where your spending is so automatic, or even addictive, that your life energy flows in that direction while fulfillment lies in the opposite. You might even find your shopping weaknesses, your Gazingaspins. At first you might angrily defend one or another of your Gazingaspin habits. I like having lots of shoes. Every pair has a function. Anyway, it's my money. But no one is trying to take your Gazingaspins away from you. In fact, no one is even listening, since the honesty required by this exercise emerges most readily in solitude. Over time, seeing the number of hours of your life you spent in order to reward yourself with yet another Gazingaspin might make it less of a treasure and more of a booby prize. Evie M., an intensive care nurse, talked about her pet purchase. I discovered that every month I bought at least one new pair of shoes, wore them a few times and then placed them in the back of my closet with the other 40 plus pairs making room for my next new shoes. I calculated that in 1 month I spent 10 hard hours at work to pay for 1 pair of shoes. A large minus sign went in the box under my category for shoes. No amount of rationalization could keep me from seeing the simple truth: I did not get value from having so many pairs of shoes. On the other hand, you might find you've been too much of a penny pincher in categories where you get a lot of fulfillment. Make sure you note these areas of supreme satisfaction and put your plus, or up arrow, in the columns where you are actually underspending. The trick to doing this evaluation is to do it objectively, without rationalizing to yourself why the expenditure was so high or so low, and without condemning yourself by agonizing about how you could have spent that much in that category. The key phrase to remember is no shame, no blame. Couples have also found this step a valuable way to discuss differences in their spending habits with equanimity and objectivity. Ted and Martha P. discovered that this question provided a gentle way to evaluate each other's spending patterns without getting defensive or adversarial. Rather than directly challenging one of Ted's purchases, Martha can just calmly ask whether he really got fulfillment, satisfaction, and value in proportion to the amount of life energy spent. They find that they are able to observe and even comment on each other's Gazingaspins with a lot more compassion. For Martha it's books. For Ted it's phones. He has one in every room and some don't always work. Being able to discuss financial choices without subtle bickering has been invaluable for them and has actually helped their marriage. Developing an internal yardstick for fulfillment. Answering this question helps you develop an internal yardstick for fulfillment and in the process kick any unhealthy shopping habits. You may discover that you've been measuring your fulfillment, or lack of it, by what those around you have or by what advertising says you should want. Being fulfilled is having just enough. Think about it. Whether it's food or money or things, if you don't know, from an internal standard, what is enough, then you will pass directly from not enough to too much, with enough being like a little whistle-stop town. You blink and you've missed it. You will rarely have an experience of fulfillment. By diligently working with this question you will begin to identify, for yourself, an internal yardstick that you can use to measure how much is enough. The primary tool for developing this internal yardstick is awareness. The affluence that surrounds us has been called the American dream, and with good reason. We've been asleep. We wake up by questioning the dream. Asking yourself, month in, month out, whether you actually got fulfillment in proportion to life energy spent in each subcategory awakens that natural sense of knowing when enough is enough. You come to differentiate between a passing fancy and real fulfillment, that point of perfect balance where desires disappear because they have been completely met. Any less would be not enough. Any more would be too much. A fulfilling meal is one where all the flavors, smells, and textures blend perfectly and your appetite is satisfied without even a trace of the discomfort of having overeaten. In the same way, a fulfilling car is one that meets your transportation needs perfectly, that is pleasing enough to the eye, that you will enjoy owning for many thousands of miles, that doesn't insult your wallet or your values and that, with good maintenance, will be both reliable and a pleasure to drive. Your internal yardstick would dismiss any superficial desires to impress others, to relieve the boredom of driving a 2-year-old car, to own a Lexus because you want the status symbol or to have a blue convertible that matches your eyes. Those are all external yardsticks. If an experience or a purchase is truly fulfilling, the desire disappears for a long time. You are satisfied, contented, at peace. Having an internal yardstick for fulfillment is actually one part of what we call financial integrity. You learn to make your financial choices independently of what advertising and industry have decided would be good for their business. You are free of the humiliation of being manipulated into spending your life energy on things that don't bring you fulfillment. Marcia M., whose story we'll be hearing in Chapter 7, reported that before doing this evaluation she used to feel powerless over the money in her wallet. I'd walk into a store and my money would fly out of my wallet. Not literally, but that's how it felt. I couldn't stop it. It is a form of financial independence to be able to just say no to unconscious spending. To recap, when evaluating your subcategories, place a 0 in the box if the expenditure feels fine just as it is, A+, or an up arrow, if you got so much satisfaction that you might even like to increase that expenditure, or a down arrow, if the amount of money spent was not fulfilling. This question is an opportunity to look at the degree of satisfaction in your life by examining something as simple and tangible as the way you use your life energy. No shame, no blame. It's simply the facts. Question 2, is this expenditure of life energy in alignment with my values and life purpose? This question is illuminating. It gives you a concrete way of looking at whether or not you're practicing what you preach. As you did with the first question, ask of each spending subcategory, was this expenditure of life energy in alignment with my values and my life purpose? If your answer is a strong yes, put A+, or an up arrow, in the second box, under that column. If it's a no, just put the, or a down arrow. If it's fine as it is, put a 0. Take as long as you need to think it through. People like Amy and Jim D had a clear set of values and a strong sense of purpose when they undertook their Tightwad campaign. So did Wes L. and Keys and Helen K. Measuring their financial choices against these two factors helped them to align their finances with their dreams. On the other hand, many people living otherwise well-off lives are suffering from a poverty of ideals. Many heirs and heiresses are among the lost and confused, all dressed up financially and nowhere to go. And lots of ordinary people who've achieved the American dream are also wondering whether there isn't more to life than this. What about you? Are your values and life purpose clear, or are they out of focus, buried under the weight of a lifestyle that doesn't seem to fit? Values. Let's talk about values first. What are values, anyway? Our values are those principles and qualities that matter to us. Living our values gives us peace of mind. Not doing so disturbs our conscience and, if we aren't aware of what's going on, disables that inner gyroscope that orients us. On one level, values are the ideas and beliefs on which we base our decisions. They are like an invisible ethical DNA, made up of our sense of right and wrong, that structures our choices. So our values reflect our beliefs. But since how we act reflects our real motivations, our values are revealed by our behaviors. Parents sometimes try to sidestep this fact with the phrase "do as I say, not as I do." When we choose to provide food, shelter, and clothing for our children, we are making that choice on the basis of values, being a good parent, expressing a natural feeling of love. Whether we spend our day off walking in the park or going back to the office, our choice is based on values. "But I had to go to the office," you say. That's not a values decision, that's pure necessity. Yet you value the paycheck, so you choose to do the job. Or you value being responsible to your family. Or you value the guy in the next cubicle, perhaps more than you should. Our behavior is a concrete representation of our values. How we spend our time and money says volumes about who we are and what we stand for. This book deals with one of the chief social manifestations of our values: how we handle money in our lives. You learn quite a lot about the values you are living when you look at your monthly tabulations. What values do the $150, or 25 hours of life energy, at the $6 per hour we calculated in our example in Chapter 2, spent on eating out reveal? They could indicate any number of things: that you value convenience, that you like good food, or that you want social time with friends. What about the 12 hours donated to a charity? The 30 hours for the phone bill? You may find that you are comfortable with many of these expenditures. And some you may question. 25 hours of life energy spent on eating out may seem fine until you realize upon reflection that you devoted only 8 hours this month to one of your children. For many people, the values expressed in their expenditures are not the values they really want to be living. Your totals in some of your categories may reveal that habit, peer pressure, or even boredom has gotten the best of you. Go back to the questions at the beginning of the chapter. If you didn't have to work for a living, what would you do with your time? What have you done with your life that you are really proud of? How would you spend the next year if you knew it was the last year of your life? Your answers to these questions will tell you a lot about what you truly value. Your monthly tabulations are like a mirror. As you ask the question, "Is this expenditure in alignment with my values?" month in and month out, you will find that you are looking deeply into yourself. Simply as a result of asking and answering this question, you will make changes, large and small, that bring you closer to financial integrity, where all aspects of your financial life are in harmony with your true values. The process of coming into integrity is like that telescope we talked about in Chapter 2. The multiple lenses of the telescope allow you, the viewer, to extend and expand your vision, but only if each lens is clear and polished, and only if all the lenses are aligned and properly oriented one to the other. If any aspect of ourselves is out of alignment with the whole of our being, we will not be able to see very far. In fact, our vision will be completely obstructed by that one lens that is out of line. Tom C. had the makings of a very nice life. All the pieces were there to add up to success: a terrific wife, 2 kids, 2 cars, a lovely house, and plenty of tangible and intangible benefits from his job as a school administrator. He had respect, a good income, and security. He was successful, but he wasn't happy. In fact, he was mad. He was angry and frustrated with the system that had led him to believe that if he had the right stuff, i.e., house, cars, job, etc., he'd feel fulfilled. He didn't. Looking for a way out, he attended one of our FI seminars. On that day he realized something he knew but didn't know, that happiness doesn't come from externals. It comes only from integrating your values with your relationship with money. Nothing was wrong with his life, but the pieces didn't add up to something he was internally proud of. His life was good, but it wasn't real. When he looked at his values, he realized that his overarching desire was to contribute something towards solving some of the world's problems, instead of just being one of the decent yet sleeping millions who consider minding their own business their highest good. But how could he live his values? His job, while good, did nothing to express his concern for the world. He took a risk, and a cut in pay, by leaving the school system to develop a private counseling practice and to work in a clinic in conjunction with a doctor. His new career slowly came into focus. Eventually he went into partnership with an associate, holding training sessions and seminars. Tom and his partner help people get in touch with their values and worth, and with their responsibility to themselves and the larger community. Tom has pieced together his skills, values, and concerns into a life that fits for him. His insides match his outsides, and he's finally happy. What is purpose? The second part of this question calls on you to evaluate your expenditures in light of your life purpose. But what does that really mean? Purpose implies direction and time. You do something now to have something later that you value. For some people, like Amy and Jim D., doing work they enjoy and raising a loving family defines their purpose. For others, the sense of purpose might be elusive, not quite in focus. Their actions don't reflect their deepest desires. Some individuals, waking up to the emptiness of a purposeless life, spend years looking for some purpose to give life meaning. Others, like Wes L., seem to have it identified from the moment of birth. What is this thing called purpose in life? Purpose can be as straightforward as your goal, I am doing this in order to get that. It can be revealed in the answer you give when someone asks, why are you doing what you're doing? Your motivation. It can be the deeper meaning you ascribe to the events of your life. The real purpose of my job was to meet my wife. Life purpose, however, implies something beyond reason. It isn't simply achieving a goal or acquiring some longed-for possession. It isn't the meaning you ascribe to events in your past. It is a chosen dedication of your life energy to something you believe is more important than your individual little existence. It is your commitment. It is that for which you will sacrifice your life, at very least your time, attention, creativity, effort, and perhaps even your life itself. It becomes your identity as surely as your name, your body, or your story to date. You can see these different kinds of purpose, goal, meaning and dedication in this story about 3 stonecutters, each chipping away at a large block. A passerby approaches the first stonecutter and asks, "Excuse me, what are you doing?" The stonecutter replies rather gruffly, "Can't you see? I'm chipping away at this big hunk of stone." Approaching the second craftsman, our curious person asks the same question. This stonecutter looks up with a mixture of pride and resignation and says, "Why, I'm earning a living to take care of my wife and children." Moving to the third worker, our questioner asks, "And what are you doing?" The third stonecutter looks up, his face shining, and says with reverence, "I'm building a cathedral." Dedication to a higher purpose. The meaning we give to an action comes from within us, not by the action. Like the first stonecutter, we have the choice of denying that our actions have any meaning beyond the physical reality of what we are doing. Like the second, we can absorb the meanings that our culture ascribes to our actions. Supporting a family is a culturally accepted purpose. So are getting an education, getting married, and having children, creating a successful business, discovering the cure for a disease, winning honors. The list goes on. Unexamined, these can amount to life on automatic pilot. Examined, they can give your life radiance and clarity. Only you know. The third stonecutter's answer points to another level of meaning and purpose, living our highest ideals, dedicating ourselves to something beyond our personal gratification, that leaves a legacy for generations to come, that seems noble and worthy of our steadfast devotion. People often have a sense of purpose about making their community or the world a better place, perhaps helping solve problems of hunger, homelessness, abusive family relationships, global warming. Sometimes a person's purpose is to embody certain qualities, such as love, peace, or nonviolence. In this sense, purpose is about our extension of ourselves out into the world. There is also a sense in which purpose is generic. Beyond my purpose, many believe there is the purpose. Many religions and creeds teach that there is a core of goodness within each of us, an ability to know right from wrong and a desire to do the right thing. While every culture may have a different definition of the good, the true, and the beautiful, Nearly all cultures honor the individuals who embody those ideals. How do we find our purpose? Joanna Macy, an educator, ecologist, and author, has suggested 3 directions in which to look for your own purpose. 21. Work with your passion, on projects you care deeply about. What was your dream before you stopped dreaming? What's the work you would do even if you weren't paid to do it? You're not looking for those superficial preferences depicted on bumper stickers, like "I'd rather be surfing." You're looking for something you'd gladly no holds barred would give your life to, not something you use to get away from your life. 2. Work with your pain, with people whose pain touches your heart. Have you been there so you know how it feels in grief, sorrow, despair, hunger, terror? Can you offer others the wisdom and compassion you gained from this experience? Is there an aspect of suffering in the world that calls you to action? If you are in such pain that you've lost touch with your ability to help others, then now is the perfect time to extend your hand to others in pain. It's healing. 3. Work with what is at hand, with the opportunities that arise daily for responding to the simple needs of others. Finding your purpose has often been equated with discovering the perfect job or service project that will galvanize you to be as saintly as Mother Teresa. This suggestion to work with what's at hand is a reminder that in an interconnected world all acts of service contribute to the good of the whole. If you remember that there is no single act of greatness, just a series of small acts done with great passion or great love, then in doing what you see needs to be done, taking dinner to a sick neighbor, helping a child learn to read, writing a letter to the editor of your newspaper, being an advocate for the homeless in your city, you will discover a life filled with the experience of having a purpose worth living for. Passion, pain, what's at hand, these are doorways into finding a purpose beyond material acquisition. Measuring our movement toward purpose. Once again, go back to the questions at the beginning of this chapter. What have you always wanted to do that you haven't done yet? What brings you the most fulfillment? Your musings in response to these questions will also provide clues to your purpose. Take a few minutes right now to write down your purpose in life. It may have nothing to do with how you now spend your time. It may or may not seem significant to others. It may not even be very clear for you yet. Just do the best you can. Use this stated purpose to measure your actions. If over time you see your purpose changing, that's fine. Simply write what life purpose now means to you and use this new statement of purpose as your measuring stick. However you define your purpose, you'll need a way to measure your results, some feedback to tell you if you are on track. Often we measure how we are doing in fulfilling our purpose by material success, or by professional or community recognition. There is another, more accurate, measure of whether you are living your purpose, one that goes beyond material success and beyond rewards and recognition. It is your answer to the question, is this expenditure of life energy in alignment with my values and life purpose? Asking this question faithfully every month, for every category, will nudge you toward clarifying your values, living in alignment with your stated purpose, and defining further your true purpose in life. George Bernard Shaw, so the story goes, once said to a society matron, "Madam, I'll wager you would go to bed with me for £5. She was instantly indignant. How could he think such a thing? He paused as if thinking and asked, "What if I offered you £100,000? She hesitated and her silence gave her away. So, Shaw said, we aren't arguing about the act, but merely about the price. Money is an extremely compelling measure for all of us, even those dedicated to lofty ends. Another way to measure your movement toward your purpose is through the Purpose in Life test, based on the work of Viktor Frankl. Having survived the Nazi death camps, Frankl observed that there was a factor beyond intellect or psychology that allowed some people to retain their humanity in inhumane circumstances. This factor, he concluded, was meaning, or purpose, a capacity to find, through deep dialogue with one's conscience, a positive significance in the events of one's life. The will to have meaning and purpose in life, he said, is superior to the will to have power or the will to find pleasure. Indeed, these latter drives take over when the will to find meaning has been thwarted. Frankl also observed that being human means relating and being directed to something or someone other than oneself. 3. Going through the questionnaire in Figure 4-2, which is based on Frankl's profound work, will assist you in your own movement toward meaning in your life. Point 4. To tally your score, add the numbers circled. If you were below 92, you probably lack meaning and purpose in life. If you were in the 92 to 112 range, your sense of purpose is indecisive or hazy, and if your score was greater than 112, you have a clear purpose. How did you do? Remember that asking the question, "Is this expenditure in alignment with my purpose?" will help you in defining and putting together the building blocks to your sense of purpose. Take time to make some notes. And perhaps read Frankl's moving book, Man's Search for Meaning. Returning to integrity, back to the second question in Step 4, is this expenditure of life energy in alignment with my values and life purpose? Now that you've taken a deeper look at values and purpose, ask this question again. Ask without criticism or self-condemnation, but honestly and dispassionately. Look at the way you previously rated your expenditures. Do you still agree? Change your answers if your evaluation of a particular category is now different. Figure 4-2 Purpose in Life Test. Copyright held by Psychometric Affiliates, Box 807, Murfreesboro, Tennessee 37133. Permission must be granted to use this test. You now have a black and white map of your spending patterns and their relationship to your defined values and purpose. You may see gaps between your statement of purpose and your expression of it, gaps that you were unaware of before. To return to integrity, alignment of your actions with your values, you can either adjust your spending or adjust your purpose. Indeed, this question is your primary tool for achieving FI in the sense of financial integrity. Charles Givens makes the same point in his book Financial Self-Defense. When your actions are out of alignment with your values, you can experience fear, guilt, frustration, and emotional imbalance. Fortunately, you can get rid of those negative, unwanted feelings. You can either, 1. Change your actions to align with your values, or 2. Change your values to align with your actions. Point 5. Question 3. How might this expenditure change if I didn't have to work for a living? Use this question to evaluate how much your job costs you and to begin to focus more clearly on your life apart from work. Ask yourself, which expenses would decrease and which expenses would disappear if I didn't go to work every day? In the third row under your expense categories, mark A, or down arrow, if you think this expense would decrease, A plus, or up arrow, if it would increase, or a 0 if it would probably remain unchanged. If you can come up with an estimated dollar figure, write it in a separate line on the monthly tabulation. This question opens the possibility of a lifestyle in which you don't have to report to a job week in, week out. What would your life be like if you didn't work for money 40 or more hours a week? What expenses might disappear? If you didn't have to work for money, would you buy more clothes? Fewer clothes? Burn more gas? Less gas? Sell your car entirely? Move to a cheaper house farther from a center of commerce? Would you have higher or lower medical bills? Insurance costs might go up, but illnesses down? Would you still take weekend breaks in hotels? Would your travel expenses go up or down? Would your Gazingaspin purchases increase or decrease? What do you now spend to simply compensate for doing a job that claims the majority of your waking hours? As you ask yourself this question over time, you may find yourself coming to a startling conclusion. If you weren't trying to fit your round peg into a square hole all the time, life could be a whole lot cheaper. Because your days are consumed by your job, you need money to handle every other aspect of your life, from daycare to home repair, from entertainment to being listened to with compassion. Here's a riddle: who is more financially independent, someone who can fix a leaky faucet, or someone who must pay another person to fix it? In many ways we have actually become more financially dependent. How many times have you been stymied by a modern convenience that won't work? When you try to get it repaired locally, you're told to send it back to the factory. Postage alone is more than it would cost to replace it. You'd fix it yourself, But how? Isn't needing money to make it through life actually a form of dependence? If that is so, then asking the question, what would this expenditure look like if I had the time and skills to maintain my possessions myself, will lead you toward less dependence on money to fill your needs. Assessing the 3 questions. Now take a look at your tabulation sheet. Find all of your marks or down arrows. Note which subcategories didn't meet your criterion. For question 1, you did not receive fulfillment in proportion to the amount of life energy spent. Which ones didn't measure up on question 2? This expenditure was not in alignment with your values and life purpose. And which ones are expenses that would change significantly if you didn't have to make a dime? Now look at your list. Do you see any patterns? What have you learned about yourself? Don't punish yourself and don't resolve to do better next month. Remember, this is not a budget. Simply use this information and any insights you've gained to assist in clarifying your values and purpose. Remember, no shame, no blame. Let's go back to the monthly tabulations we looked at in Chapter 3 and see how Rosemary and Lou and Steve did these evaluations. Rosemary's is fairly straightforward. While she didn't choose to estimate how much she would be spending in each category if she stopped working for a living, the categories she thinks would go down provide some food for thought. Lou and Steve's chart is particularly interesting because they came up with some novel adaptations and interpretations. The first thing you'll notice is that Lou and Steve added a 4th question: is this level of expenditure helpful to the planet? What would change in your own spending patterns if you were to ask yourself this question? The other twist you'll notice is that their figure for charitable contributions post-FI, when they are financially self-sufficient and no longer working for pay, is the same as their post-FI income. Lou and Steve recognize that once they are free of paid employment, they will be able to volunteer full-time to causes they care about. Instead of giving token donations each month, they will be able to give themselves. Their lives will be their charitable contribution. Now take a look at how Keys and Helen K estimated what their expenses would be once their kids had graduated from high school, leaving them free to do community service projects together. In figure 4 to 5 they compare their year 1 average monthly expenses in each category with their projected expenses in year 5. They arrived at these figures after several years of tracking expenses and asking the 3 questions. The year 5 estimates are not a budget. They are experientially derived from months of tracking and evaluating the real cost of a fulfilling life. You don't have to know precisely what you would do if you didn't have a job. You don't even have to want to do anything other than your job. You just need to ask the question of each expense category: how would expenditures in this category change if I didn't have to work for a living? Remember, no shame, no blame. You aren't violating your commitment to your profession by asking that question. Nor are you expressing disloyalty to your boss or dissatisfaction with your job by considering how you might spend your money if you were doing something else. If you love your job, the simple monthly exercise of asking this question will only increase your job satisfaction because you will increase your certainty that you are there by choice. Implications of this step. Step 4 is the heart of this program. Don't worry if your life purpose or your internal yardstick is not crystal clear. For some individuals, this program has been the process by which they define their values and purpose. The very process of asking and answering the 3 questions month in and month out will clarify and deepen your understanding of fulfillment and purpose. Just ask the questions and mark your responses at the bottom of each expense column, using your intuition as much as your intellect. Figure 4 to 3 Rosemary's monthly tabulation of expenses with the 3 questions. Figure 4 to 4 Steve and Lou's monthly tabulation with the 3 questions. Figure 4 to 5 Keys and Helen's tabulation of average monthly expenses. The 9 steps of this program are easy. You don't have to understand them, you just have to do them. In fact, the people who get into the most trouble making this program work are those who believe they can skip steps that they think don't apply to them. If we could make this program any shorter, with fewer steps, we would. The fact is, this is the shortcut. We are practical people. We haven't included any window dressing or arcane wisdom in here just for the fun of it. The steps of this program work synergistically, building upon and enhancing one another. So just relax and do the steps. Over time, amazing changes will occur not only in your relationship with money but in your relationship with life itself. Here are a few reminders about working with Step 4 to maximize your benefits. Information and awareness, not shame or blame. This is simply an information gathering process. It is the first step toward reprogramming yourself. Any unconscious, addictive patterns of spending will be exposed and identified when you bring them into the light of honest evaluation and clear, numeric expression. The point is not to drive yourself to change through guilt or self-criticism. The point is to adjust your spending until you have zeros or and s in all your columns. Valuing yourself, a shift will take place in the realm of values as your handling of money increasingly comes into alignment with what really matters to you. In the past, we managed to convince ourselves that buying things for ourselves was an expression of self-esteem. I deserve the best, we learned to think. No more second-class citizenship for me. If I want it, I can have it, and if I don't have the money, I'll just put it on my credit card. Then along comes this process of rethinking your relationship with money and with the world, and everything turns upside down. Spending money on myself in ways that might bring superficial happiness but don't contribute to lasting fulfillment, you think, is actually not valuing myself. It's frittering away my precious, one-way life energy. Who did I think was going to pay off the credit card, anyway? True financial intelligence is understanding that if you buy now, you will pay later with interest. Financial intelligence is knowing that if you spend your life energy on stuff that brings only passing fulfillment and doesn't support your values, you end up with less life. This step is not about budgeting, not about self-condemnation, and not about depriving yourself. It is about honoring and valuing that limited resource called your life energy. It's about using this high self-respect to bring about greater fulfillment, greater satisfaction, and a greater sense of wholeness, alignment, and integrity. You do this by becoming conscious of your unexamined and unrewarding spending patterns painlessly. Integrity and synergy. This step helps you align values and behavior by adjusting one or the other. Financial independence is built on financial integrity, and financial integrity is built on alignment of vision and values with action. As shocking as it may be to see your unconscious spending patterns materialize as neatly totaled columns of dollars and cents, this exacting honesty is essential. People pay thousands of dollars for therapy, workshops, and seminars in order to confront their self-defeating patterns of thinking and acting. This step allows you to accomplish that same goal, at no cost and in the privacy of your own home. When you can go through this entire process of tabulation and evaluation with a totally peaceful mind and heart, you will have earned your black belt in financial integrity. Integrity is naturally fulfilling. Alignment of vision, values, and action. Whether we are talking about one person, a team of people, or a whole society, fosters a process known as synergy. Synergy is that state of functioning in which the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. With synergy, more energy comes out of a system than has seemingly been fed in. Synergy is potent. Because we so often work at cross purposes, within ourselves and within our organizations, synergy feels like magic, grace, a miracle. It's not. Synergy occurs within an individual when all aspects of his or her nature are aligned and focused in the same direction. If you're a tiger at work but a mouse at home, something within you is not aligned. Your energy will be tied up in a juggling act in which you keep dropping the balls. But if happiness, clarity, and peace characterize all aspects of your life, and what you do is in alignment with your purpose, then you are a potent and fulfilled individual. And that's made possible by taking a few minutes each month to ask these 3 questions of each of your spending subcategories. You will discover what is enough at the material level, and you will have an abundance of the joy that comes from living a life that matters. Getting to enough. In Chapter 1 we talked about the fulfillment curve and that interesting place at the peak of the fulfillment curve called enough. You have enough for your survival, enough for your comforts and even some special luxuries, with no excess to burden you unnecessarily. Enough is a powerful and free place. A confident and flexible place. And it's a place that you will define for yourself numerically as you follow this program. Asking the 3 questions, month in and month out, is the primary tool for defining, experientially, how much is enough for you. Our own experience and that of seminar participants is that enough has 4 components, 4 common qualities: 1. Accountability, knowing how much money is flowing into and out of your life, is basic financial intelligence. Clearly, if you never know how much you have or where it's all going, you can never have enough. No matter how much money she made, every month Marilyn B., a cook and caterer, was anxious that her money would run out before her next paycheck. While she always had enough, she never had enough in her experience, because she didn't know where she stood. It wasn't until she started meticulously keeping track of her money that the fears went away. Rich and poor alike benefit from accountability. Some people on government entitlement programs, from welfare to disability to Social Security, have enough, and others don't. The Wall Street Journal told the story of a mother on a $7.50 a month welfare income who managed to save $4,500 over 4 years through care, thrift, and prudence. The explanation was simple. She was saving for her daughter's college education, so she made every penny count. 6 At the same time, an advocate for a homeless family in Los Angeles told the story of wangling $1,200 out of the system so parents and kids alike could get decent clothes and nourishing food. Instead, the father went out and bought a $1,200 stereo system. He figured everyone had been through such a bad time they deserved something nice. Many people go bankrupt and end up on the street in part because they haven't learned basic principles of money management, especially accountability. 2. An internal yardstick for fulfillment. As we pointed out earlier, you can never have enough if you are measuring by what others have or think. 3. A purpose in life higher than satisfying your own wants and desires, because you can never have enough if every desire becomes a need that must be filled. Desire begets desire. That's what the astute potato chip company told us when it said, "Bet you can't eat just one." If you base your sense of having enough on your wants and desires, it will be, at best, an ephemeral experience. What is a purpose higher than getting what we want? The opposite of getting is giving, and therein lies a secret to fulfillment. Beyond the point of enough, we achieve happiness by exercising our capacity to give. If you have a purpose for your life that is higher than getting more and getting ahead, your energies will be focused on fulfilling that purpose, whether it is loving your family, serving on the school board, creating art, pruning your ego so your light can shine through, or working for peace. When you are no longer defining your worth in dollars and cents, you can get off the futile and endless money-go-round where your life was about trying to get ahead of the person in front of you. 4. Responsibility, a sense of how your life fits with your community and with the needs of the world. If we don't give a hoot about anyone but ourselves, we can never have enough until we have it all. Within the word responsibility is the key to why it's an essential part of having enough. Break it down and you see it contains response and able. If you are going through life robotically, following patterns laid down by genetics, parents, or society, you can react but not respond. To respond, you must be conscious that you have a choice, that you can select your response. If you are responsible, you can choose when to stop. If you are not responsible, you stop only when an external barrier is put up, be it the size of your stomach, the size of your credit limit, or the limit of the law. With responsibility, we can choose our limits and maintain a sense of balance, both within ourselves and with our neighbors. Initially, responsibility is about identifying when you have enough and stopping there for your own well-being. Ultimately, responsibility is about everyone in the world having enough, and finding ways for all of us to get there for the well-being of the earth. We become responsible to life itself. Let's try to imagine for a moment a world in which everyone had enough for his or her survival, enough for comforts, and even enough extra for those special times that represent real pleasure. We began this chapter talking about our personal dreams and about aligning our earning and spending with our values and our sense of purpose. The dream of everyone having enough has been with us as a species for thousands of years, yet has never been fulfilled. Following the steps of this program, doing your tracking and monthly tabulation and asking yourself the 3 questions will become so simple, so much second nature, that you might wonder what would happen if everyone who's living on more than enough did it. The dream of a sustainable world might begin to seem quite possible if what wasn't needed, the clutter of life, faded away. Does this sound like an impossible dream? Perhaps, but if you agree with Viktor Frankl that we each possess a will to have meaning, then possibilities abound. And the Tao Te Ching, the ancient Chinese book of wisdom, puts it this way: he who knows he has enough is rich. Summary of Step 4.1. Of each spending subcategory in your monthly tabulation, ask question 1, did I receive fulfillment, satisfaction, and value in proportion to life energy spent? Mark your answer with a plus, or an up arrow, A, or a down arrow, or a 0. 2. Of each spending subcategory in your monthly tabulation, ask question 2, is this expenditure of life energy in alignment with my values and life purpose? Mark your answer with a plus, or an up arrow, A, or a down arrow, or a 0. 3. Of each spending subcategory in your monthly tabulation, ask question 3, how might this expenditure change if I didn't have to work for a living? Mark your answer with a plus, or an up arrow, A, or a down arrow, or a 0, and write the estimated change on the monthly tabulation. 4. Review and make a list of all subcategories with the symbol, or down arrow. 5. Seeing progress. Step 5. Making life energy visible. In Step 5 you make visible the results of the previous steps, plotting them on a graph that gives you a clear, simple picture of your current relationship with money, life energy, as well as the trend of your financial situation, and the transformation in your relationship with money. Making your wall chart. Step 5 entails setting up a graph of your income and your expenses, one that is large enough to accommodate 3 to 5 years of data. This graph will be simple to create, simple to maintain, and simple to interpret. All the information you need is already on your monthly tabulation. You don't need a computer program to do Step 5. You just need to do it. If you have a software program you use for your accounts, you can train it to make the graph for you, but there is a second part of Step 5 that the computer won't do for you. To do it by hand, get a large sheet of graph paper, an 18 by 22 inch sheet with 10 squares to the centimeter, or a 24 by 36 inch sheet with 10 squares to the inch will do nicely, from a business supply store or college bookstore. If you can't find one, never fear. You can use any large piece of paper and rule it yourself, see figure 5:1. The left hand, vertical axis represents money. On it you will chart both your income and your expenses. Mark it in increments of dollars. Start with 0 at the bottom, leaving plenty of room on the upper part of the chart. As outrageous as this may sound at the moment, you should probably allow enough space at the top for your income to double. More than one fear has sheepishly shown us a chart with extra graph paper taped at the top to account for a level of earnings he or she never thought possible. Set up your scale so that the larger of the two figures, income or expenses, for this month falls about halfway up the scale. The lower horizontal scale represents time in increments of months. Allow 5 to 10 years on this axis. That's enough to see large-scale trends and maybe enough to see you through to financial independence. Figure 5:1 suggested size and layout of wall chart. At the end of each month you will plot the figures for your total monthly income and total monthly expenses. It is useful to use one color for your income and another for your expenses. Connect each point with a line to the previous month's entry. You will be creating two different colored lines, one for income and one for expenses. That's all there is to it. When you do this step the first month, you have a snapshot, a very revealing one of your habits around money. But the real learning and the real fun comes as you plot your figures month by month, year by year. Your wall chart will take the two-dimensional world of your monthly tabulations and add the dynamic dimension of time. It's like transforming a photo album into a moving picture, The monthly tabulations are like snapshots of particular moments in your journey toward financial independence, but the graph will make vivid your movement toward the goal, your progress over time. Your graph will be a moving picture in more ways than one. It will show you your motion, and it will also move you, renewing your commitment to keep going. The initial purge and splurge cycle. In the first month of recording your figures, you might confront one of our national foibles. Your income entry may well be lower than your expenses entry. You may have spent more than you earned. It is, after all, the American way. Seeing this reality might come as a bit of a shock. Chances are you'll want things to change, and change now. Accustomed to budgets, diets and New Year's resolutions, you swear on a stack of bank statements and credit cards that next month will be better. This is when people often go on a wallet fast with the kind of zeal characteristic of first-time dieters. They scrimp. They save. They deprive themselves and their families, putting everyone on beans, rice, and oatmeal rations. They concentrate daily on that expenses line, determined to cut it in half in one short month. Amazingly enough, many do. Entering the expense figure the second month, they proudly note a steep decline. This kind of austerity, however, isn't sustainable. By the third month, expenses often rebound with a vengeance, making up for the second month deprivation. Now what? In the old way of thinking, you might be tempted to take up the burden of budgeting again, or to quit. But take heart. There is a better way, and it works. Diane G., the computer programmer we met in Chapter 1 who hated her job but couldn't find a way out, had no trouble setting up her wall chart. Numbers and tracking were her business. While she had acquired many trophies to prove her success, from a pricey sports car to mementos collected on travels to exotic destinations, her wall chart looked no different from those of many other American dreamers. Her expenses were higher than her income. What I saw truly shocked me. I had no idea I spent more than I earned. But there it was, income $4,400 for that month and expenses $4,770. She felt challenged. If the odds were against spending less than you earn, she wanted to beat the odds. She decided to experiment on ways to lower her expenses. Rather than going out to lunch with her co-workers or even ordering less expensive meals, she chose to eat lunch at work. For a month she bought no new clothes or dinners out. After all, you can take anything for a month. Lo and behold, by month 2 her expenses had dropped way below her income. She'd proved she could do it. I was elated. The next month I paid less attention, returning to my old shopping habits and wiping out much of the financial gain of the previous month. My wall chart looked bad. And she realized that instead of trying to change the chart, she would need to change herself. Yet, through the years, she'd spent thousands of dollars on seminars that were designed to change everything from her self-esteem to her effectiveness on the job, but the change never lasted. So what was different this time? A major component was the wall chart. The wall chart seemed to be a challenge to the way she was living her whole life. It drew a picture of her spending habits, graphically showing her why there was not enough money at the end of the month. She decided to follow the steps and see where they led. She'd beaten plenty of other odds. She would beat these too. See Figure 5-2. How did this change in spending happen? Diane explains that as she followed the steps of the program and noted her successes, her self-esteem rose. She saw that she could do it, and her dissatisfaction turned into a drive to do the best job she could. This spirit transformed her experience of working, surprising her as much as it surprised her supervisors. Figure 5-2 Elaine's wall chart with expenses. Within 4 months I was debt-free and my expenses were down to $1,640. I had cut my grocery bill from $359 a month to $203 without even trying. Perhaps part of it was that I was happier on my job, so I needed fewer treats. My restaurant bill dropped to $77 a month from $232, just by eating out only when I really wanted to. I moved to a house for less rent that was closer to work, so my gas bill was 60% lower. My medical costs were also cut in half, most likely for the same reason my food bill went down. I was enjoying my job more and had no need to get sick. None of this felt like deprivation. I wasn't struggling to spend less. It didn't even feel like I was doing anything in particular. It all happened gradually. At the same time, I loved putting my figures on the wall chart each month and seeing the changes. What a thrill! The wall chart reminds us that transforming our relationship with money takes time and patience. Impatience, denial, and greed are actually part of what is being transformed. It takes time to reflect on our lives and see if we still want to go where we're headed. Insight can happen in a minute, but growth happens over time. Reading this book may take only a few days, but transforming your relationship with money will happen over time. Remember the lottery winners. Even if you should win the lottery, your relationship with money would not be transformed, and your life would not all of a sudden be filled with more joy or peace of mind. By observing your reactions to your wall chart instead of getting upset about it, you will be clearing away the attitudes and beliefs that got you where you are today. There are 2 keys to making this process work for you. 1. Start. 2. Keep going. We often hear that the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. What we don't hear as often is that you arrive at your destination by hundreds of thousands of additional small steps forward. Keep taking those steps. They are important to the continuing growth of your awareness and strengthening of your integrity day by day. Eventually you'll begin to experience the magic of this process. Without even trying, you'll find your expense line heading down. How? How the 3 questions can save you money. Remember those 3 questions in step 4. You will be finding out the profound effect these questions have on your consciousness about money and consequently on your wall chart. Automatic lowering of expenses. Question 1 is, did I receive fulfillment, satisfaction, and value in proportion to life energy spent? Asking this question every month about each of your spending categories increases your consciousness about your choices and thus results in an automatic reduction in your total monthly expenses, giving you the pleasure of seeing the expenses line on your chart go down. As we saw in Chapter 4, greater consciousness about which expenditures actually bring us happiness and which do not activates our survival mechanism. In fact, you are reprogramming yourself. Each of your marks is an affront to your survival instinct, that automatic movement toward pleasure and away from pain. This powerful mechanism becomes an ally as you become aware that some expenditures that you thought brought pleasure, or that you simply incurred out of habit, are actually not fulfilling or pleasurable at all. Remember our Gazingas pins. You will soon know what yours are. Those blinding moments of awareness as you catch yourself about to spend your life energy on yet another Gazingas pin will all add up to lower expenses. Let's see how this works. In the past, when you tried to change your habits and thus increase your experience of satisfaction, you didn't have an accurate overview of your spending patterns. Rather than identifying Gazingas buying as a source of dissatisfaction, you continued to think it was the one thing to hang on to. Sometimes you might have tried to give up Gazingas pins as a painful penance for your spendthrift ways, only to find yourself once again at the Gazingas counter thinking, just this once. Just this once. But now you have identified those dead ends and are looking down from above the money maze. You have seen the light. I am not getting fulfillment, in reality, from this expenditure of life energy. You will feel as if you are waking up from a dream, realizing, with great relief, that it wasn't real. As a matter of fact, that's just what is happening. This kind of reprogramming is amazingly powerful. It will click in, strongly, next time you are about to robotically buy something. There you are, mechanically reaching out to pick up yet another Gazingas pin, and all of a sudden a red alert goes off in your brain. Wait. Do I really want another Gazingas pin? No. It will just go in my Gazingas pin drawer along with the 20 others. There's 5 hours of my life in each of those Gazingas pins and I don't even use them. Shrinking back from your Gazingaspin addiction, you cry, no. After a while you'll learn to be cool during this process. That little moment of awareness makes a big difference. Now that the link between spending money and getting fulfillment is in place, a Gazingaspin no longer automatically means satisfaction, quite the opposite. Now you can be in line with yourself. You're neither fighting yourself nor trying to buy happiness and satisfaction. On the contrary, you're now getting fulfillment from other uses of your life energy. You are valuing your life energy and thus yourself. From this perspective, it is easy to change direction. Ivy had grown up poor, the daughter of Mexican-American parents. There was never enough money, but rather than acknowledge and talk about the pain of poverty, her parents gave her platitudes. "We are blessed," her Catholic father would say, "because only the poor can enter the kingdom of heaven." Religion and poverty and frustration at counting pennies got all tangled up, leaving Ivy confused and resentful. She resolved that when she grew up she'd have enough money so that she'd never have to worry about balancing her checkbook and would be able to buy whatever she wanted. Ivy easily identified her Gazingaspin: it was clothes. In doing her inventory in step 1 she breezed through her home, satisfied with her simplicity, until she came to her closet. Where did all these clothes come from? Of course, they came from a variety of stores, most of them expensive department stores. But why? Her determination to never again be poor had turned into the need to always be perfectly dressed. She could measure her distance from poverty by the number of daily compliments on her attire. Yes, as a career professional she did need to look her best. But for Ivy that had been translated into several new outfits every month. If she even wore last month's blouse with this month's new suit she felt shabby. In doing her monthly tabulations she quickly saw that she did not get fulfillment commensurate with the hours of life energy she put into keeping several department stores in the black. With no struggle, no denial, or deprivation, she stopped buying clothes she didn't need. To her amazement, the number of compliments she received per day didn't decrease at all. All was well for many months. Then one day, depressed over something, she found herself back at the clothing racks. She was looking for a pair of shorts and had a blinding moment of awakening. What am I doing here? I don't even need shorts. She walked out of the store empty-handed and with a stronger sense of her own power and integrity. Gordon M., the African-American activist turned financial planner whom we met in Chapter 1, found that his unconscious spending categories were far more devastating than Ivy's Gazingaspin of clothing. You would have to call them mega Gazingaspins or simply major spending blind spots. The FI course for him was more like cataract surgery than simply getting a new pair of glasses. When he asked himself the questions about fulfillment and alignment, he realized how bored and tired he'd been for the past 8 years. He also saw clearly what had gotten him into trouble. First of all, to play the role of financial planner he had assumed he needed an expensive office. But when he looked at the amount of life energy his office was costing him $2,900 per month, he questioned whether he was really getting value. In fact, he wasn't. He did most of his business on the phone, through the mail or in clients' homes. Nobody ever saw him in his office. So he moved his office to his home. Total current office cost, $750 per month. The second biggest blind spot for Gordon had been his kids. They lived with their mother, but he provided well for their support. That was no problem. The problem was that he gave his kids extra money every time they asked because he felt guilty about not being with them. He has 9 children, so that added up. No matter how much he gave, they always wanted more. Having had his street smarts sharpened by this process of honest evaluation, Gordon recognized that his kids had become addicted, and he was the enabler. He decided to change, and even though the children are now going through a form of withdrawal, Gordon is satisfied with his choice to stop paying guilt money for being an absent father. With a few other minor adjustments, asking the 3 questions cut 50% off Gordon's expenses and he is a lot happier for it. Not everyone has the amount of padding that Gordon did, but after looking at hundreds of fears wall charts we can say that those who get past the 3-month hump will find their expenses leveling out at about 20% less than where they started painlessly. These people report no feelings of deprivation, no struggling to keep to a budget, just a natural decline. Knowing that you are not getting satisfaction proportional to the expenditure of life energy in a given subcategory of spending generates an automatic, self-protective reversal of your spending habits. Over time, you actually find yourself feeling better by not spending. Not buying a Gazingas pin now becomes a source of fulfillment because you yourself have determined that Gazingas pins don't bring you fulfillment. Alignment and personal integration. There is still more to look forward to as you work with your wall chart. Watch that expense line go down as you ask, month in and month out. Question 2, is the expenditure of life energy in this category in alignment with my values and stated life purpose? This is a feedback system for integrity. Your statement of your values and life purpose reflects your highest vision, what you truly want for yourself. Thus you will want to act in your day-to-day life in a way consistent with your values and purpose. Unfortunately, however, it is sometimes all too easy to overlook the reality of what you're actually doing. It is possible to behave in ways that are not only unsupportive of but contradictory to your highest vision and intention and to be unaware of what you're doing. Worse yet, sometimes conflicts between whims and higher purpose are resolved by swiftly silencing the voices of conscience. The data on how you spend your life energy provides a nitty-gritty, tangible measure of that integrity, which is an invaluable support in keeping your material life in line with your ideals and goals. When your spending and your goals are in alignment, you have an experience of wholeness and integrity, you feel good about yourself. When they are not aligned, when the answer to the question, does this expenditure support my values and life purpose, is a resounding no, then the experience is more likely to be one of disappointment or self-criticism. The subtle but effective process of reinforcement, spend money on X equals feel good, spend money on Y equals feel bad, actually works. It serves to break robotic spending patterns. The simple recognition that you're not experiencing alignment from a given spending category acts to realign your responses to the stimuli in that category. You will automatically begin to spend less on those things that don't support your values and life purpose, and you will feel better about yourself, knowing that increasingly you are putting your money where your life purpose is, integrating your material life with your inner awareness. This integration is at the heart of financial integrity. As far as she could tell, Diane G didn't have a purpose in life. She just wanted to make it through, seeking pleasure and avoiding pain as best she could. Thinking back on her childhood, she remembered that her only happiness had been wandering off in the woods when her family took trips to the country. At the time she started the FI program, she was the only one of her siblings who had gotten ahead. One was a recluse living on welfare, another had committed suicide, and the third lived on the streets. Having a high-paying job, a sports car and a nice house made her look like a winner to herself and to her family. The question about aligning her spending with her values shook her complacency. Having always measured herself by externals, Diane started covertly checking out her friends and co-workers. Did they have a higher purpose? One of the people in her office was one of those save the world types. Intrigued by someone who didn't measure her net worth by material possessions, Diane cultivated a friendship with her. Soon both of them were attending meetings of a local peace group. The people Diane met there were all questioning how they could better live their values, and what actions they could take in the world to express their sense of purpose. These meetings became her chief form of entertainment. Instead of expensive workshops or outings to all the latest movies, she attended lectures and participated in phone-a-thons. She found a large park near her home and spent hours on weekends wandering in the woods. And at charting time her expense line kept going down. From a monthly outlay of over $4,500, her cost of living dropped to a steady $900 to $1,200 per month. Looking for her purpose in life turned out to be a key component in the change she was undergoing. What about unusual months? Yes, there will be unusual months, months when your expenses line takes an alarming leap upward. The insurance payment is due. You have an unexpected repair expense. April comes and goes, with the annual bloodletting known as taxes. How do you handle these? For one thing, you may recognize that every month is an unusual month. You learn to take unusual expenses in stride and to pay for them with cash instead of hiding them under a blanket of plastic. One month's tax payment is another month's insurance payment is another month's doctor bill. Over time, these unusual expenses usually balance out. Another strategy would be to prorate annual expenses over the whole 12 months. For example, if your auto insurance bill is $830 per year, you might, in addition to questioning whether a car is worth it, choose to divide that by 12 and make it a monthly expense. Ditto with health insurance, income tax payments, property taxes, and so on. There is no right way to do the accounting. You need to choose the way that gives you the information you need so that as you glance at your wall chart you know where you are and where you're going. Getting your finances out in the open. There's another key to successfully working with your chart. Hang it where you can see it every day. To do you the most good, the chart must be visible so that it can inspire you often to stay on track. You will need to hang it up, but where? Some people start out with their chart in the closet literally. They hang their chart on the inside of their closet door. It keeps their financial affairs private while still providing a reminder every day as they dress for work that they want to be conscious in their handling of money. For those opting for financial independence, it reinforces the awareness that work is no longer about another day, another dollar, but rather about drawing one day closer to their goal of freedom from financial fears and fiscal failures. It's a boost, as good as a cup of coffee or a hug. Ivy, who never wanted to be poor, met her Prince Charming. And so, as they say in fairy tales, it came to pass that she had a successful life, husband, 2 sons, her built-to-order dream house with 3 decks, 2 patios and furniture selected by an interior designer, and no need to balance her checkbook. Then reality intervened. The fantasies on which she'd built her life weren't strong enough to maintain her marriage or her sanity. So she said goodbye to her husband, her house, her furniture, and her high-stress job, packed a few select possessions into a U-Haul and headed west with her sons. 7 years later, through the FI course, she found a path to even greater freedom. She and her friend Margaret P. invited a group of 20 friends to take the course so that they could support one another in following the program. They met every month, sharing insights, successes, and roadblocks and the intimate details of their financial lives. When Ivy did her chart, she challenged herself to bring it to the group, and some of her ancient fears reappeared. Her first thought was, my parents would think I'm crazy. You don't show people how much you earn and spend. It's not in good taste. It's what was that reluctance? Why was she afraid of exposing her finances? The reason, she realized, was a fear that it would allow people to judge her, deciding whether she was a person of worth. They could sum her up with a few numbers and discard her if she fell short. With the same resolve that had helped her to leave her marriage, she took her chart to the group. The fear melted, and something inside her relaxed about money. What she spent was just what she spent. Her income was just her income. She could tell it to someone as easily as she could tell someone the color of her living room couch. It was no big deal. Over time you may find that your feelings about your chart are changing as a reflection of changes in your relationship with money. The chart becomes a representation of how well you are living your values, something that reflects the care you are taking with every decision about your material world. It becomes a source of pride, not arrogance, but that kind of deep satisfaction that comes with integrity. Once this happens, many people find that they feel so good about their progress that they bring their chart out of the closet and hang it on a wall. Stop a minute and reflect on your own feelings about your current relationship with money. How would you feel about hanging this graphic representation of your financial affairs on your living room wall, right out where everyone who comes into your house could see it? Would you feel at ease or uneasy? The degree of your discomfort is a measure of the degree of your financial disease. Don't worry. That uneasiness will disappear as you follow the steps of this program. Financial independence as a byproduct of doing the steps. People who put the steps of this program into practice report that the process of transforming their relationship with money becomes both challenging and fascinating. Recording every penny becomes an enjoyable ritual at the checkout counter, and it also sparks some interesting discussions with curious onlookers who want to know what you're up to. Monthly tabulation time is a highlight. Asking the 3 questions provides a quick yet penetrating check-in with your values and life purpose. Entering income and expenses on the wall chart becomes a time to reflect on the truth of your consciousness around money. After a few months or a year of following these steps, you will begin to notice a very satisfying byproduct of the process. As you consistently earn more than you spend, you eventually get out of debt and accumulate savings. Does some of this seem impossible, considering your particular financial situation? It's not the conditions of your life but how you interact with them that will allow you to move forward. Followers of this program include people who were deeply in debt and out of work, who didn't have a college education and had huge gaps in their resumes, who had families to support and who lived in depressed parts of the country. They didn't have the wind at their backs. They just made skillful use of the winds they encountered and sailed with them. In the strictest sense, financial independence, as we have defined it, means having an income sufficient for your basic needs and comforts from a source other than paid employment. But there are other aspects of FI, such as getting out of debt and accumulating savings. Financial independence is getting out of debt for many people. Getting out of debt is a tremendous milestone, very much an accomplishment of financial independence. Often they don't even realize what a burden debt is until it disappears. What about you? Are you in debt? Do you know how much you owe and to whom? Do you know how much it's costing you to be in debt? Or do you just make payments on your mortgage, your car, and your credit cards till death do you part? We once heard an advocate for the homeless say that most Americans are 2 paychecks away from homelessness. That seemed excessive, almost beyond belief. Yet when we talked with other professionals who have their fingers on the pulse of consumer debt, some have said that 2 paychecks is a conservative estimate. 1 paycheck or 1 major illness would be enough to send many people over the edge. One young participant in a Debtors Anonymous group said she'd accumulated $45,000 of debt before she was 30. She'd been in a fast-track career, and her income had attracted the attention of the credit card sharks. When American Express sent her a gold card, she figured she'd arrived. If they thought she was so creditworthy, then she must be. Head held high, shoulders square, she marched to the best furniture store in town and bought everything she wanted, never realizing that she would pay interest on her purchases. People who see debt as endless and just pay down as little as possible are, in effect, lowering their income. They don't see that using a high-interest credit card to buy a new stereo to celebrate a raise can wipe out the gain in salary and then some. A car financed via a multi-year loan will ultimately cost considerably more than the original sticker price. A house with a 30-year mortgage will cost, depending on the interest rate, 2 or even 3 times the purchase price by the time the final payment is made. Debtors Anonymous says we go into debt to avoid feelings, especially feelings of deprivation. Like other addictions, debt allows us to deny pain, sorrow, loss, anger, loneliness, and despair. Is your tendency to use your credit card simply a habit, or is it an addiction? Dave Ramsey, a popular money advisor, says, if you use credit cards instead of cash, you will spend 12 to 18% more too. The rise of easy credit makes it far easier to opt for instant gratification. We are no longer limited to what we can afford based on what we have already earned. Debt has become the American way, making it hard to see that it is debt that ties us to our jobs. It's debt that keeps us with our noses to the grindstone, making it dying to pay off pleasures we've long forgotten and luxuries we scarcely have time to enjoy. Sally M. used to subtitle her life "Bums by Day, Peace by Night." She worked for money as a graphic designer for a high-tech company with major defense contracts and worked for love on a variety of church-sponsored service projects. Thanks to her $26,000 debt, there seemed to be no alternative. And because she had been told repeatedly that there was no other way, her conscience had stopped bothering her. The FI program provided a merciless mirror, but it freed her. On her chart she placed a small sign that said, "On my way to debt-free." Below it she put a series of Velcro patches with numbers and kept track of the exact amount she owed. "It was as if I were melting a candle or losing 100 pounds, she told us. Without a raise and without any feeling of deprivation, she was debt-free in 2 years. When she looked for what was really fulfilling in her life, she saw that her greatest joy came from short-term work trips she'd participated in, helping with construction jobs in places like Costa Rica and Kenya. Upon returning from her first trip to Kenya, she had become extremely depressed. Yes, she'd helped build an addition to a rural hospital in a remote mountain village, but now what? She was still rich, while they were poor. So she started collecting medical supplies that would otherwise be discarded and packed them off to Kenya with safari-bound tourists. By the time she was debt-free, Sally knew just what her next step would be. She had discovered that people in Kenya were dying from untreated tooth abscesses. She quit her job, rented out her townhouse, leased her car and left for Kenya for a year to help establish a dental clinic. With no debts and with the rent on her house and car providing all the cash she needed to live in rural Kenya, Sally was financially liberated. Being debt-free, she now had a choice and she chose to follow her heart. Getting out of debt, then, is one form of financial independence. Retiring your debt returns to you the freedom to choose. Whatever the economic climate, being able to say, "I don't owe anything to anyone," is a statement of sanity, dignity, and freedom. Once you're out of debt, you have choice. You might choose, as Sally did, to follow your heart to distant lands or different pursuits. Then again, you might continue to enjoy the process of transforming your relationship with money right where you are. As you continue to spend less than you earn, while savoring life to the fullest, an ever larger gap will develop on your wall chart between your income line and your expenses line. This gap has a name, one that has fallen into disuse in recent years. It's called savings, see figure 5-3. Savings are another form of financial independence. Financial independence is money in the bank. How much are you saving now? What would your life be like if you had money to cover a year's worth of expenses in some form of easily accessible savings? Financial advisors often warn that it is human nature to spend more when using credit cards, 12 to 18% according to Ramsey and up to 20% more by other estimates. Interestingly enough, people who follow the Debtors Anonymous program also find that they spend about 20% less than before. Consider, too, the advice of popular financial advisor Jane Bryant Quinn. In promoting the strategy called Pay Yourself First, set aside savings before paying the bills and stocking your wallet, she observed that it wasn't until she herself hit a 20% savings rate that she even began to feel the pinch. Which means almost 20% of her money had been running through her fingers without giving her any appreciable pleasure. Figure 5-3 wall chart with expenses, income, and savings. The capacity for saving is truly within your grasp. It will happen as you follow the steps. So what does this mean for you? With savings, unemployment is not a tragedy. If you lose your paycheck but have savings, you need not lose any of your possessions. What's more, you may see the opportunity to explore options you were too busy or too tired to consider before. You could pack up the family in a camper and travel around the country. You could strap on a backpack and tour the world. You could read. You could do every household project on your list. You could learn a new trade. You could explore your creative side, painting pictures, or making music for the sheer pleasure of it. You could spend the whole year in a systematic job search for the work that suits you to a T. You could get your GED, BA, or MA and qualify for a whole new level in your chosen field of work. You could volunteer full-time for a cause you care about and maybe even be asked to stay on as paid staff. You could get reacquainted with your family. Try this, ask yourself how you would spend your time if you could take a year off with pay. Don't be surprised if you find your mind a total blank. Complete identification with your job may have temporarily suppressed your true dreams and desires. But stay with the question and discover the possibilities of what you would choose to do if you had enough savings that you didn't need paid employment for 1 year. How do you feel about having savings? What are your thoughts about it, for or against? Does having savings compromise your self-image? Does it represent the passage of your youth or capitulation to your parents? Are you a spendthrift who thinks that the term disposable income means that it's your right to spend every last penny in your pocket? Does saving seem like an impossible dream, given your current financial status? What about your religious or political convictions about saving money? Should you be tithing your excess money to the church, giving it to the poor, or donating it to a cause? The point here is not necessarily to change your savings habits, but to get in touch with your predisposition about savings so that you'll be able to manage, with ease and integrity, the increase in savings that comes as a byproduct of doing these steps. Savings, then, are a form of financial independence. Savings can give you new courage at your job and new energy to explore the neglected parts of your life. Savings pave over the lean times in freelance or seasonal work. Savings relax any unconscious fear of becoming a street person. Savings keep you from making bad choices out of desperation. Saving money is like building a dam on a river. The water that builds up behind the dam has an increasing amount of potential energy. Allow your life energy, money, to accumulate in a bank account, and you will be ready to power anything from painting your house to reorienting your life. All this from a graph. There is nothing magical about the wall chart. You can enter your numbers at the beginning of the month and ignore it the rest of the month, and nothing will happen. But if you interact with it, keep it in plain sight, listen to what it's telling you and keep going, you will notice changes over time. Part of financial intelligence is the continuing awareness of your earning, spending and saving patterns over time. It is a constant reminder of your commitment to transform your relationship with money. It counters the out of sight, out of mind syndrome. It keeps you aware of your intention to change your unconscious spending habits. It is a feedback system, showing you at a glance, clearly and graphically, your current status and your progress toward your goal. You don't have to haul out your piggy bank or your monthly tabulations to see how you're doing. The two lines on your graph are either going up or going down. It can be an inspiration, an experience of satisfaction with the progress you're making that spurs you to even greater heights. When you are convinced that the process isn't working, your wall chart will remind you that it is. It can be a motivation, a prod to keep you on track when discouragement creeps in or your energy flags. When temptation strikes, the thought of facing your wall chart at the end of the month might help you make a healthier choice. It puts your integrity on the line visibly. It is hard, or at least harder, to lie to yourself about your progress in the presence of your wall chart. It is a continuing suggestion that you honor your life energy. Your income represents many hours of your precious tenure on this beautiful earth, and your expenses represent ways you've chosen to use those valuable hours. The wall chart reminds you to steward this resource of time as well as possible. Finally, it enlists continuing support. By having it on the wall where others can see it, you're inviting interest and participation. It helps to have your friends and relatives cheering on the sidelines. Final inspiration from Mike and Linda Lennox. When Mike and Linda Lennox started the 9-step program in July 1992, they were $52,000 in debt, car loan and mortgage. By July 1993, simply by following the steps, including the supercharged motivation that came from their wall chart, they were debt-free. But this isn't the total story. If you look at their chart, you'll see they traced their debt back to 1986, when it was at $75,000 plus. That was when they were following a surefire make a million beat the market stock and commodities scheme that plunged them for a while in up to $125,000 of debt. Part of Mike's love of your money or your life was that this program worked because they became aware, committed and conscious. He never again wanted to experience the gut-wrenching, face-blanching panic that struck when the surefire scheme precipitously failed. Figure 5-4 Lennox Savings and Salary Chart Checklist of Supplies Graph paper approximately 18 by 22 inches with 10 squares to the centimeter, or 24 by 36 inches with 10 squares to the inch. Pens black, plus 2 other colors. Summary of Step 5. Make and keep up to date a chart of your total monthly income and your total monthly expenses.